because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds, it's my shining now.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels, it's something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in, yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes, just give me your touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing? we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 먼저 몸을 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 목숨 내못 다 짜증나면 질러 I don't let me cool 랠리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or she 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말하잖아 내가 뱉는다면 내가 다시 look told myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 나고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리로 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
told myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told myself
I don't know what you've been sold, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall, the stakes are low. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who great anyone move by this bed. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who great anyone move by this bed. Oh, you think you suck? I think that's unlikely. You can keep on looking, but can't find nobody like me. Eldorado pussy, boy, I'm pressing in a white tee. You know I love you, I need someone who can guide me. I can't do no little bag. I need 3 mil. Shots coming in both directions, just like a be real. I've been eating good, to be lucky to get 3 mil. First place, run it up. Care about what you feel. I have you, give you everything, anything. I have you, you're my everything, and just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who great anyone move by this bed. Just know that I got a hand
like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just tasting my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. 택부 문을 차고 있자 이건 데ja vu 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그 리스트가 I can't lose
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Red Bull gives you wings.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day again.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking away, ticking
I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'm screaming, nobody listens. take me down.
It is ice cold here in Berlin, but the heat in the server is hopefully gonna be keeping us warm. Today we got Heretics going up against KC as both of them are fighting to survive the freeze. Stuck in this lower bracket, ULF is also looking to feast on Team Liquid. Is that going to happen? We're gonna have to wait and see. But today is do or die. It's time for these teams to win and to show us what they are made of or go home. I'm your host Ginny and I'm joined with Minnie and Billy. Welcome to both of you. Yesterday was a banger. Today should be just as good.
Yep.
Stand back.
I'm the worst person to come to at the start of the day, honestly.
But that's what
yeah, it's gonna be a good day.
We're training. We're getting into exposure therapy.
Can we talk about yesterday? Like, I feel like we need to speak about the things that went on throughout the day yesterday. Do we want to start with Fnatic Navi or do we want to start with the 13-0? What compels you more?
13-0 was more compelling.
Yeah.
For me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting day. Like, obviously, middle bracket, some of those teams are teams that I still think are favored to go to Santiago. I think Vitality looking like that BBL loss was just BBL maybe looking just really good. And then the Fnatic side, I don't know what to make of it. It's a very close game, very strange affairs going on there. Still, teams, I think it's the same for this lower bracket. Teams trying to figure out what's working for them. It's early in the season. Not everything's figured out. We've got a very new meta, so a little bit of figuring things out, I think, is still on the cards.
Yeah, but you're figuring things out. You're in the lower bracket. You snooze, you lose. You know, I get it if you're in the middle bracket. I get it if you're in the upper bracket. But for today, Billy, this is it. This is their chance to prove what they've been working on in the offseason.
Exactly. It's elimination day. And we look at some of the teams that are in this lower bracket. You're thinking Team Heretics were potentially a favorite to make it to that Masters Santiago spot. But obviously are a team that have been struggling a little bit. And then, of course, Team Liquid as well. They obviously made the very first Masters event last year, albeit a different roster. But yeah, it's kind of the big names that you were expecting to not find themselves in this position.
Yeah, if anything, we cast our minds back to last year's kickoff in 2024, actually. Not last year, the year before. Wow, it is 2026. Okay, we had Heretics going up against KC, and this is the rematch that potentially Heretics could maybe make it a grudge match.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, I think the main thing for me is how much has changed since this kickoff, right? KC haven't really been able to find success since then, despite having 3 roster rebuilds at this point. I think when we're looking at Team Heretics on the contrasting side, though, they've only made 1 roster change since then by bringing Comeback in.
Yeah, I think the point is here is that like KC usually find a bit more form during kickoff, especially. And Heretics, obviously in 2024, that was a big year. And the fact that they were both finalists that year and now find them so quickly in the lower bracket, there's a lot of questions as to why that is the case, I guess.
Yeah, and questions that hopefully the both of you will be able to answer today. KC, something that we highlighted a little bit was the fact that they have these mistakes that they are continuously making that they shouldn't be making when they are at this level. Although they're able to come back against GX, it just still wasn't convincing.
Yeah, I think when I'm thinking about KC as a roster, we kind of set the expectations pretty highly of this team, especially when you look at some of the names on the roster. However, when I think about Team Heretics, the struggles that they've been having in kickoff so far, I think definitely leans into them still trying to find out what their identity is so far.
Yeah, I think I'd echo that completely. Like KC making some weird mistakes, but winning big clutches with Saigetsu. On paper, I think they do have a lot of skill and talent. It's just about that coming together. And I think, yeah, really on the Heretics side, I think it's such an interesting almost like case study of like, how do you build a team and then find the right identity? We talked about it last week that, you know, was Double Judas something that they wanted to do? Could they do it? With Comeback on the team, it would made a lot of sense. But then it just wasn't working. It felt like maybe even someone like Boo maybe isn't as comfortable with that approach as a team. Boo was saying that like they like to work with information, and the Double Judas comp doesn't have information. So then we saw this switch towards Double Initiator and to Comfort, but then they lost to a team that yesterday lost 13-0 on that same map. So it's like it feels like things are still being worked out. Obviously, they don't have much time in kickoff for that to happen. But I do expect Heretics to, I mean, they have to solve these issues in the long term.
Yep, absolutely. And if anything, we'll get to that later when it comes to the conversation with Benji. But I feel like the question for me then it becomes like, what is the identity of Heretics moving forward? And is Comeback like the correct choice when it comes to that they've made and how they're using him as a player?
I think Comeback is an easy scapegoat here, and I think that a lot of times people have looked at the duelist on Team Heretics to kind of use that as a reason or an excuse, but I think what we're kind of alluding to here is Boo's approach to the game. Very slow, very methodical, and when you are trying to run compositions, which is double duelist for the most part, is what they've been leaning into, they can't just keep playing the slow and methodical approach.
Yeah, I mean, last week we saw Comeback when they were putting him on agents. Duelists he was more comfortable with, and Heretics themselves were playing a little bit more comfort style. Comeback himself was actually popping off. Like, this is the first time I've seen Comeback play to the standard in which I've kind of thought he could, if that makes sense. Like, he is an extremely high skill ceiling player. In VCT, we haven't seen that consistently, but last week was the first signs of that. And so that is at least a green tick in my head, but everything else now needs to kind of level up with that.
Yeah, I think on one of those notes as well is we were kind of like figuring out how do they figure out that kind of identity, and something that we know that Comeback is great on from his time in Challengers, from his time in VCT, is buying those scoped weapons. So I'd love to see them lean into that, whether that means he picks up a chamber, for example, and they have Woot as primary duelist, or just have Comeback set on that scoped weapon and have Woot going in and being the more flashy kind of duelist if they want to play double duelist.
Yeah, it comes to Heretics finding their identity and what they're comfortable with, and we can sit here and like ponder about it for a little bit, but I think hearing from the players themselves is also a great way to figure out what exactly is going on in the Heretics camp. So we did have an interview with Benji to have potentially a little peek behind the curtain. Ginny here joined with Benji ahead of their matchup today, and I would love to hear a bit of an overarching theme that we're seeing from Heretics as you guys are now in this lower bracket. Things are looking a little bit dicey. What's going on?
You know, I think we've been struggling, obviously. I think right now we're just trying to make sure that we are not giving up, find our play style. At the end of the day, we've been in worse positions, to be honest. Like, I think all of us have experienced pretty bad times, but for me, in the end, we always come out on top, so I still have full trust.
Okay, that's good to hear. The positivity is exactly what you guys need. Speaking about your playstyle, something we saw last week is you guys going back towards that Heretics identity that we were seeing last year. We're a little bit more aggressive. Do you think that's what you guys are sticking to? Can we expect anything different?
I mean, now that we've got Comeback, I think he's probably like the best player in the team mechanically. I think we're trying to just find our game style with him because it is a lot different than with Miniboo. So we're just kind of getting used to him. And I think slowly over time, you'll see a new version of Heretics.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. But today against KC, this is a match we saw last kickoff as well, which, you know, they won, you guys placed second. So now it's a lower bracket, pressure is on?
No, honestly, we're just taking things game by game. I think none of us are super stressed. I think the main thing for us is that we play to win, not be scared to lose. So that's what we're going to be doing.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good luck with your game later today. We're going to be heading back over to you guys on the desk. Thank you, guys. Note to self, it is 2026, not 2025. But also, want to touch upon him specifically mentioning Comeback and mentioning the fact that they need the time to find the identity and just the play style that they want to go with.
Yeah, I think when you consider they had a little bit of a shorter off-season period to other teams because of things that they had going on with their own players. But in saying that, Comeback was one of the first pickups when we think about this Team Heretics roster. So it's very clear that they knew what they wanted going into next year because they made that decision so early.
Yeah, I still think there was an issue that it felt like double duelist was the obvious approach they go for, and they were coming into kickoff with that approach. But I do think that there's still this, like, for me, I think the Boo conversation is very interesting. I think that it's down to the coaches to make Boo develop into an IGL that can handle different styles, especially in this meta now, which doesn't favor that classic Heretics KO double initiator style. And going forward, it'll be interesting in the short term if that kind of approach is a band-aid for the short term during kickoff, and what the plan is long term, I guess. And I think that just seems like questions that they're asking themselves too.
Do we then kind of go into the territory of kickoff being experimental ground for Heretics?
I mean, if you're changing comps midway through kickoff, then that is the case, unfortunately. I think that's been the case for a few teams, even like Fnatic talking about it too. And so there are some questions about the usage of the off-season for some of these teams, but I know that Rians was away with some things, so like maybe there is an excuse there, but honestly, I think teams need to come into kickoff more consistently with that identity ready and not using kickoff as a crutch sometimes.
Is that something that, Billy, you also would agree with? Do you think it's not too terrible that they're trying different things throughout the kickoff?
Yeah, I mean, I think they don't really have a choice at this point. I think that, like we've said, they're questioning their own identity. They need to be able to try things. I think Boo is the big topic here, right? How is he able to adapt as an IGL? How is he able to get the most out of the players that he has within the team? Which is why we were kind of critiquing the coaching staff as well last week, I find, because we were looking at that system and trying to figure out, you know, what is going on here. They don't really know what's going on here. And it comes to a point now where we're running out of time. This is an elimination match.
And another team that's kind of struggling a little bit with their identity is KC as well. It also struggling with just not making the small little mistakes and fundamentals that a team from that caliber, we're not hoping or wanting to see make these mistakes. Yes, they won against Foot, but it then becomes a question of, was it a convincing win? Is it really down to these players stepping up in moments of needs? Which, yes, of course, it's great to have heroics every now and then, but is that really going to be what you can rely on?
Yeah, it's like this weird thing with KC where on paper, I think, again, they have a lot of good players. I think that it's a strange balance between the fact that they throw some rounds, absolutely, but at the same time... What's that?
They do it for content.
For content, yeah. But then also for the content are winning some of these big rounds too. So it's almost like, it's strange because you shouldn't be able to rely on those clutches. Much, but at the same time, they need to fix those little rounds too. And after that, those things should balance themselves out a little bit. And then you're left with a team that's still in the same place, if that makes sense. You can't keep clutching this much. But if you fix those mistakes, does that make sense?
Yeah,
you know?
it does,
I think
actually.
Something they spoke about in the interview last week was being able to fix fundamentals, and I think that it'll take a bit of time for the team to get synergy given the roster changes that they've had. But watching that game against Foot just tilted me beyond belief. Like, I was sitting there thinking, how many rounds are out of desperation at this point? Because it was just all over the place. We've seen team flashes come through from a couple of members on this roster as well, which is why I'm like leaning back into the fundamentals conversation, because it really is just little like minute errors like that they need to clean up.
I do think that the shining light last week was that Docio did step up though. I think that he was a player on my radar last year, and I thought that this pickup was one of the best pickups in EMEA this year. He was like one of the players that really made me think higher about KC coming into this year, and making me a little bit surprised by not performing quite as well at kickoff so far. And last week, he basically hard carried. And I won't be surprised going through the rest of this year if he continues to put up performances like he did last week.
I think the main thing for him as well is that he's been pretty consistent, I think, since coming into VCT, at least across the last 2 matches that they've played. It's almost as if he's been able to warm up to the stage and actually, you know, show the worth that he has here in VCT. I think another thing as well is by him being that primary smoker, it does allow KC a bit more flexibility in terms of we're seeing Sugetsu jump over to that Sentinel role a bit more, as much as he has been playing the Viper and kind of supporting that double controller identity that KC have been going for. But yeah, I mean, he's been a great player and a great addition to this roster.
It's like when you say it out loud, like the firepower, Aves, Sagetsu, Dosia,
and
then Levin when he's on.
Yeah.
There's 4 players there that can actually take over.
I think Levin, another point of conversation, another player that we have to talk about when it comes to the fact that he was able to perform under Yoru. Was it enough to convince you?
I mean, last week I was very critical in saying that maybe Jet will be the right approach for him. But honestly, last week I was...
You say last week, it was Tuesday.
Oh yeah, last week, sorry.
Tuesday.
Kind
It feels like last week after yesterday, I know. Okay?
So when he played the other day, he did have a very strong performance on Yoru and Wele, particularly on defense sides. But I think going forward... And so there is a little bit of hope there for me, that it's not just going to be him having to just go back and play Jet all the time. There was some hope. But obviously, 1 series to me isn't enough. I think I have some questions over the attack sides from KC, and agents like Wele and Euro are a little bit harder to execute on the attack compared to an agent like Jet. But the defenses with the operator were extremely good from him.
Yeah, something that impressed me in their game against Foot was the amount of passive information he was able to get on the defense specifically through taking deep angles whilst he was on the operator. So more of that, please.
More of that, please. But maybe we'll answer your question because we're ready to head into our first game of today. KC going up against Heretics.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made me. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Heretics. Keep falling. Took a risk even though I'm unhappy. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove that it's
want to go back to fundamentals. We want to see these teams shine through with the identities that they've potentially formed throughout the off-season. So map veto, or at least expectations for what we hope to see from both of these teams.
So to me, the big thing in this map veto is Pearl and Haven. Both teams want to ban Pearl, usually, and both teams like picking Haven. So to me, it's who's won this game of chicken. And it looks like KC have won this game of chicken a little bit. Team Heretics have had to go into the ban of Pearl.
Yes.
And then they also picked Haven. So KC basically got those for free. So usually when that happens, it means that they gain advantages elsewhere by being able to go to here, saying Abyss and Corrode. Map veto-wise, Abyss, Haven, that Haven should be a banger, both teams liking it. Any thoughts about Abyss?
Yeah, I think Abyss for me is interesting because Team Heretics obviously lost that against the Giant X that got 30-0'd on it the other day. Really? So now that's not looking so great. We only got to see 3 rounds from KC's attack on Abyss though, so I'm really intrigued to see how their composition works out there, given that we've spoken about how great Levin looks on the defense and the fact that he usually plays Jet on that map. I think as well, when we consider the last 2 maps there, Team Heretics opting to ban Bind and take us to Corrode, I think is interesting here.
That's interesting because KC don't usually play Corrode. They usually ban that quite a lot.
And Heretics also hasn't played Corrode yet in this
and
kickoff,
Heretics,
so it's like, what are we going to see?
And obviously they change composition on Bind as well from week to week. So it's almost like you didn't trust in your own composition change and so have decided to get rid of that Bind and take us to Corrode, which obviously we've not seen from either team.
Yeah, what we do see from both these teams is them getting cozy and comfortable on their Razor chairs, because we are getting closer to jumping into the server, but the discussion really does have to start with Abyss. When we're looking at Abyss from KC, that looked really strong against Team Liquid. Granted, Liquid is now also in this lower bracket, so like what went right or wrong, that's a different discussion for a different day. But from the side of Heretics, would you be worried?
Not worried, but like it should be obviously a pretty close one. I think that what KC were doing really well on Abyss last time was on the defense, the gravity wells coming in from the Astra were completely disrupting the executes. And I think Heretics will be looking at that and understanding that they can't just all in, and they have to really consider how they're going to do that exec against the gravity well.
I think the plus side for Team Heretics is we were speaking about them going back to the identity that works for them in terms of double initiator, and they do decide to play that on this map, at least the last time that we got to see them play it. So it should be comfortable for them in that sense. KC, don't really know what to expect from them because obviously the last time they played it, it was so dominant. So like there's only so much that we could read into that because we've not seen their attack side, like I mentioned.
Yeah, and I think for Heretics, I think it's continuing that discussion about their comfort. Like on Abyss last week, they played Jet, Sova, KO,
Cypher,
Astra. It's like if you could handpick the agent comfort for each of these players, they get it on this map.
And neither one of these teams has changed their composition. They're sticking with their guns and in that sense, sticking with what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, coming away from this, if Heretics continue to look shaky on a composition in which comfort is key, both like in terms of strategy, comfortable with double initiator, and in terms of individual comfort, then that's going to raise some question marks for me for their future in kickoff and also this year.
And on the opposing side, we had a brief conversation about Levin, right? Being able to perform on the Jet. Obviously, we know he's great defensively, but like I said, we didn't get to see their attack. But if anything, this should be good for them.
I think that was a nearly 300 ACS performance the last time he was on the Jet, so I'm expecting big things in this Jet head-to-head.
Do you ever wonder, like, maybe you're setting the expectations too high?
I mean, I don't think he should be expected to get 300 ACS.
I'm just making clear.
But, you know what I mean? Like, you know.
299?
299.
Okay, that's more realistic, absolutely. Well, my question then for you both is, how are we expecting each of these comps to go up against each other on Abyss? Actually, I'm going to throw that question to the casters instead because they're ready. So, Pansy and Hypod, let me know about the composition.
I mean, we could do that. We could do that.
Why should you throw us under the bus?
I don't know, man. Like, we're not analysts. I'm just here to be entertaining. That's all I got. But anything about the comp standing out to you? Because it does look very comfortable, I guess. But that's not a way to talk about it, right?
It's crazy to say KC in unfamiliar territory, which is being comfortable and confident with the composition. But I do think it's like Levin here, where he's probably struggled elsewhere in terms of maybe timings, maybe... just some other things for KC on the attack. Here, back on the jet, I think he's allowed to stand on his own 2 feet and kind of do his own thing. There's been certain instances of like Levin being so far ahead of the rest of the team, and whether that's an IGL, a calling issue, or mid-rounding, or anything like that. Here, I think it's probably going to be safe to say he's able to do his thing.
Yeah, and I'm with you in that, because we've had a couple of question marks about KC kind of, let's say, with the in-game leadership, getting that right, and kind of similar to what Benji was almost alluding to, with trying to get comeback assimilated to the roster, but a very quick approach through middle. And
look how many Heretics players are here.
Bloody hell, Rienz could have been on for that, but Doja going to do well to take down Rienz, but there's still more, right? There's a lot of bodies behind this. He's going to find 3 extra. Down to a 3v2. 2 left for Heretics to try and figure this one out.
Themselves a comfortable plant here. Boo and Comeback still quite a ways away from this.
Spike planted.
Boo going to find himself an upgrade here. Okay, so you haven't taken much space away, but they are tucked in quite close to spawn here in a high-low. Shados just resetting a little bit to watch the flank.
Concealment.
Gonna need an over-delivery from one of these two, aren't we? Comeback, been good. He's been really good. And the eyes turned for a second for KC's numbers, standing very favorably.
Dosia, man.
I mean,
going in huge. What an insane mirror, though, on the pistol to have so many players from Heretics set up. Maybe just kind of matching plans a little bit. But yeah, I mean, Dosia's done fantastic to get 2 in that situation. Well, a 3rd on the round, but 2 there towards top mid. KC with a little pep in their step, kick things off. This is where you'd expect to see it as well on the Abyss with, I mean, yes, it's Liquid on the other side of that result, but a 13-2 result nonetheless.
Yeah, and again, for me, I just want to see the evolution of KC here. You know, as I said, they've always been very creative, and that feels like an insult. But going back to basics, they have firepower. You see it in the players, you see it in how they approach it. In comfortable roles, we could see it really find some form here. Sadly for Heretics, that's going to be a hard situation to handle.
Certainly is, where they're obviously a team that needs to do, well, I mean, they've said it themselves, a lot of work on certain aspects of their game this year already. Boo's not seen anything just yet. Obviously, KC's still anticipating further aggression, but now we'll regroup outside B. And all 3 members of Heretics have made their way over this side, but going to have their hands full in terms of this site here.
Yeah, it's only
well invested, actually. It's only Shados with a pistol.
Yeah, so I guess for KC, they can't really afford to lose too much. You don't want to see them lose players, right? That's kind of the marker of clean success. So let's see how they handle this one. There is obviously threat, even if it's just classics, and there's one to fall, right? Any more, it gets dangerous. Luckily, they batten down the hatches, they keep things clean, and Rien's trying to do the dance, but I think is for a little bit numbered. Hold on, he's working that out. Nice try.
11 down to just 6 HP. Chance to take away another rifle to soften this bonus, but...
Does this feel like we are seeing KC just going back to basics? And I don't want it to sound like a negative, but compared to other kickoff starts, other approaches to the game, or
yeah, I guess so. For me as well, the focal point of that statement being Levin on the jet, right? It's back to where there's a little less input required from Shados. I'm not saying he's had massive issues, but
no.
Especially with the way Dosha's been playing, man. I think there's an example now, especially with, well, actually everybody else on this roster. Once you put them in comfort roles and allow them to kind of do things on their own within some of these rounds. Hang on a sec. God, come back.
Again.
Had a huge opportunity here, but it's shut down. Rien's to find a response.
Benji's gone into the mix here. This could be good, but the flash is eaten, forced away. Stays alive, fortunately, but they've got the cross. Nice refight, and Sugetsu gets caught kind of in between no man's land. Plant cancelled. Oh, Aves is in trouble here, man. Can they find any stability? I don't think they can get this plant down. Maybe another attempt here?
Heretics probably just waiting for a sound cue to be able to make moves in here. Flash is ready from Wu, but nobody overstepping just yet, Benji. Gonna find Shados, just Aves left.
Yeah, and again, just simply numbers game at that point. Well done, 4 players there staying alive. Heretics, that was a necessary round, it felt, as well, keeping numbers up.
But definitely seeing the pistol round here, this is something Heretics are very, very happy to do, is explore top mid very quickly. They're obviously in a position to shut this down before any pressure into the back lines. And we can really wrap A site as easily. Obviously, there's a big gap to kind of close towards spawn there, so And Heretics already showing that they don't have to come up with these issues or the answers on the fly, because seeing the pistol, it looks as if that address is already there.
Yeah, we have to see how this just develops on, because I still don't think we know exactly where these two teams sit, if I'm honest. Don't know the highs yet. I think we've seen some of the lows, if I'm honest, but that high-level potential of, as I said, bringing comeback into a role that works really with him, bringing the rest of the roster with Heretics onto the same page, yet to see that fully find its place. Obviously, same scenes almost on the other side in a mirror way, but with the in-game leadership of Shados there, and a couple new additions, obviously, to round it out. So, plenty of moving parts. But now you can see it there, conversation with Shados, trying to get the ducks in order.
Much slower approach here, but 4 members of Heretics lent over towards the B side. And Dosia are the only one with an ultimate just yet. This could be an absolute brawl for the B site.
It certainly could be, but the amount of bodies sat on this side of the map, it feels like already a win for Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, Levin has to go huge if he's to dash in here.
He's pretty far, but they're kind of sitting back on contact. I don't know if he's... it looks like with that paranoia. Yeah, sent right in. Wu trying to help out a bit, but by this point, they're already on site. It feels like a survival game here.
30 seconds
They've managed to carve a path, but there's 4 players on the same side of the map. They're sat here like this. And still standing, I don't know how there's no fight breaking out yet. They finally turned on the flash, but it's Levin. You said he had to go big, and he does. 3 huge kills, and the site's still not safe, still got issues everywhere. And that's going to make it easier, at least for KC, as Rien's...
I don't think you spotted Rien's there, but Sugetsu with a decent idea, and obviously Arved's holding this angle now. That could be a huge shock though.
I mean, Rien's, out of all the players, you give him a bit more room to work, right? You give him a second. Oh, there's 16, Shadow 7. Sugetsu's position though, checkmate. 2 kills in the round, and KC carry on as they mean to. And again, got to highlight it there. How many players they had on that side of the map.
Yeah, it gets a little bit awkward because the timing comes perfectly. I think just as that was about to happen, Boo places a star, and that's what kind of spurs on this flash out from Arvez and sets Levin in motion. But again, if they just pause for another second or two, there's a chance for Heretics to be the one to crunch back on.
Let's go!
But asked for it, Levin, huge delivery there in round 4. Now got the Bladestorm online.
And now look at the money on Heretics. This is a round you suffer through. You try and maybe get the read on this, and Hunter's Fury...
Very proactive here with the
ultimate.
ultimate.
Maybe just try and send them down with some aggression. Wood's got the reward of 1, but there's so many bodies still around. KC not really dismantling the stack, keeping numbers on that B side, and Levin looking to try and even things out, but at this point, they have managed to fall back towards deep side.
Yeah, I think KC probably anticipating a couple of extra bodies behind that, but
can't use that yet.
With the trade coming so early, can't really take the space, and now everyone except Arvez looking to capitalize on that.
He can sell him.
Yeah, I mean, dealing with the camera just here now.
Maybe trying to get active, get Benji able to drop another weapon, give that over to someone else, but...
Arvez has got a great read on the map, though, anticipating the mid-push here.
But they might get a little bit of timing? No, I think that just passed. And Sugetsu fully...
I think Arvez relaying that information perfectly.
I mean, looking where he's looking, yeah, I think I'm with you on that. And it's all about timing. They've kind of got the beat on 2 of the 3 players alive. And for Heretics, not really getting into the swing of things, it feels like here. Not too threatening yet. Benji, the one with the hero rifle.
The flash as well.
Ooh, comes out on top of that fight. Hold on. Still having a biff on this, but they do need to get past Sugetsu, who looks solid as hell. Holding this back line like it's nothing. So, Boo unable to get an upgrade, but finally getting a little more interested. And Boo doing well, taking down Shadow. Suddenly, we might have a round on our hands. Benji, you got something for us here, bud. That's 2 players to lock down. He ain't got it in him. Sugetsu having a moment there, and it was a dangerous threat of a round in the end.
Definitely is. 4 big kills from Sugetsu to find the 4th for KC. Again, Arvez doesn't get confirmation here, but just in terms of, like I said, relaying the information, the timings, and what he's seen elsewhere, KC don't necessarily overheat towards site, which is the important aspect. And probably one of the key indicators of maybe an aspect of KC's game they struggle with. Jados really tempering that pace and understanding what to do and when in the round.
It's quite interesting watching kind of an experienced player walk into the IGL role, right? You don't know quite their identity as an in-game leader yet.
There was a quote I was waiting to drop, but I think Mini said the other day, it's like Eng said previously, Shados was the smartest player he's ever played, or something along those. I'm sure he'll probably correct me, but something along those lines. And it's like, if a coach has faith in a player like this to really stretch their legs within a role and then give them kind of rule of the roost, basically.
Yeah, full faith.
And what I was just about to say a couple of rounds ago, in a roster that on paper, you look at this is kind of 4 players outside of Shados, well, Shados included in this, but 4 players that can stand on their own 2 feet. I mean, you've got Sugetsu, who arguably is just one of the best last man standings
absolutely.
Of many of the rosters.
We're starting to see it here already, yeah.
And Dosia as well, who's already shown us that he's very self-sufficient.
Yeah.
Levin, if it is an agent issue and a composition issue, maybe that can be cleaned up a little bit with just some good results under his belt within this roster. And Arvez, who, again, it's just shown his hand at being very versatile and being able to do his own thing. This previous round being a perfect example.
Yeah, and I don't think his work is necessarily numerically shown yet, if I'm honest. He's yet to get off the starting blocks, but again, that positioning, that great timing on presence.
But put him on a Phoenix.
Eh?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's quite fun to watch this develop as it goes. There's been some messy games with these boys, though. There has been that, which I think you'll naturally get with a new in-game leader coming in, trying to get everything kind of sorted.
You could also say you naturally get with Eng early on in seasons.
Yes, also fair. Very standard default here, super deep as well. But maybe toying with some expectation. They put a heavy emphasis towards B, maybe starting to read in that investment of utility, additional bodies. There has been that trend of 3 over towards the B side, so maybe looking to explore the weaker side of things, but doesn't look so weak, knowing what's in Comeback's hands. Yet to fully get the ball rolling, though. Only 1 kill so far, so a quiet start, but falling off that first corner.
Right here. Still consideration from Heretics towards mid. This is certainly going to be a pressure point for them. Levin actually shut down here. Rian's with the spam in. It's basically a freebie. Come back. Still looking for an angle here. Again, Heretics should really post up now and try and hold some of these choke points.
I feel like they don't quite know where this is ending yet. Boo's still drifting, but Rian's finding contact towards heaven is a problem. And now it's pretty much, I don't want to say panic stations, but it does get a little bit tougher.
Well, I mean, look what they got in the post here. The Hunter's Fury, still got a shock dart, still got a recon, and the knife from Arvez. Paranoia on top of that as well, actually.
But look at Dosha's position. He's staying shouldered up on this. The other two are very disconnected, super deep. Playing outside of expectation and landing it. Followed up. Does he?
No way!
He does! Disrespecting Heretics on the playback through and bringing it to this 3v3. And now that utility comes into line.
Shadows can really disconnect from this now. Arvez can find this. Beautiful.
And there it is. There's the layering on this. Who knows his days are numbered. That was stunning.
Played to perfection. Again, an example here of KC really managing the resources very well. And again, an example where Dosia put him forwards. He can frag man, put him in the corner. He still delivers 2. We talked about it in the pistol round. No way he should get away with a second.
The fact he gets the follow-up here. Oh, I thought Boo, I imagine Boo thought he had him dead to rights, but now we're
coming out of the TP animation as well.
We've been quite complimentary of KC here, but I also now need to put my attention towards Heretics. They haven't really been keeping up with this. They haven't been able to handle the level we're seeing coming out of KC.
Arvez is going to reveal at least one member of Heretics. Come back. He's going to take some space away here. Actually tagged down 10 HP. I don't think he found a... Actually, yeah, Arvez did take 1 shot, but certainly nothing to act upon. Boo lucky to get away with his life there on that timing. Some of the utility being stripped away here. It's got Benji interested for sure.
Oh, that's nice. Go on, Benji. You got 5 HP, though. Might have run its course here. Just so low as KC flood the site. We've seen them do great work. Couldn't quite get the follow-up. So Arvez, again, creates security on the site. Smokes go up. 3 players remaining. It's the Sheriffs, of course, but you'd love to do a bit more here. And Arvez already got remaining. Happy with this one. Farms it up. And for Rien's, masterful, yes, but 4 players is a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. And especially on this side of the map, I don't think he's got much here, sadly. No, he's early, doesn't Levin, gonna make sure of it. Do we see a double timeout first half here for Heretics?
I would imagine so, yeah. But the positive being we've seen Heretics with a couple of very proactive setups to some of these rounds, but now, unfortunately, the scoreline going to make things a little harder to justify in terms of taking risks towards mid or even challenging some of this pressure that KC are leaning into. Not going to see it here. Obviously going to have the buyback in. Comfortable position in terms of the ultimates here for Heretics. On the other side, no command and a TP for KC.
Yes, this should do.
Op in hand now for comeback. Does he go hunting?
Posture up, but the problem is that it looks like a tempo change, and it's Benji and Rien who are going to be...
Benji's caught in this no command as well.
He can't do anything. Site's open, site is available, and Levin's going looking. He's got his target, drops the body, sees a follow-up, can't quite get that one down. Rien's holds the line well enough to at least trade in and keep it within maybe the realms of reality, but oh, look at this. Look how far away Sugetsu already was. The comeback's getting curious. 1-7 though, Mike. It's not been a hot start.
Let's have the knives here. A couple of flashes available for Wu as well. Now they know Dosu's solo on the site. I was going to say, if comeback goes to challenge here.
Yeah, he's going looking, but there's a bit of time between this.
Well, they can stall so much here.
Yeah, he's not found him on the site. Back. He's just been good, but what a shot! Beheading out by A main. Flashing a check. He's got to know Sugetsu's around here. Got the utility. Can play this to time. But how do you get past comeback? Locked in. Yeah, he's going to land that one. Heretics finally stemming the bleed. It was a drought of rounds.
You don't. We'll stick the landing here. Just maybe a couple of seconds either way. If Sugetsu's got a further forward position, but I mean, Rien's finds 2 kills in the blink of an eye here. 11 and Shados. It's tough really for Dosu as well to give up that much space on site. Just kind of has to get onto a passive angle, unfortunately. Comeback able to isolate both players. And the buy is still, yeah, it's semi-protected. I mean, Sugetsu the only one struggling behind this for KC. Dosu at 12 and 6 as well.
Man, he's doing work. I like the comeback's trying to get a bit more active, a little bit more versatile. Switch up of setup as well for Benji. And through with first contact on Shados.
They're trying to probably figure out where Benji's setup is right now. It's going to be a much... Levin's found Woot there. Yeah.
I don't know if Woot was just a little...
But he must have been on top, but I mean, the kill marker's down to the side, but... What, the challenge over the top of the smoke there?
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully we'll catch it on a replay there, because I'm quite curious, because it looked like, actually, KC were changing their minds, maybe not fully focused on hitting this B side.
It was on the moment KC were looking to pivot, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know how they've caught that, because that might open up a new chance, right? Comeback still trying to be attentive towards middle. He's not really got a challenge down here. We can see the rotation of Sugetsu, who feels like the marker of commitment almost. And Boo would be waiting. Comeback is here now. Dividing this 2 apiece on both sides of the map, and just on the other side being Shados here. Hunter's Fury.
30 seconds left.
Blind Hunter's Fury and a tag. That's very impressive. Rien's going to catch, but that's the go signal. Oh, and that's a shot! Boom! Bangs out 2 of them. Now a 2v2 though. They've got to know there was presence still on that A site.
How far can Levin go though?
I mean, he's...
I think he's backing it right,
yeah. I almost wanted him to go further, but the timing's going to be everything. He's got a smoke to play to and to get to on the side. The timing, he's gone away with daylight robbery already.
Big info for Levin.
Levin, when do you swing? When do you play? Do they even think about it? Rien's and Benji, do you dare? You don't even see it coming, Levin! Brilliant positioning. Hell, I thought Boo might have had that one done enough to find 2. Wasn't the case.
Tanking the fragment, but still delivering 2 kills here. And even that first blood, not really. Oh, it's just, as the smoke drops, there's a cloud burst to the side. I thought that was more central there. Levin looking to obviously cut silence for them to pivot away. Yeah, beautiful stuff from Boo, but Levin able to capitalize on some of the freedom behind this B site hold. It was just Boo anchoring.
Man.
Just backed out. I mean, Perch is not going to be there for round 10. KC obviously reading into that very well.
I mean, they look so comfortable here in that B site. Like, I feel like I mean, they look comfortable.
Look at the assist on that for Benji, man.
Just got the whole team in support, apparently. It's quite impressive to see. If this is what KC can start looking like, way more exciting to watch.
If you see this coordination carried across to other maps as well, this is sort of hinting at what the ceiling of this roster could be. Obviously.
Just looking at Levin here, still. Man, everyone's hitting today. They are hitting shots on the KC side. They've done their warm-up. They've done their work. And it's showing an in-zone flawless. I'm a little stunned here. We're seeing probably a really big upswing from Doja, who's been great, to be fair. A really, like, standout player. Can't really deny that. But seeing Levin at the same time, just that 1-2 punch, and then everyone else fulfilling their role diligently. I mean, what are you meant to do?
It was actually just back inside.
Oh, man. Yeah, double timeout now.
I mean, it's tough to really characterize what's going wrong for Heretics here, because I just think we're seeing such an upswing once more. Same map that we saw versus Liquid. KC looking back in the comfort zone, which is where, you know, some of the criticisms we saw elsewhere when we were casting the game on Split, it's like they don't have a direction. It doesn't look like they have like solid ideas, and nobody's really even committing to some of these ideas that don't look great.
Yeah.
So certainly here, a way more cohesive approach from KC. Unfortunately, Heretics now back in a position where we're asking for a response.
And it's got to be frustrating as well, coaching staff-wise, because we haven't seen the good side of Heretics in a while. They've made changes. That's taking time then to come together.
Obviously, Heretics come into this with preparation, right? And that's why it can be a little disheartening to then say, well, okay, I don't know if they've worked hard or specifically on this, or this was an expectation in terms of the veto. Obviously, you come into this now, whatever you've worked on's kind of just been shut down, and you're back in that position where Heretics don't historically look great at coming up with problems kind of in round, throughout halves, throughout an entire map in terms of weird comps coming out, and that's why it's tough to watch.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and in the nicest way, Heretics have been on the right side of the map a lot of times. They've had the right stacks, but couldn't really do much about it. 11 looking to get invested and involved, but it's a 1-1 trade on both sides. Boot's still trying to control in middle as well. And Heretics trying to play crunch on this. Look over towards the connector. Benji's there, comebacks there. Our drone still only going to see one. Levin strikes though. Denies Benji and looking for a follow-up. Shados has his back. Levin's there. It is systematic in middle. And Boo.
Well, I mean, Sugetsu's just running away with the map now. This is the issue. If Heretics commit more bodies to these mid crunches, Sugetsu, perfect read on the situation to be able to slip the net, relay some really valuable information. Boo seems to have an idea. We'll find it. Still a 1v3 behind this. Well, 1v2.2 maybe.
Yeah.
Shados clinging to life, but has Hunter's Fury. Don't expect him to be coming forward. There's always that absolute last bastion.
And look at Levin's position too. Boo? I mean, do your thing, I guess. Try it out. Not gonna happen, but try it out. Levin did very well there, but oh, it feels... I miss Heretics, man.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the investment there, they're going to come into round 12 basically broke, or well, not going to be able to muster up a full purchase. I guess maybe a vain attempt to get the Hunter's Fury to, I don't know.
We're clutching it.
Yeah, desperation mode.
And it's just, and it does feel a shame because at their highs, Heretics is such a good team to watch. And I think Weber's reaction shows a lot of it.
Yeah, that's probably more indicative of what we're talking about, right? This is, you know, if we plan for this, this is not what we practice. This is, we're not playing our own game. And
but we hear that a lot. It's like, but in prac, we got it all right. Everything worked out. You hear it from other teams. Don't think it's just a Heretics thing, but that whole like, in practice it was fine. They knew what the plan was, but it came to the game and suddenly they've forgotten it. It's not happening. It's not working out. It feels like that, but over and over again. Again, I'd love an extended chat with the coaching staff, but Levin, it's just the executor. Boo's dead to rights. Boo's barely been in these rounds, man. He's been trying. I think he's the top of the board maybe for Heretics, but at this point, KC are running through them. They're making it look too simple, too easy. The calling's been great. The individuals have been great. It's a good upswing for KC. And you can see why. Levin is absolutely on a tear. A brilliant game from him. 18 kills already. Unbelievable. Benji. would nearly have to double his score to get this round even possible, and it's not going to happen. 10-2. It's not a pretty half, Mike.
No, it's absolutely not. KC looking as if they've done a lot of work to continue with the successes they previously showed us on Abyss, and everything looks like it's starting to fall into place.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Well, KC fans, you now have a map and a couple of players that are putting up numbers for you. It feels like we don't know where they stand overall sometimes. We still struggle to kind of pin down KC's highs and lows and what makes it all come together at the right time. Here, on that first half, it was perfect.
I mean, looking like a different team. Let's be real. They come back as well, obviously struggling in this first half. But I mean, when you've got Levin basically running you down, and Arvez, again, 15 assists. And that's not just off knives. We're seeing so many little flash plays out of smokes. Obviously, then the last round there behind the divide as well to catch, I believe it was Rien's, but Arvez putting in work to set Levin up, and which is something we talked about, Levin being ahead of the pack and not having that support system in place. Here it's obviously something KC have worked on, and it's paying dividends.
If Heretics don't get this pistol, it might be the first nail in the coffin. And look at the quick flank and look at the quick positioning coming from Levin. As long as he can buy time on the site, that'd be fantastic. Boo's done well to take away Arvez, so some of that support's gone. Those are still alive here. The flank is on the way, and they don't seem any wiser, and they still don't know. How is he getting away with it? Dozier from up above gets two.
One enemy remaining.
They were absolutely clueless, so
Spike down,
Benji
B.
has to save the day. He's got two players to locate. Levin.
I have retrieved the spike.
Spike's there. Doesn't, I think, show. Oh, Levin might get an angle on this. He does. Yeah, just a little look. Drags him off the plant.
Tag.
Benji's trying to put in a shift here. Maybe eyes up where Sugetsu is. Can't quite note it yet.
HP. He's already tagged up. So Levin, yeah, would have had an angle onto that, but KC just waiting.
Patience. Very disciplined.
Planted the spike.
Timing now. Sugetsu knows. He hugs that wall, he's safe for a second. Nothing to be done there. Body shots for days. KC.
I mean, just again, another situation, a third situation in the same map where Dosier's got away with two. He's revealed on the site. And again, they see where the paranoia comes from.
Was there a paranoia or a flash that came in? Was it a flash maybe from Arvez? I'm trying to think. So I think
yeah, there was a flash outside.
Right?
Yeah, but regardless, even just seeing that, I don't know if they think that during the paranoia he's just TP'd away or got out of here, but there's nobody looking top here. There's nobody to the backside on. Just really bizarre. And like I said, their sidelines are cut on the way in, but they get the confirmation.
That's rough. That is really
But like I
rough.
said, it's another.
It's
another round.
Dozier.
Dozier against two.
This guy's damn good.
Oh, Michael Dublé.
He can be the Michael Dublé of the day. Levin forced off, and it just looks direct from Heretics. Just going to buy up, Stingers out. Let's just either get in, get this over with, get it done, or try and do something. Here we go. Rien's still alive, and confident Shados wants his time in the sun. This is just a massacre. Get him out of this game. It is 12-2, in zone, flawless.
Shaydos looking fired up there, actually.
He's just standing there in the open, having a biff. Look at him.
Yeah, it feels a little like just, okay, rip the Band-Aid off. Let's get to map 2.
Yep.
Obviously get to... Conversely, obviously their comfort zone, historically, being Haven. Eng looking way more chilled out today.
Oh, yeah.
Rightfully so, a 12-2 scoreline here. Heretics obviously going to try and make something happen here, but... Oh, weapon. Yeah, tagged up. Good information for KC to react. Well, Spike not committed just yet, so Heretics not going to follow through on that opening damage. It's only really Rians and Comeback the ones with a feasible chance to do damage here. But certainly Sheriff's elsewhere.
Is there just going to be an absolute biff in middle? There is. Comeback's already got down. I think it was just blind. Arved's going to get that pretty much for free, it feels like. Man to the good, make it more! Shaydos again! I mean, KC! Making better choices than Tenz's award show right now. It's done. This one is wrapped up. Heretics down to just boo. Michael, this has been an absolute one-sided affair and a half.
Yeah, will repeat itself. Arves to seal the deal here. An in-zone flawless to close out 13-2. And what feels like nothing but a GG go next.
Pretty much that. We're going to leave it at that and just keep in mind Haven coming up next, as we do have an interview standing by.
Shaydos, I'm going to take you away from your team because I have to ask you, another 13-2 on Abyss. What is your secret on this map?
No, to be honest, it's just our best map. That's why, like, we feeling the map, we are feeling the gaps, we understand how to play off each other. That's it.
All right, well, thanks so much. I'm going to let you go. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the second map of the series, Haven, coming up next.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Your Abyss looked great against Team Liquid, and again here today. Why is it so good? It's because of him. He is the best. To be honest, I think we just have like super great synergy on it. So I'm pretty happy about it. Right now we just need to translate it to the other maps and keep scaling, because I think we have like super great potential. As you can see, when we are playing good together and stuff like this, we can like be a super good team. And yeah.
He just basically think when we have normal comp without Phoenix, we're winning.
Exactly, so please change Phoenix, stop playing Phoenix. But yeah, super happy about what you're showing on Abyss, and mostly also the other maps, and I hope we're gonna have the same level on the other maps as Abyss. Thank you very much.
Thank you. When we have a normal comp without the Phoenix, we are winning. I mean, look, Shada's saying the same thing. This is just their strongest map. This is the map they're most comfortable on. 2 13-2s back-to-back in this lower bracket. KC fans are happy.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they are the ones pointing at the competition stuff,
Yeah.
and I don't have to do it.
You're still gonna do it, though.
Eng came over to me earlier, and I was like, what did I say? Did I say something wrong about Phoenix and stuff? And then he's just having a nice chat. So I'm glad that, you know, they're taking it in stride. And like we said before, like, this team has firepower.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't seen it necessarily from everyone over kickoff, but it is there, and I think that's what we saw today on this map.
I don't want to jump too ahead, but the fact that they said that about the Phoenix and we have Haven next and they play Phoenix there, I don't know, maybe we see a change. But yeah, I think to echo what Minnie has just said, it was all of the individuals that were turning up today, especially on that Abyss there. I think that we mentioned the firepower, we mentioned the fact that when you look at this roster on paper, there are so many heavy hitters that should be able to have this prowess, especially mechanically, right? So yeah, I think in terms of that, everyone was able to show up.
Yeah, I think that like when we were like in the green room watching, we were like, oh, should we talk about Levin? Should we talk about Dosia? Should we Sagetsu? It was like one of those moments where like, which one do we highlight? Obviously at the end, I think it ended up being 11 Jet show once again with the, I think he was like 21-6 or something. But it's just like, there is just so much potential in this team. Like, obviously they find themselves at the back of the wall in the lower bracket, but I think there's a lot here. There's a lot of hope, I feel like, here.
Yeah, and I think another thing to add on to that was we questioned how good is their attack going to be? What is it going to look like? Levin being on that Jet is obviously a lot more comfortable, which we've already highlighted, but I think if you were to ask me, no, a 10-2 half is pretty good on their attack, and obviously being able to close it out after that point as well, they're going to be very happy moving on to the next one.
KC's happy, analysts are happy, but I want to ask, because of course every single one of their individual players did really well. Was the cohesion that you wanted to see from them there as well? Of course, they were able to overpower Heretics when it comes to the firepower, but those small little mistakes, were they still there?
I think it was more about Abyss being a fairly simple map to play, and KC didn't overcook any of the strats. It just felt like they were going in the sites together, trading well. Everyone's on their comfort, and when Levin's dashing in and he's got support and they're shooting their gun, this team can do very well. Obviously, against some of the other teams, maybe that will come back and seep in. But yeah, Heretics didn't really look like they were in this one.
We say that they kept it simple, but what did you say to me in the green room when we saw those first kind of 3 rounds? They had a funky pistol round, and then they had a funky bonus round, which is good because that's the KC that we wanted to see in the sense that they're being creative and innovative, but
I mean, it's still simple. To do A splits, I don't agree that A splits are that good a strategy, but on a pistol round, on a bonus round, I think that those are those gimmick quote rounds, and so by calling a set strat, that's pretty simple, and then later on they're keeping it simple with just like these XX. So.
Yeah, that's what we've also praised the teams on that have been performing really well here in Kickoff, so good to see that from the KC side of things. Heretics, however, they were able to get 2 rounds in total, so to see exactly what went wrong, we have a coach confession as well from Nilzinho.
You picked Haven despite losing it last week to Giant X. What did you learn from that match? Honestly, a lot of what we're learning right now has nothing to do with the maps. It's more about our team. We're not in a great position right now. Just showed it yet again. We are playing so scared. It's crazy. We're giving them so much space. We're giving people so much respect. We're not playing how I know we can play. So yes, we learned a lot of things macro-wise on Haven, but it's mostly what we've learned about ourselves, and we need to step the... Can't insert a word, but we need to step up a lot for the next game and focus on ourselves and our mentality, because right now it's not good enough.
It's more about what we learned of ourselves and also just giving too much space. Would you agree that that's a downfall that we see even in Abyss?
Yeah, Abyss was a map where I was noticing a lot of the time, like Comeback was sometimes taking A main control and posted up. But in terms of information, they have 2 agents, Sova and KO, who can provide information for the defense rotations. And time again, it felt like they were not able to find out what the opponent was doing. And so either you use the information tools better, or you go for a proactive push. And right now on Heretics' side, it felt like they were too scared to go for some of those proactive pushes, and not, I don't think, using the information tools well enough. So on the Haven, this is a map where those proactive pushes especially are so key. And so if we're seeing them scared on Abyss, this is not a good sign for Haven, in which I think the best teams in the world are the ones who are pushing out in that mid-round, getting information, rotating earlier, putting in some flanks. You know?
Yeah, I agree. I think being scared to do that on your defense, you're about to move on to Haven. You were playing double duelist the last time that we saw you play this map as well. Even more so important, I think, by having that double duelist set up on Haven. Being able to get that deep space and, you know, take those angles and find out that information if you're not running the double initiator, which we saw from them, which we've just said they were lacking in being able to find out information despite running the double initiator. And I think for me, it's interesting that Team Heretics decided to go to the Haven in the first place, considering KC have been picking Haven first at any given opportunity.
And they have the Phoenix.
They're going to go with the Phoenix.
What, did they lie? Are they lying to us?
No. What do you mean? What do you mean? What did you think?
We win games when we don't have wacky comps like Phoenix. So we were like, wow, we're
Yeah, I mean, it's very self-reflective. They're doing our analysis for us. We'll just play that clip back if they do lose this map, for sure.
Oh, perfect. Let's do that.
But yeah, I think on the coaching side from Heretics, I think it's like one of those things where it's like, why are these players scared to make those choices? I think it is down to the coaching staff itself sometimes to, you know, create protocols during the scrims and kind of build up that confidence in the players to make those pushes. I wouldn't put it all down on the individuals. At a certain point, I think Weber and Neil have to reflect on why this isn't happening.
Do you think Neil and Weber are like the ones that are under fire here then?
Yeah, I think that if your team's not playing the way you want them to, why is that? And that's your own, you know, that's your input, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with that as well. I think for me, keep an eye on the Sentinel head-to-head because that's something that we kind of discussed earlier. So get to being back onto that Cypher has been a high point for me.
All right, well, we're going to send it over to our casters for Haven with Pansy and Hypok, and they can also give us some insight on the Cypher, right?
We could do that.
We could.
We could.
Or we could just hindsight after we've seen a few rounds and then pick apart predictions, expectations.
I love that. That's what we'll start with.
We'll go with that.
Let's go for wishy-washy instead. Confidence. How do we get Heretics confident again?
That's your wishy-washy question.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Comeback needs to basically, I mean, I wouldn't say run it down, but do some of the things that Deska alluded to, right? Take some of these risks. The issue being when you come out of a map where you've had very few successes and positives to really reinforce taking those risks, is it doable?
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better player to set you up, right? You got Riens. So let's, you know,
But now Woot alongside you on the front lines, potentially.
Very good point. So let's see that. Let's see that synergy. Let's see them working together. Let's hold them to that standard of taking confident fights when they have the opportunity. That's what I'm going to look at in this map, and then the Cypher, potentially. Beyond that, we've got KC with another opportunity to maybe show us what they're working on as well. Considering we saw the best of them in the last map, let's see if it carries over here in any sort of similar form. Confidence will be sky high for them, and they've already got a plant.
I was going to say, Dosia are the one to maybe take some space elsewhere. Heretics got to have their head on a swivel here.
They certainly do. Woot's going to be rewarded by keeping presence towards Garage now. A lot of bodies coming their way. On this bottom side of middle, crunch going to be happening now. Sugetsu plenty of targets and comes out on top, but he's got a feeling there's more here. They've heard that drop down as well. Certainly going to hear that. The switch up of position. Boo and Rien's going to have to work in perfect unison to be able to pull these players out of the corners. Plenty of smokes, but now plenty of bodies to put to this. We're going to get half, but around we go. Oh, is that a Doge's in? Doge's got it, it's fine. I don't know who's going to get that kill. Even in low-light levels, like, could have been mine. Good start for KC. Got a bit sketchy at the end, but all fine in the end.
And KC just very proactive with immediately taking space elsewhere. Dosia, see the initial person to probe elsewhere. I didn't even catch, actually, yeah, Shados' kill so early on comeback. At that point, unfortunately, Heretics just don't have too many different, yeah, basically. I mean, the one way almost being their downfall there inside the smoke.
Revealing area.
They're going with a bit of pace here, or at least to start with, right? It's all in, it's very direct.
Oh, no.
Woot might be dead. I think Woot's dead. Yeah, time to get out of there, fair enough. Evacuate. And they won't play from backside. Maybe still keep that shorty in range as classics. I have a shout. Ooh, he was on the money. It sets up Rienz to at least drop a body, but still, they're just happy to bulldoze, right? They can stay as a pack, fight as 5. Plan's going to come down, and you're looking at what's remaining. Comeback does get a chance to maybe do something, but man, it just feels like it's not landing for Heretics. Even in like that silly 1v1, there's just like things like that just make you feel like you can't get into a game.
Bucky here in a 1v4. It would take an awful lot.
Could you imagine, though? The odds on this
I
one.
actually can't imagine, no.
You can't see it.
Can't visualize. Maybe an exit. I even think KC are going to give him the opportunity here. Seeing Levens
Time to jump.
still hanging about.
Grinning, man. They're happy. They're having
I just saw
fun.
Sugetsu during that kind of engagement toward heaven, he was literally just laughing.
That's awful. Get confident, guys. They're laughing at me. They're laughing at me while I'm trying, please. Come back and give it up to the spike. That's 4 standing. And the second round for KC.
And again, even just coming back into what we heard there from the coaching staff of Heretics, opening 2 rounds, not necessarily ones that, you know, you're going to come out and now feel confident in your buy round to put something in motion or, like I said, take some risks. I mean, there is an opportunity here. It's obviously a pretty light inventory in terms of a bonus round here for KC due to the approach in the previous. Sugetsu now does offset that a little bit with a rifle. And very passive hold towards C here on the side of Heretics. Maybe actually almost anticipating further pace to capitalize on these SMGs, but Benji
Cage trigger.
gets a glimpse. Forced away here, and
Speaking of confidence, Sugetsu, the one with the upgrade, just on that Vandal, and he's got timing. Oh, does he? No, okay, Boo's actually gonna get the drop on that. I thought he might have threaded the needle, not the case. And you can see Casey starting to suffer on the side, but it's Arvez takeaway comeback, and that's gonna certainly keep you feeling a little down and out, but it's taken Boo to do it all. Boo is the only one to be drawing blood so far, really. 3 kills in this round.
the flank coming through from long though. Look at Woot in the background.
Surely that's where it stops. That's where everything should be wrapped up. A little hesitant to feed a weapon in, that's fair. I don't blame you to pause and hit the brakes here.
Well, Dosu's got upgrades, so they're waiting for somebody to overstep here on the side of Heretics. Still consideration made towards backside of C-Long.
Shados committing to hold this CT side, right? Like they've almost had to leave some space open. Can't really challenge along either. Oh my god, might have been seen there, not sure. The net gets closer and Rienz, the one to capture them both. The fuse should be no problem. So Heretics will be okay, but gotta say, that was off the back of Boo there.
Yeah.
Catching that timing in middle, playing
And
well
again,
on the side.
I believe both of them blind through the smoke. Didn't actually catch them on camera, but again, 2 kills that you're sort of gifted to shut things down here. Yeah, literally, again, that's what wins you the round. So ultimately there's a couple of upgrades to be had, and unfortunately at that point, I mean, KC called, well, make the right decision to kind of call a freeze, but also nobody comes barreling out from Heretics to feed into that situation. This will prevent the bonus. But KC back on rifles. Arvez just 1 away already from the ultimate. The way out the shooter on A long, Woot probably going to try and take this space away.
Don't know how I feel. Oh, God. I guess you got to take some chances, right? Try and maybe get involved a little, but that's A-Long gone, and Rienz quite alone. There's nothing in sewer either, so information not forthcoming, but they are up long. They are close on this. Maybe playing contact off this flash pretty much. Yeah, spins in. Nice from Rienz. The paranoia not quite there in time to be supporting of Rienz, but the rest can at least put bodies behind it. Still a fight to be had on the rest of the map, and Wu on the refight. Takes away the pressure from Long. Leaves Shados with limited options.
Yeah, down to 10 HP, taking a ton of damage there. See question marks elsewhere on the map now with Sugetsu falling, but probably just going to opt to hold on to this rifle. I think it's really doable here without some solid information elsewhere on the map. Obviously, we can see Heretics obviously rotating towards... Nearly said rotating. A reference no one will get, but...
Literally internal Discord comms. Yeah, this one's a little bit of a pause on this. But what do you actually make of the Phoenix? I haven't actually asked you about this. How do you feel about seeing it here?
I mean, I love it. I particularly love Aves on it as well. I think he's shown that he's very proficient. I think as well, we're talking about the ability to take risks and whatnot on the defensive side. If you can farm up that ultimate, it's just another tool that you can throw out as a probe. You can set things in motion in terms of just taking engagements on the defense. I think it fits quite nicely into certain teams' playstyles, and particularly they see how they obviously want to play.
Yeah, seeing if it actually works out in this. I mean,
Aves just continues to impress me in a number of situations. I think he's shown that he's very versatile. I mean, you didn't see this off camera, but a chance for Sugetsu actually to find a second as well here.
That could have made things a little bit different, but as it stands, a good chance for Heretics to kind of build a bit of motion, a bit of money behind them. Ult-wise, not a million miles away. Rienz already has his. And financially, obviously, sat in a far better position than KC right now. So a little bit of a shaky purchase, still functional. Going to be lacking in certain areas.
The position towards A long here was Woot actually the scope this time around, but KC, as if they want to make ways towards C. The Aves to pave the way here. Benji's got to be careful. Does have come back in support.
How much space can Aves get here? Fully just send the body in, but Rien's already going to catch Levin, so that's going to make things harder. Keep in mind that Doja does have Spike there, so could have been out on a limb, wasn't in the end. They've handled it well, Heretics. We're keeping this in hand, only losing Boo thus far, and still keeping vast majority of control on this map.
Difference being now Heretics winning some key engagements, not necessarily confident plays, but shutting down some of the ulterior motives for KC on this attacking side. Concede a lot of space towards A, but pretty comfortable in terms of the coverage here. In fact, the Sugetsu and Dosio have taken a ton of damage.
30 seconds left.
I think it's hard to swing this 3v4.
Yeah, just, again, the fact that Heretics are fully aware that A is very, very vulnerable. We've seen nothing elsewhere. Going to hear the smoke investment. Going to cause a reaction. And should be able to play very safely for a retake. The shock dart a little too short to really deny Doja here. So Bart is in 3v4. And as you noted, the HP is very low for the KC side. Dart ready. Now they've got to work together. Let's see that timing and synergy and spacing. This is what it's about. Ignores the first, goes for the second. Comeback's gone, but the spacing's good here. Sugetsu would have to go absolutely wild. Can't do it. Woot comes in, Rienz in unison. It is Heretics staying alive with 2 and another round posted.
In the recon, getting maximum value here, even if it doesn't clear graffiti, but the flash perfect from Woot. Makes it really, really hard to dig themselves out of that situation on the side of KC. So 3 unanswered for Heretics. KC back in a bit of an awkward spot in terms of the bite. Aves, again, he's just half a second away from probably getting a kill here. Like even catching a flash and maybe a near sight as well. But meanwhile, it's Levin to fall to the Hunter's Fury on the back of that, which again is that support system that potentially could have found value alongside Aves' ultimate.
One thing I am going to keep a bit of an eye towards, even in the successes, is the fact that comeback is quiet here.
Yeah.
Now, this one, he's on the Neon. And
picked off a couple of times in rotation as well, yeah.
And honestly, also very selfless, going in there first, just trade me in, that's fine. Like, he was playing his role. I'm not going to be upset about that. But we know his potential on the Neon, and we've seen it on this map in the past. We know how good it can be. So I'm looking to see that find some form here. Maybe down the line, doesn't have to be early, but would like to see him activate. Just while the piece is not quite there yet. But
Decoy.
Heavy emphasis on this B site and a very quick plant potentially. Levin going to invest the ult on this, but Woot's getting right in there. Dangerous though, burning alive, and they do go down. KC still in with a fight in this 3v2. Hold up. And speaking of comeback, he's one of the two alive, yet to get off the starting blocks. And now trying to do the dance. Levin outdoes him, breaking the ankles on that. Now Boo's done some great work, but once again, hard question, but the HP, Mike, it's not impossible.
No, certainly not. Needs to find Shados comfortably. The issue being he's disconnected all the way outside double doors here. We'll find the first. Snappy from Boo to pick up Levin.
Warming up, man.
Still some time to play with.
Yeah, still
got smoke back.
Got a little bit to play with. 8 bullets though, and that time's starting to tick. You can kind of hear it. If he's lazy on the clear or just takes a gamble. Yeah, there it is. It kind of falls apart on that one. You feel it. You know it's kind of dipping away. Time is the factor. Shados should not lose this. And I don't think he does. Yeah, time is very much gone here. Nice attempt from Boo, but too little, too late.
KC just barreling towards B. On the back of the ultimate from Levin. Yeah, initially here, it looks like they might just win out. I mean, Woot gets 2 kills, but at the same time then, Arvez, Levin and Sugetsu all find responses to prevent Heretics from capitalizing on that pressure towards the plant. That's a tough loss as well. And not a full investment. I believe it was 2 rifles. I didn't fully actually get a glimpse of the purchase there, but...
Here we go. This is what I kind of wanted to see. A little bit more of an attempt to pressure. Hard to do it when you're set on 0 to 5, but...
4 positioned this side, by the way.
Oh, God, I didn't even see there was others behind this. Okay, maybe trying to make something happen. Still got util in the way to get past, so it should ring the alarm bell, and that's a lot heard here. And comeback did again. I mean, it's not looking good, and they can't really do much off the back of it. Yeah, they're behind enemy lines, but Arvez, good flash, good follow-up, finding more. Casey fighting back. It's only Boo. It's turned into the Boo show, which is not what I wanted to see. There's got to be more than this.
He'll be last alive again in a 1v3. Doesn't get the upgrade, so makes this one even more unlikely than the previous. KC don't scramble to make a decision here to take another site. They actually stand their ground in spawn. Huge investment in terms of bodies from Heretics. Again, it is a roll of the dice. We were talking about them potentially. We want to see them, in terms of confidence, taking risks here on Haven. It's obviously the ethos that suits this map best. So I guess he does find it.
Watching this spot.
Again, unfortunately, going to be a blow to the overall confidence. Wouldn't surprise me to see a timeout maybe in the next couple of rounds for Heretics. Now that KC have taken the lead.
If they're starting to get their footing and starting to get a nicer read on the map, and a couple of these more aggressive plays aren't working out, really.
Yeah, Boo's in at 10 and 4. Like you said, it's no discredit to him, but not what you want to see with this composition, and certainly here on Haven.
Yeah, it's like if I'm looking at Woot, I'm looking at comeback. These sort of players, even Rien, throw him into the mix. Let me see what you can kind of bring here. But I am at least seeing Woot kind of posture up towards Sewer. Looking to maybe try and stake a claim on one part of the map, alleviate the pressure so they can rotate extra bodies elsewhere. And it's not necessarily a wrong read. We know that KC seem to have quite the affinity for pressuring that B site. Going to be spotted on this, but sees nothing else. Right player here, if you want your fragger, it's going to be Boo on the B site. Does have comeback nearby as well. I think Rien's there, but overwhelmed. Comeback finally going to get things going. Arvez goes down. Rien's looking to get invested. Run down, literally. They are just taking every mad fight possible, but Boo's still standing guard. He's kept the space this time.
She's got ult as well, so can switch things up a bit here. Sugetsu does make his way onto C site now, taking some of this space away. Obviously, Neural Theft went in. Information will be relayed. Shados does have the Hunter's Fury here. So they need to make something happen on the back of Woot's ult.
Okay, he's seen pretty much all of this. Commits on towards Plat. Luckily, he's good for it because no one was quite ready to trade on it, but Heretics flooding back in, looking like they're a little bit more confident in those individual fights. Shados, well, positions noted, does his Hunter's Fury, but what are you meant to do in a 1v3? And there's the smoke. That is it done. Quick as anything. Benji, good shot. Much better from Heretics. I was a little scared when we came out of that ult and no one was there quite ready to punish.
Commitment to the timing as well. Obviously the awareness being the Hunter's Fury is available. So immediately taking control of site back in their favor. All tied up 4 apiece now. See how the ultimates land here. And Heretics well equipped to deal with, obviously, the audible that KC call. Even a little bit worrying there, seeing the timing, actually, of Benji still tucked into that smoke. A chance, really, for Sugetsu to come and find that kill for free. But all tied up. Heretics keeping things neck and neck here.
Take a bit of that. That's an ult orb. Alves has his. And Woot going walkabouts. Love that.
This is better. This is better.
And Benji, yeah, set up. This is fine. This is actually way better. Finally see them getting vested. Woot can get out of there. Doesn't need to stick around too long. Alves took a beating in this, and they're down to 2 players. This is what we wanted.
Yeah.
Take a bit of that confidence fight. Take the map back. And actually do something with it. We're playing deep here, playing smart, playing safe. Aldron's clearing mid as we speak. And Alves is going hunting. He wants to get closer. He's going to spot him on the corner. No one in garage. Let's see if they can tighten up their spacing a bit. There's limited threats on the other side, though. Alves does have the Vandal, no armor, no shield. Shadow's just down to the Sheriff. Good flash, though. Great timing on this. Hold on, Rienz. We're going to need some magic from you, mate. 1v2. He's got it. Pulls it out of the hat. And Heretics staying alive.
Now with the boost to the confidence. Proactive play from Heretics pays off here. Obviously a great read on what's going to happen with Alves' ultimate. The crunch through mid. Absolutely dissecting KC's initial setup here. Again, they just can't get in garage quick enough.
I'm just happy to see calls like this.
Yeah, and this is the sort of thing to commit to this as well. Chance where it's not necessarily feeling like a comfortable half, but at least you got the benefit of not being up against the ropes in terms of money. And there's probably an extra body in mid. That's why Sugetsu's caught off guard when he swings window. So yeah, credit to Heretics here. Certainly not shying away from fights.
This is what the doctor ordered. Now, the money going to be broken. So Heretics are starting to win out in the battle of attrition, really. 3 players on the A site this time, though.
They see back in a position to consider these approaches towards B. And you might be even connected there. He does. Shados will fall.
They found my wide. They found my wide.
Okay. In the meantime, the kind of exchange of space, though, B side gets taken. But honestly, Heretics have been pretty scrappy on these retakes. But look at this kind of aggressive posturing, but so many bodies. Maybe not expecting those 3 players already on the A side like they were. And now just Levin and Dozier. This I won't completely remove vision, but it will remove Benji's head. Hold on, Dozier. Oh, it's on for the double, but can't be converted. How are we getting this close, man? Look, Heretics are in the lead, Michael. Everything's fine.
It's also fairly telling that that swing into A-Link, and there's 3 members of Heretics on the other side. It's another kind of defensive formation that's revealed here. If KC can continue to find their space on B, I think they're going to feel pretty confident about taking some more space behind it. Plenty of ults to work with now.
Yeah.
Spike
Maybe a little overzealous towards garage, but again, less a purchase, so just trying to take some risks. Dozier again, man. Just 2 from there.
Always gets 2. He's good for 2. Always good for 2. Did comeback ult in that round? Yes, he did. Still not certain on this one, but Woot's once again taking the space here. Now, have KC learned their lesson yet? No, apparently not. But this time there is a trade.
Very quick trade, yeah.
That was much, much faster. Maybe expecting a bit more of it. And learning on the fly, but again, you're looking at the ults here. KC do have plenty to play with.
The lighter side, B and C here for Heretics. Come back trying to make something work with the operator. See Sugetsu, a chance here to reveal some info. But is being guarded. Come back reading that. I have a chance to take away Sugetsu here if he goes for the neural theft. Or just going to sit on it, wait for a rotation, and then invest it at the right time. I mean, a wide open C site, no trip here, only one towards garage. So Comeback actually gave up the angle on window.
Yeah, I thought he was still holding that, but maybe getting a little bit more curious as to their...
Now they know they've got freedom.
Through garage, and look how deep Levin got. Luckily enough, Benji didn't overcommit to the angle, because he could have been dead then, untradeable. But
Levin's got... Oh, Shadows has got...
Yeah. Does Levin just want to stay posted on this one? Got Doja with him. Heretic's going to be held up for a second here. Yeah, here we go. Information and on top. That's at least going to be one spotted, potentially two. Yeah, big tags coming out here. Good damage and good blocking, but Hunter's Fury on the other side as well. Levin. Oh no, Rienz gets absolutely backhanded, and Doja holding the line, leaving Boo completely undone. He ain't got this one in him. KC. Layers to that then.
Yeah. Levin just seems to sit in his hole for so long. I think obviously the plan there to make use of Rienz's Hunter's Fury as well on the other side. Able to pop out and just find a freebie and then be in the back lines of Heretics. Levin the one to lead the charge here in this half, 11-7 for KC. Yeah, it's the perfect timing as well, because it's when the other players from Heretics are then pushing forward to try and take that space, capitalize on the pressure, but
watch your eyes.
A broken by here from Heretics. That's why the rifle's gone.
Yeah, I thought he might have been forced off that angle, but no, he tried to go back for a little bit more. That's a early man advantage. They can keep that pace.
Yeah, another setup that just leaves Benji in a position. I mean, a Sheriff here, but he has so much of the map to cover. When you're playing against a comp with like a Phoenix, a Yoru,
Benji used to be one of the masters at holding down like solo sites, but he's holding most of the map. The rest it's a gamble, really, I guess, for Heretics. See if we can even drop a body. No, overwhelm KC. The site's theirs. There's almost no fight back.
A clean plant, uncontested. Not much in the form of utility here in the post, but Midoshi's got a TP. Arvez still with some tools at his disposal.
Deep owl drone too. Looking for that info. Very late to this. They were over on that A side. They've got a couple of upgrades, sure, but they're very late to the party and completely asleep at the wheel. Even KC just want to get involved in this, and Rienz, nothing to be done here. KC, they found the solution towards the end, but Heretics have kept this at least at 6-6.
Yeah, I mean, a great swing back in from KC as well, whilst initially it looks like Heretics were getting a lot of value in terms of retakes, able to topple that over in these final 2 rounds.
Yeah, bang on. So 6 apiece, as close as you can get between the two. We saw a good start from Heretics, but it's not quite there yet. Still a couple of pieces missing. We'll find out after the break if they can take us to a third.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Okay, so 6-6. where does this leave you, Mike? Because I'm still not quite sure, because you look at how KC got these rounds. They were a bit sporadic at best. They got the pistol, then it was a bit of a drought, fought back a little bit here, there, and everywhere. But generally, Heretics did answer back in the, I guess, the more important rounds to a degree. Those buy rounds coming in, they kept that money in the right place for a good while, but I'm still not certain.
I'm still not sold.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen enough assertiveness on the side of Heretics, particularly though on the defensive side, when you're playing this composition. Obviously now we're going to the attack, there's a chance for comeback and Woot to maybe be a little more aggressive in terms of approach to sites, but yeah, I don't feel like KC should have been able to tie up that first half.
Fair. Because I quite like that we saw Woot starting to explore mid a little bit here and there, but as you said,
quite late on in the day.
Exactly.
Again, the right read on potentially the Arvez ult round, but in terms of, again, I don't want to come back to just comebacks performance, but...
Well, this is the side.
Yes. Well, this is the side now where you can turn it around, but you shouldn't be in a position to turn around about half.
Yeah, I'm on your side, and Arvez already setting the tone that he wants to be quite aggressive here. Willing to take a fight down middle, will lose his life on the trade out, but took away Boo on the other, so a little bit trickier maybe. Maybe you have to be more direct. Levin, he can't get away, he stayed around all too long. There was a chance for him to get out of that, but he wanted, I guess, to try and take down, I think it looked like Benji on the other side, so at this point, 4v3.
So actually, Paranoia will land here. Shados going to find one, but Benji maybe to counterbalance that.
I mean, they needed something to go right for them. There's no way this falls apart. Rienz luckily stabilizes, because it did come down to that 1v1. But Heretics going to pick up the pistol, and that's huge for them. Get them a step in the right direction.
Again, just a slight overstay on the site. Maybe makes things a little more difficult than they need to be here in the pistol for KC. See, 2 Bulldog, well, 3. Benji's just going to bring a Ghost into the next. Great trade from comeback here again. These early rounds absolutely crucial in terms of how he's going to feel approaching the second half overall.
And I'm looking at this man because, again, he made the Outlaw one of those things to watch in Tier 2. One of the really early adopters towards it. One of the best with it we saw very early on. Alves, all gas, no brakes, and comeback going to handle him. This was going to be an all-in. It is just going to be classic, so don't worry too much. For Heretics, a good chance to farm up here. Come back to build towards that ult. He's halfway towards it already. This is good stuff. Levin, a touch behind the curve.
Just a little.
Just a little bit.
I think he's even going to have an opportunity to try and come back. Yeah, I was going to say comeback should drift away from A-Long here, probably pick up this angle towards Sewers. I mean, 29 HP, he's the focal point for sure, but now on this long sight line, he could absolutely find a freebie. A 3K in round 2.
Good stuff.
And an in-zone flawless for Heretics. Get themselves ahead by 2.
Do you think he's like leads the eco round sort of?
Oh, definitely.
Feel out the game.
For sure, especially I think that's probably a bigger picture question in terms of stepping into this roster this year.
No more secrets.
You're looking for kind of confidence boosters for him. And also because it's just not been many.
No, that's true.
Obviously, last week being the outlier to that, but overall, I don't think we're seeing come back to his potential.
No, and you can already see a bit of an adjustment here. So comeback put onto the rifle. We're going to have that Outlaw put into Rienz's hands. So interesting to see them kind of approach it in this way. And it's a very straight towards B. And the Paranoia is good. You can see the hesitation. Doja's already going to take away Boo. They've gotten to fight back on this side. Arvez straight away into the blend as well. Benji trying to put up the numbers back of sight. Doja again, still doing damage. KC winning out in the brawl, but there's still only 3 of them standing. So they've lost a couple here, but still. Rienz, this takes a lot. They got smoke in the way. He's only got an Outlaw. And they got big boy shields.
Yeah, any more damage would be great.
Would be nice. Does he get one?
No.
Tag?
Yes. Okay. And it's Sugetsu.
I was going to go for Doja. I think he's going to hit some mad flick.
What do you know now? Dosia's good for 2. He's got his... no, he's already got his 2.
He's got 2. Yeah. He just stops at 2 every time. He's like, oh.
Well,
done
my work here is done.
Yep. See you next round, boys.
30 seconds left.
I'm waiting.
Well, who knows?
Does that count? No, you didn't even tag him.
No.
Just chill. Fine.
Headshot. Sugetsu.
Headshot? You're up in the ante.
Go bold.
Oh, no tag. No
Shados
tag.
the heartbreaker.
Yeah. Devastating, 8-7. 3 left standing for KC there, so they should be able to get a decent purchase behind them. Obviously, not too many issues with Heretics either. I can imagine they'll be perfectly sorted, so we actually get to see a good round here. I'm still not sold on Heretics yet, but they are still at 8-7, so I'm waiting with bated breath. You know, because the problem is, I think the issue is if I didn't know who Heretics were in the past, this would be fine. The issue is we have personally seen their highs. We've seen the best of this team. We want to see it again. And right off to the beginning, Levin trying to take that space in Sewer. He does have help here. Set up over towards Long. You're a lucky boy.
Extremely deep on that angle.
He's had a couple of these, taking some big risks again.
Maybe to get away here, I mean, just tagged down to 89 HP. But there's space potentially for Heretics to play into here. We'll see what decision they do make. It's only Shados and Sugetsu here to hold down the 4 on 8. Already though, I mean, Levin making good moves on the other side of the map just to confirm there's no lurk, or active lurk I should say, up C long. If anybody gives away a sound cue here.
And it's been silent for too long, right? That's the thing
Yeah.
that worries me. Now, the door. The door is, you can look through it, and now Heretics, the position, the approach is seen. Now they have no idea about Long. They don't know about Levin. They know about Arvez, but that's about it. So the Paranoia goes in, supports there. Levin can try and decide when he gets involved. The timing is not there for him. Heretics, diligent on the clear. Playing a little late, but it's worked out. The C-take is in, the plant's there for them. Well navigated, they've managed to find the threats.
Yeah, Levin just, I mean, too anxious of bailing Arvez out on site. Again, no confirmation on Benji. Have to almost expect him in this sort of situation. Fortunately, Heretics able to cleanly sweep C. 11's out of 1,600 of them is Arvez and Dosia that are going to struggle coming out of this in terms of the purchase. But 5 alive for Heretics creates a huge opportunity now to stabilize.
Yep. This is interesting. We haven't seen too many timeouts yet here either. I feel as though both coaches or coaching staff really haven't had the willingness to get involved yet. So I'm wondering if we do see maybe a KC timeout.
There's got to be a KC timeout now.
You'd imagine, right? This would make sense. For Heretics, they've got what they needed. It's kind of working well. They've got that rhythm to them. They should be happy enough. I'd like to see KC just touch base, really. Make sure they're on the same page of how they want to be dealing with this.
I mean, maybe before the next.
Yeah.
But this, obviously, mustering together a purchase here. Obviously not feeling too bad about the game plan in general. It's maybe just an execution issue.
Let's have a look. So yeah, no issues in their mind so far. Ult-wise, we've got Rien's already there. Benji, one off of his, one away from comebacks too. So a couple of key pieces could come through for Heretics here. Already going to try and fight for that space on Long. Reinvestment of the smoke. And it's messy down there.
Smoke on bricks causing a bit of an issue for KC because it looked like they were willing to go forwards with that recon. Shados going to clear this space behind. I think, yeah, comeback already spotted. And probably very telling about what's about to happen if Heretics proceed here. Dosia on an off angle on the top of the box.
Good for 2. Plenty of targets. Timing's everything. Dosia, when do you recheck? When do you look now? Actually doesn't land it, but the Paranoia's good and he can fall away from this. Invest the one way, but they are fast approaching. Looking like they want to burst up here, but it's actually Rien's to win out towards Long, and Levin again goes down. This is starting to become an issue. Hunter's Fury going to connect as well. Shados dead, and Rien's just worth his weight in gold in this already.
All on the rotate, though.
They're cancelling on this.
There's still a question mark about Sugetsu. I mean, plenty of time left to play with. Still 5 alive, but they have to make moves quickly. Don't want to see this under 10 seconds by the time they get to site.
Yeah, seems to get to be more cross. He's got to be aware of this.
Can't challenge this.
No, 100% not. I didn't know if he could maybe just see the cross from Garage if he wanted to get involved, but he's trying to get ahead. He can't. forced to respect it. Heretics with 10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds left.
Going to be getting the plant down with 5 standing. And pretty much maintaining 5 standing. Just losing out on Benji in the end. The patience pays. A very late call on the pivot there.
A bold audible to call after winning out what felt like the crucial engagement on site. Obviously, the Hunter's Fury connecting. We'll see KC now a pump of the brakes. Let's have a quick check-in with Eng and Zeish. Again, the unfortunate kill here is a lot of 11. Obviously, Shados, not much you can do in that situation.
One enemy
He was tagged on the first comeback.
That's nice.
Beautiful kills from him. So he's putting some numbers up now, turning around that first half performance.
So yeah, it's time for a little bit of a closer look towards KC, because again, right, we all saw Abyss. We saw how good it looked when they were on the same page, when everything's kind of teeing up, lining up. They have solutions, they're proactive, they understand the map really, really well. Here, we're not seeing the same sort of diligence in the same way. I'm curious about Levin as well, because it feels like he's digging a bit too deep at times. He's taking a bit too much of a risk. We saw it, I think, on the pistol. We've seen it over towards sewers. A couple of occasions where he's trying to go a little bit further, which I get the want to, but it's trying to temper it a bit.
Yeah, I mean, coming off a heater and then stepping onto an agent where there has been questions. Maybe just a few more, well, an adjustment basically in the decision making, right? Especially that situation we saw. They concede first blood. The most important thing is still having 4 alive to obviously contest in terms of the post plant, but down on Sheriffs.
And again, I guess I ask the questions, how much of it is composition? Is it too one-dimensional? If we're not seeing like Aves on an absolute heater.
Yeah, I mean, Aves has had a much slower map than you'd expect as well. You come onto the Phoenix, you basically want to be maximizing the ultimate. Thinking even just going 1-for-1 in rounds is going to get you a better opportunity than what we've seen here, but
portal closed.
They're coming up on a big round in terms of ults for KC to follow this, but certainly with the advantage here.
Nice little high-low setup there, rewarded for Dozier, but
she gets her in.
Oh, God, that got a bit sketchy there. All good in the end. Comeback just trying to take space. Down to 40 HP. Got to be a bit careful on this. Could be isolated. Wu with great spacing to bail out comeback. And then there's the re-swing. But now completely cut out of sight. And that's way better from Heretic. Seeing that sort of decisiveness, that's what I'm looking at.
Maximize here, get Wu's ultimate for the next. Obviously no real play back in here. So the question mark if anyone's policing that weapon in towards window. Certainly an opportunity to do damage. Not going to matter too much in terms of the numbers behind this purchase for Heretics. I mean, a kill and death. He's got his ult.
Would be nice.
Can you
get what he wants?
I was going to say, can you get past comeback though on this angle?
Yeah, easier said than done.
He's only 40 HP.
Do it, especially with him kind of backpedaling out of sight now. He's looking for a chance. Oh, come on, Wu. That's not bad. Okay, Heretics closing in towards 12 now. We're at 11-7. We're going to see another timeout potentially. We've got ults coming through here. But again, this is where I feel like the composition just runs short. They don't have that depth to go to. They just don't seem to have that stopping power, really. And the Heretics, they haven't felt too much pressure on the way in. It's always been just kind of barrel into sight, trade effectively.
Yeah, there's no real flair to what we're seeing. This is kind of just clean.
Ooh.
Oh, we didn't even get to see the shot. They're reacting. We didn't even see it. Yeah, this is sort of a return back to what looks like well-drilled Valorant from Heretics. Obviously, come back now, finding his footing a little bit in the second half. First challenge going to be there, so he gets it down to 5 HP, but manages to send his hat in to reveal the rest of Heretics, and probably the first clean advantage created by KC here.
We say clean with a small caveat of 5 HP, but clean.
Clean. Take those. Osia just a smidge off in terms of the spam into the cage.
Again, just this kind of, I don't want to say passive hold, because Chelsea is trying to get a little bit of info, but it feels like they're just behind the wheel the whole time, right? They're not getting overly aggressive. They don't get late round information particularly. It just feels a bit stunted when it comes to what they can do with this. They're playing in a more traditional sense. No rotations yet either.
Right here.
30
So
seconds.
Dosia's going to have a decent idea here. How are going to slow things down?
They can just disrespect that smoke, though. There's nothing behind it, right? There's nothing to really do about it. Dosia slippery, sure, but come back looking comfortable, holding towards that hell space. Double flash goes in, and finally, Aves does take him down, but it's going to be traded out here. 10 seconds remaining. It's getting dangerously close. Benji has to get this plant. It's in. 2v1. Benji, the jump and the deny! This new habit that's forming in EMEA is all too easy for Benji.
Again, just maybe expecting the fake. Sugetsu on a wide jump. I mean, he's going to be rolling around backstage seeing that. But yeah, just feeding into that. Benji sticks the plant. A chance to fully reset here for the 1v2. Don't get me wrong, it is clean.
It's a vintage sort of Benji moment as well, right? Good to see. Now that's a confidence builder. That should get you right back into place. Woot's going to have and they can be direct in this approach. It is a gamble stat. 4 players. Going to dismantle one of those, bring them back over towards Con, and it looks like actually Levin's going to go looking.
Shadow's going to try and follow up on this information, but no connection just yet. Finally now finding one. I'm back. Onto Benji.
But mostly stuck towards the site. It's only Rienz who's disconnected, and he's been cleared. So now they're boxed in, and Levin comes out swinging. Gonna catch 2.
Last player
leaving just Woot alive, and one by one they've come in, and one by one they've fallen, but still, what can Woot do about this? It's so hard to play from. He tried, man. KC not out of it yet.
2 crucial kills from Levin. Catches a freebie onto Boo as well, maybe just not realizing where those shots have came from. A chance for KC to... Oh, beautiful from Levin. A chance maybe to see a few more rounds here. Heretics, but a bit of a buffer in terms of the economy and the scoreline.
Let us hunt.
Woot's ult here, Boo's and Benji's both just missing 2 points. On the side, just the TP for Dosia.
4-play start from Dave. Oh, sorry, 3. Starting towards long here.
Enemy mark.
I'm trying to set something up with this wall smoke. I've been trying to fake the rotation away.
Boo don't like it. Boo don't like it one bit. Something feels off.
But did somebody shoot the dart at the start? I didn't catch during the exchange, but they're obviously trying to play in Dosia here. Heretics, yeah, maybe just after a bit of a discussion, thinking better of it.
Watch them run. Bit ahead of the curve. Gonna see Benji over there, but
that's actually a big confirmation.
Yeah, and looking at this now, it's the alarm bells ringing. Okay, they're going for that C hit. Okay, get yourselves ready. And they've been struggling to hold this. To be fair, this has been the bread and butter for Heretics for closing out rounds. Comeback, not having the same success just yet. Till then, beheads both, leaving KC in tatters. That's the player we were waiting to see. This is the half where we saw it. 16 kills now. Blistering impact. The last 3 for KC. You got a long road just to get back on this side. Nice from Shados. Can't get the follow-up. Levin there on the trade. Hold on, 2v3. TP in. Levin, great timing, great spacing, but a great attempt at the end. 13-8. Heretics not done yet. Close, but no cigar. We are going to Corrode.
got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat.
Heretics fight to live another map, at least. Haven this time around, their map pick going in their favor, which is very much what we needed from their side of things to be able to push us all the way to the decider, and they get a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to highlight here was that in the coach confession we heard Neil and Weber talk about how it wasn't going to be the map theory that was the difference here. But honestly, I think that was the difference. I think that it's a map that they are extremely good at historically and understand how to play. We saw especially Woot getting a bit more aggressive in these rounds. It wasn't just middle, it was also like deep into A main. And on the flip side from KC, I feel like when you're playing the Phoenix, there are some limitations to that. But yeah, Heretics, they managed to get 6 on the defense, and I think that a lot of that was honestly Boo top fragging for most of it, which is a little bit of a worrying sign. But when they flipped to attack side, it just looked extremely easy for them. And I'm not sure how much of that was the good attack side calling as much as KC were under rotating consistently. That Phoenix was not able to get into positions where sites are being hit, in my opinion.
Yeah, funnily enough, Boo did end up being the MVP of the defense when you look at the stats, and then only being able to get 1 kill on the attack. You know, he kind of slowed down towards the end. But again, I think that comes down to the calling, right? I think that Team Heretics were having a lot of good reads on KC's defense a lot of the time, which was allowing their attack to look so solid in that sense. And I think as well, to come back to the coach confession discussion that you were kind of alluding to, Minnie, I actually do feel like, even if you were to look at that last round specifically from Team Heretics, I feel like they played with more confidence in that map. So yes, it might not necessarily be like a map thing because they've always historically been great at Haven, but I definitely felt like the confidence was through there.
Part of that confidence is because they're good at that map and understand when to be aggressive on that map was why they were able to get some of those rounds on defense especially. And on the attack side, I feel like Boo is the kind of quarter who knows how to play against the Phoenix. Like, I don't think there's enough there, personally, for me to be worried. Like, the issue KC, in my opinion, had was there was no control over A main at all. And if there's no control there at all, they just got gifted the map control Heretics. And when Boo gets gifted map control, he's going to call a good game.
And staying on the topic of conversation of coach confessions, and Loki predicted what was going to happen anyway.
Yeah, I mean, picking Phoenix and then
yeah,
losing.
let's listen to the man himself say it, actually.
He just basically saying when we have normal comp without Phoenix, we winning.
Exactly. So please change Phoenix. Stop playing Phoenix.
So I know it's all jokes, but like they're aware of the Phoenix, and again, it didn't feel like they got the value out of it that they were potentially hoping to get out.
I mean, I'll just be honest. I think Phoenix is okay in this meta, but I think there's so many better picks. I even think ISO is extremely underrated right now, especially in an op-heavy meta. The shield just like counters that completely. Yeah, 138 ACS. But like, it's like one of those things where I just don't. He just wasn't in positions to do much, in my opinion. Like, when he was defending the sites, he was often very weak-sided and would have to go crazy, and it just wasn't happening. So I think going forward, I do want to question that Phoenix in general from KC. It was something they were obsessed with last year and this year. When they're not playing it, they seem quite good.
Is it then more down to the Phoenix specifically, or rather the setup around it?
Set up around, like to say set up around a Phoenix,
Set up around a Phoenix
is a bit crazy. Like it's not.
Trying to get in there.
It can't do things on that map, especially that you want to do. Like if I said before, you want to take A main space, deny some space there. So one thing like ISO has an undercut to take it. Phoenix, you're throwing a molly from across the map, and it's not landing in time. There's just not a lot there. And when you have a Yoru with flashes already, I just don't think that this is
I think
an
as well,
S-tier
though,
pick.
on that conversation, like I would like to see more ISO in general in VCT EMEA because of the conversation that we've had about Operator being in meta. I think it's a really great counter to that. But I think when we're looking at the KC roster, who do we actually like visualize picking up that agent? Because Aves is... You really? You want to put Aves on the ISO?
You don't?
I just don't think, like, when I think of Aves, I think of him, yes, being a flexible player, but he's usually jumping onto those flash rolls. Like, I don't see him being an ISO.
I think it's exactly the same as Phoenix in a way. You play it almost the same. It's just you have better tools, in my opinion.
Let's move forward to the next map, though, being Corrode. And I mean, we can keep having this conversation in a different context of, do we want to see the Phoenix on Corrode? Obviously, the answer is no, but the next question then is, does KC want to see the Phoenix on Corrode?
I think it's a map in which we do see Phoenix picked. Like Vitality has played it.
It's viable,
Yeah, it's viable, but I don't think it's good. So you're basically, in my opinion, going into the game at a disadvantage, in my opinion, if you pick it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones where I'm hoping that KC coaches weren't foreshadowing by saying like, oh, we lose when we have Phoenix. Hoping that meant that like we're not going to have Phoenix on Corrode. But as we have a look at Agent Select, okay, so they're playing pretty much what they were playing in the off season. So there are tapes on this from when they played it in Project Blender previously. They only played it the once, but I believe it was this composition.
Very similar to the split composition here from KC. The idea being that the Teo and Fade is going to be able to set up Teo, Fade, you got Astra util, Omen util. You got a lot of util here for 11 to go in on that waylay, and so basically 11 is the focus here completely. Heretic side, very interesting. A Brimstone on Corrode. So the one thing I'm looking at here is no Astra. I think this is egregious not to play Astra. Like there's no gravity well to disrupt this waylay at all. So I think that KC are going to have a very good time with these XX on attack side.
Yeah, I think so. And I didn't even get to see who was playing the Teho on Team Heretics there. Was it Rians?
That's a good question.
I didn't get to see that. But yeah, I think looking at that composition, they both have quite interesting and different approaches coming into this one.
Yeah, we're ready to also head into the final map of this series. It is do or die for both of these rosters, as both KC and Heretics are now on this final map in the lower bracket. Who's going to continue their kickoff run? We're going to find out as we're heading into it with our casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, this is an elimination game. We have to remind ourselves it's gone to the third map here. Now, I kind of like what they ended on there in the fact that there's not much to really stop this waylay. We don't see that Astra that's been really hard to break past. So where do you see the difference being made?
I mean, this is just a question mark, though, with, I guess, the overall ethos what we saw attacking on Split previously. We were talking about Levin's falling a little flat, to be honest.
Yeah.
A huge opportunity. I think the comp here obviously enables him to really succeed. It's kind of front heavy, being that you've obviously got the Astra and the Omen here. So yeah, this kind of lives and dies by 11, to be honest with you. On the side of KC.
Yeah, I'm with you in that, and I see it. Do you have a similar thought for Heretics? Is there something that you see as such like a clear win con for them, or just
come back being on the jet?
Fair play.
To be honest, and being able to withstand it potentially here in terms of the defensive half.
That is a lot of presence in middle. Levin's got a lot of freedom to walk up. I don't think he's going to expect this many people in connector, however. Even I don't, but he's been able to get so deep on this. Surely that's already a bit of a red flag, being able to get this free this far. And I mean, Woot's found too. It's a topsy-turvy round. I don't know quite what's happening. But Heretics coming out on top in almost every engagement.
Yeah, Heretics been drilling their pistols, obviously. Yeah. Another heavy stack on a pistol round here. Come back. Chance there to find it. Alves actually gets away without taking a tag. But next issue being the spike.
Yeah, that's a lot of
just
people.
reminded us.
Spike. Now, what are the odds for this one for Alves? Not good.
Not great.
Not
I'll
great.
be honest.
Okay, 40 seconds. Let's see what you can do here, Alves. I think they know that corner. Yes, very aware. Rien's waiting for that one. And Heretics, as you said, though, drilling kind of down in some of these. They've got like plans made. They look quite decisive.
Looks maybe a little unorthodox, but here, knowing that they can concede the site, maybe just almost expecting it just to be Sugetsu in that sort of situation, and it being a little more top-heavy from the side of KC, but well navigated. Themselves off to a 1-0 lead here on the decider.
It's good stuff.
Nothing invested here from KC.
Launching smoke.
Back on the hunt though.
I have the spike.
That's not bad. Gonna see some more information as well. So for KC, you're looking at kind of silver lining more than anything. And Benji doesn't SMG if they do push up. Shows you, I'm gonna catch your timing on this. Again, they've slipped through this angle a couple of times here, but again, the weaponry just not in the position to complement it.
Toxin screen down.
Forced off initially, fortunately. Rien's still here. We'll send the Prowler in, so confirmation that nobody's made it any deeper.
I'm going to read this reclear, honestly, because of that Prowler that went in. Benji going to try and shoulder up first, though, take the angle, and they've done, yeah, he's done really well on this. Not two-faced. Ooh, I was complimentary a little too early, but that's fine. He's all good. He's still alive. And just Levin. Might be able to make it a bit costly. They probably quite like to keep that Bulldog, but as they don't lose anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, it was well invested, it being just the one pistol from Rien's. Again, with Levin down at 30 HP. Nothing really for him to do about this. Will just cycle the Bulldog away. Go and give his life. In trade of a point towards the ultimate. 2-0, 4 standing. Clean start here for Heretics.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. Get the ground underneath them, get a good build started. Start to look at the ults as well. You're going to have Woot pretty close by early on. Benji's doing well, obviously, in this round, getting 2 kills too. I thought he might have been on for the third. I think he did as well until 2 bullets happened. But luckily, Rien's near enough by. So all in all, Heretics good start. It's not the pistols that worry me, it's everything else. Now we get to see it.
I was going to say, yeah, come back in. We've got a weird overlap in terms of this bonus conversion for Heretics.
I guess really the only danger man, if you want to look at it weaponry-wise, because he has at least a Bulldog. Everyone else still a little bit here, there, and everywhere. So Heretics might take a chance, take a gamble, go for something a little bit weird.
Bring them down.
Not be the...
Big investment towards mid here, with nothing on the other side of it for KC. Obviously, we'll get some sound cues there on the drone from Alves, but nothing concrete.
You basically had contact on both sides of the map.
Find you.
Hard to fully read into.
But Heretics, I mean, sticking to their guns here. Still 3 semi-committed towards mid, and Benji now repositioned towards A.
Got to be careful getting caught on that smoke drop. This is going to be the fight for middle. Rien's already going to do insane damage, taking down Alves. Levin then just going to try and get involved. Spots out 2 good information relayed here. Rien's almost on for it.
Levin lucky to get away there, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. 30 seconds left. Really want KC to start making some moves here.
Ooh, and that's not clean. Yeah, this is starting to get worrying. Rien's actually just skipping through. I don't know how he's alive. This round is bizarre. We're at 20 seconds, and it's all gone weird. KC looking a little lost in the sauce, but Dozier trying to do what he does, but can only get one this time. Oh,
Benji.
Benji.
Dirty work from him.
10
to find Sugetsu as well, and KC unfortunately just letting this one pass them by, Lauren.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like this really late habit of playing these rounds so late. It is what it is, but for Heretics, they'll be loving it. 3 rifles. They've done really well in middle to kind of stake that claim, not give that up for free, play around it.
It looked like Heretics were going to play themselves in some really awkward space. But again, just getting caught at this choke. Sugetsu, one of the most tilted situations. Just painting a silhouette around him.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, bonus conversion here. Come back at an opportunity to apply even further pressure here. Well, wrong place this time around. Levin trying to posture up here with the hero rifle. Sheriff's across the board elsewhere, so they can try and work a pick. Rien's does catch a glimpse there in mid.
Face your fear.
Okay, Pacey trying to maybe speed this up. Wu with a stunning double.
Taken
Quick
down.
catch for Boot. KC, look. I don't know, like
But dare I say it, back to the point where, at least early on here, inability to get something going on the attack. Clean 4-round start here for Heretics.
And is this where we bring up that conversation back about shaders? Because we've seen how good it can be on Abyss, which clearly feels high up in their pool, right? This is something they're really happy with, very comfortable. Obviously, Haven wasn't great. It didn't feel nice, you know. Again, maybe compositionally, it didn't quite land. But here, technically, the comp should be quite good. I don't think I can put it on that. So I look back to that leadership, how they want to approach this, how they want to problem solve this. They haven't quite had that solution yet.
Yeah, I guess it will be answered if we see much of the second half in terms of that massive imbalance again, in terms of the overall approach for KC. Levin at least not looking to slow down here in round 5. Way more active here in the early round. Now we'll post up. Again, when you talk about being one-dimensional, there's nothing else happening whilst Levin is positioned here. And this is the sort of downtime we want to see KC make moves.
Yeah, the Prowler's just gone on over towards B, but that's it. I think they're just trying to be slippery, but it's not really causing Heretics to overreact. They're not biting on anything. This has been the re-clear. There it is, and once again, they've got the right read. Comeback will be slowly forced off this, but he can still just reposition on the second layer angle. And you've invested your Prowler already. The Haunt's gone. There's still one more Prowler, I guess, but you've gained nothing. It's 45 seconds, and you're at the starting blocks.
Well, I mean, 45 seconds, you're back to your opening default, effectively a man down.
As info there as well. That's Arvez. I don't think he quite saw Dozier, but still, you can see the cheat player coming over, right? You've been able to get Rien's on the right side of the map here, who has the ult. KC, this slow approach is doing very little, for me at least. And there's the info. There it is. Rien's now knows. Still has a C, 17 seconds. Crossfire actually might be dismantled. That's a problem if you're going to make a meal out of that one. Then yeah, you can get a plant down.
They'll find themselves 2 to the good here. Come back on an operator. Going to feel pretty awkward for Heretics to find an approach here. Just going to settle for holding their position. Won't be given an exit, but yeah, again, it's not necessarily as if Heretics are on the back foot here.
No.
Wants to get the information at the right time. Not sure of exactly where the util landed, but this B site hold crumbles on the back of this late hit from KC.
I'm just surprised they lost that fight through connector. It feels like they knew it was coming, and it just... Yeah, fair play. I mean, credit to just maybe hitting the shot, right? Coin flip sort of moment there. I'm a little bit concerned at that one. I want to watch it back here. Yeah, I mean, Dozier just hits a great shot, I guess, and then they can just unravel the crossfire. Fair play. It just feels risky, right? It's at 13, 14 seconds.
Yeah, it's not as if Boo's under any pressure from elsewhere here. He kind of takes a massive gamble, actually, swinging onto this.
think that's probably why they're a little frustrated. Kind of did everything right at that point, right? It's like you'd done the hard part. You'd held the map. You know,
I mean, looking at the
perfectly.
minimap, KC are where you want them to be if you're Heretics.
Yeah. Okay. And speaking of a changed comeback, how'd you get that one?
Ridiculous shot. Shados down off rip here. KC immediately put back into recovery mode.
Going up.
No pressure coming towards Benji just yet. Drone will spot here for Wu. They might try to crunch onto that. Arvez trying to slip through though. Benji has conceded a lot of space towards main.
We have seen that elbow position kind of toyed with it. Even in the early rounds, Doja was finding a little bit of timing to pressure this. But they've got to be aware they have left the A site completely open. And I think even maybe KC a little bit cautious to fully explore it yet, but they are going to go for this. Smoke up. And it's a bit weird. This whole game feels a bit weird.
Still some util to work with here between Arvez and Dosia in the post, but Heretics one to the good.
And here we go. We're on the trade out. We'll get kind of full through. Arvez, how's he gone the third in that? So Rienz has got an uphill climb and a half. You got Arvez on a heater on the other side. A little bit of a stack up setup, but Rienz going to dismantle one part of it. Couldn't quite contain Dosia, leaving Boo in the 1v2.
Oh. Finds Levin, but Dosia.
Yeah, a little sketchy.
On the cleanup. Second on the board here for KC. Again, if we can see similar to what kind of the first half, that is outrageous, by the way.
That's... Man.
I wish I could.
Yeah, you and me both, man. You and me damn well both.
Here's Arvez to really bail KC out
here.
And again, just talking about Benji, there's a chance to isolate that first player from KC. That's why, again, they look to crunch in mid, but the spacing wasn't ideal for KC. I see a set piece here on the back of Arvez. Levin on the dash, Benji!
Nah, this man operates at angles that's just not used to be seen in this game. And Wood trying to keep himself present, forced to fight forward. KC come out swinging. Finally slowed down, but only for a second. KC's pace, they couldn't handle it on the Heretics side. And they found somewhere to exploit. They found a pressure point to push towards. Boo's gonna be noted on the Prowler. Paranoia in, no one to swing. They bought time.
Another situation, Comeback has to find something on the operator here. KC rightfully relinquish control of the site. Let's wait for an overstep.
Yeah, super hard to dig these players out as well with that operator, right? You can't use incredibly tough trying to work around this utility. Invested, nothing to be done. KC picking up tempo and picking up around.
Yeah, another turn of pace that looks really good for KC. In terms of catching a couple of people off guard, it's see an example here on the back of the ultimates being invested. Levin just shut down immediately by Benji here. Here's Dosia to punish the crucial player in terms of the side hold.
Let's go!
We'll force the timeout here from Heretics. Yeah, we've already seen some frustration coming out from the Heretics coach booth, but again, initially here, some positives certainly to build upon.
Yeah, absolutely, and actually I can't wait for you guys at home to see that stat. I actually almost want to talk about it now a little bit, because it kind of alludes to Heretics in general. But this is the first jet pick on Corrode in VCT globally this year. Now, does that indicate to you that they're trying to assimilate Comeback in a comfort role, maybe in a map that could do with something a little bit different? Like, where do you stand on this?
I mean, yeah, at face value, it's you want to put somebody who hasn't necessarily landed on the roster. Okay, cool, let's remove all the noise. Let's put him on the role that he's going to feel most confident on. Again, whether or not we see many examples here in the first half, it's not really as if he needs to do anything here. It's obviously, we've seen him go forwards, but with the way Heretics are playing in terms of these mid-crunches, certainly if he's buying the op, he's not really going to be the person at the front of the pack there. Maybe get a better answer to that in the second half, but I think, yeah, you remove some of the noise in terms of composition discussions for Heretics, and Comeback is the lowest hanging fruit, right? Put him on the jet. Let's clean up some of the other stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. And a big switch up here, though, as well, just seeing this. Maybe just because of the round itself, the fact it's Sheriffs and that leftover Vandal with Benji, but he's currently on that B site. I do want to see if KC have answers beyond kind of the A approach that we've seen here. Just because they were exploiting that elbow hold that Benji couldn't hold solo.
I mean, outside of the ults, the B site hit looked better.
I tend to agree. I tend to agree. So let's see how clean this is in this round. I do want to see this dealt with earlier than like 20 seconds. I don't want to see them slowly working the map where they can be caught out by stacks. We've seen the Heretics quite proactive in their positioning here. They're happy to kind of almost patrol the map and try and get the timing right. Boo, cornering this one, he will be the early alert the second any util comes over.
KC anticipating some of this activity on the side of Heretics. Still positioned well in terms of ults here. I mean, Levin, Sugetsu, and Dosia. Down to the 30-second mark, and it's awkward timing if they don't find this entry.
Yeah, I don't know if that sees, maybe hoping that sees a core, or I'm surprised they didn't maybe wait for the site for that one potentially. Could have fallen back a little bit safer, but Boo's fallen. And the odds of this round start to dwindle away even at 13 seconds. Yeah, this one should be planted soon. Oh.
Spike
A
planted.
little bit of a miscalculation, but just maybe trying to pressure onto the plant.
Yeah, again, Benji gonna find Levin here. This is the second string to the bow. All that attention is towards that CT side where the divide is. But here comes the rest of the pack. Arvez gonna handle it well. Where's the others? Where's that counter swing? Where's that pinch? Arvez again, still firing off here. KC, 4 apiece now. It was late. It got a bit sketchy, but they make it out.
Again, even just an adjustment here for Boo's investment. I think maybe just misreading how deep KC have got through the choke point already. 11 delivers here in terms of the entry. It's something I've still got my eye on this waylay. Arva's getting fired up now. Top of the board for KC. Yep, 4 rounds each here on the decider.
Come back this time. Gonna have a challenge up.
Turn the pace once more for KC.
He's kind of committed to this. He might be screwed here. Come back. Decision making was questionable there. And that's opened up the flood potentially. Yes, it has. Floodgates fully open. A site is there for the taking. KC have found something that works for them. And that stopping power from comeback just wasn't good enough.
And certainly an opportunity here, but I guess the question mark or the paranoia that this split's coming through, and maybe his retreat isn't very safe, commits to maybe going 1-for-1.
Yeah, hoping for the best.
So caution zone on the side of KC. Not sure how many different looks Heretics have got in terms of capitalizing off being very active, like I said, in terms of these heavy stacks and re-clearances towards mid. And funds-wise, start to struggle now with this being a 5th on the board for KC. Ultimate here for Benji. Comeback's got the Blade Storm as well.
It's just crazy to me how good KC can look on some of these XX. You know what I mean? Like that early clear, to be fair, Comeback had no chance really. I think the only chance he had to run away.
I think that's why he commits to the angle. He's just like, well,
here I am. Yeah, like look at this.
Best of a bad situation.
Just
like
hoping.
I said, there's a huge question mark behind him in terms of the split as well.
Again, just like the timing, scaling up, really good. Like, this is the thing that's so weird with KC when you watch them regularly, because you're like, this is what you can do, but then we don't always see it. It's such a weird look sometimes, because you can see how good it can line up.
Well, that's the sort of disciplined round you'd expect from a team with Eng behind it, and now Shados leading it in the server.
Now, what's left, though, with Heretics? We have 2 rifles, 2 sheriffs, and well, we've got knives here. Already taking a glance down middle. And KC are happy to play slow, though. We've seen that tempo, happy to be toyed with. They don't have to go fast. See if they can navigate or maybe isolate one of these players in middle. There is support to this.
Need that back.
Not necessarily committed just yet. And maybe a byproduct being Boo and Woot both have rifles here. Benji try and anchor A side once more. Does have a little bit of support from Rienz. But some of this utility now starting to dry up for Heretics. Leaning into a very heavy stack on 8. Now Boo's been good for a few 3Ks, but here's the fake in. I imagine Dosia.
Yeah.
The regroup here.
This is solid. Boo is one of the 2 players who has a rifle at least, but he can't really fight this alone. So he has to wait for the rotations, wait for everyone to come over. He can try and hold that CT space. Be a little worried about the TP still, but should be fine here. Yeah, they are. And Levin going to try and slow it down. Utility in, Levin still fine. Not much of a crossfire to play off. Oh gosh, it's...
I mean, the trade's good.
Yeah, I guess you set up the first stepping stone, but Boo doing really well there as well. The trade's perfect, and now Shados can't do it all. Heretics! Make it work.
Yeah, KC tried to stand their ground again. A backstab from Boo. Didn't even really track that fight all the way through elbow and where he repositioned, but and come back struggling on the entry. But like I said, the trade from Benji, absolutely crucial. So again, you can see there's a little bit of body blocking here where nobody can get onto the angle to help him out. And Woot with the other rifle in this round as well.
Big size.
Big sigh of relief. And a big response to find here in round 10, especially on a...
For the half buy?
Yeah, Rocky purchase, the Blade Storm's there. KC are going to come back in with no ultimates off rip here, but Shados, Arves and Sugetsu on the horizon.
Here we go. Last time he got smothered with utility. This time, I mean...
pretty similar.
Yeah, it's looking pretty much the same, but he's able to fall back to a new position. Has been revealed, though. It doesn't feel like he's getting much freedom here. Still on an island, the support's on the way, but he's still on his own.
KC are doing so well to pressure come back in some of these rounds where they don't have a confirmation. I think it's that cautious approach, and Util is landing.
And I think seeing it from that perspective makes a big difference here. Levin doubling down on that and wanting to claim Rienz. They tried to filter back through middle. It's only Arves who's made it a little bit... Oh, no, sorry, it was Woot, excuse me, but it was Arves to get down Woot in the end. Comeback finally gets a look into the round. After being forced off what felt like endless utility, he gets to have a say in the matter. Operator gonna land in a 2v2. Arves with
on cheeky deep angle here. Arves spotted him.
Beacon here.
He's got to back away a bit here. Can't give the fight over. Come back again. Getting held in position while they go for that plant.
30
Taking a lot for it though. But Boo's quick.
Boo's wrap main.
I like that. Boo's been pretty good at this.
No way they read this, yeah. Do they try and trade the op?
I don't really know. We drift through. We drift through. We forget the comeback could be here. Oh, he's been finally allowed some freedom. Let off the leash. Able to have a couple of shots without a whole barrage of util in his face. He has a great time with it. But man, I felt they looked uncomfortable in that post plant then.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a great freeze from KC. Leave Levin kind of inserted then, almost kind of hint at a bit of a fake elsewhere, as Levin's obviously then cast the timing here on Benji and Rienz. But after that, then it's maybe a little bit of split focus. Before this, what comebacks on 2 kills, but rightfully so. And you see some of the rounds where they have an op and Zeish maybe reflecting some of those very sentiments.
And I think that is a godsend for comeback as well. For confidence alone, finally. And I'm so glad we saw how oppressive it was at the start. For him, he feels nothing at the start of this one, just that smoke in play. But a 3-play push out, or at least a look on the B side, but it's fast through middle, or at least it was an attempt to be fast through middle.
See if Dosia's planning on TPing through here. They actually try and trade out, and it's Heretics to come out on top.
It feels like it's the first time that the Heretics have kind of held that with some security.
Boots are behind this. Sugetsu. Beautiful catch on the jump peak.
I'm just not thinking they could be there that fast after the ult, but caught asleep almost there, hoping for the best, but it is just Woot on this side. The rest aren't nearby yet. Comeback still far off. Benji. Oh. Man. Some of these boys can hit shots fast.
You are
what can Benji and Comeback do now? Ah, the divide's gone up as well. This is really, really tricky. You feel the comeback, the way this divide is going to make it so hard the second you show. So Benji's got to try and draw the attention, which he does. Can't quite find it. KC, bring it back, all even, 6 apiece again. Mike, we've been here before. Apparently these two want to be playing as late as possible today. And I don't know who's got the upper hand, do you?
No, I don't think so, but we'll be right back with the second half after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, Abyss feels like a lifetime ago. Haven feels like a totally different set of teams. And now we come into Corrode at 6 apiece. I don't know where these two settle down to, because I don't think they've settled into comfort at all.
No, I don't think so either. Obviously, the issue being now onto the half where comeback. Well, I mean, he did really get himself online in the second half of Haven. Was certainly a deciding factor for them. See a bigger opportunity in terms of this second half now on the attack, on the Jet.
So I don't really think we saw Levin fully getting away with as much freedom as maybe we expected, not seeing an Astra on the other side. If, in my mind at least, it was a very different game. But I guess we see how it looks flipped around for comeback. But as it stands, it was a very good pistol round from Heretics, clearly feeling like they've done some work on that. They've come up with a couple of ideas. So I wonder if that translates here to this start on the attacking side. And absolutely no one fancies holding A today.
No. Okay, so you're going to give up all this space, rely on maybe catching somebody in transition or just fully stacking into the retake. Heretics looking to regroup here. Crucial information potentially revealed. The fact that there's comeback spotted there. Maybe just a little miscomm of who was to shoot that.
Oh, Rien's. Sweet summer
What
child,
an isolation,
Rien's.
by the
I
way.
mean, that was targeted.
That was personal.
They came out swinging. That's 5 players for just Rien's. Madness. I guess you'll exchange Rien's for a site?
I mean, it's a son of Utah. Now they're basically playing off trades. But a man to the good, so...
Yeah. Kind of hard to call which way you put this one down, but let's find out. So you get to taking the long road now. How aware
look
is
at
Wu?
Wu's. Yeah, look at Wu's spot.
No, we look at comeback because there's 4 on the other side of the smoke. If he walks it, he's, I'd imagine, dead. Yeah, KC, bring down the hammer and just flood the site. Woot, the position would have been great for the checkmate, but it doesn't matter. Sugetsu was there. And KC prepared this time.
Also, if you missed it just for a second, Sugetsu posted up. Wu even looks back behind him to transition to sight. And Sugetsu still threads the needle in terms of the timing.
Oh, there it is.
Is that a massive
personal attack?
Yeah, again, a huge investment, but again, it puts KC in a position where they can just stack up like this on the retake and rely on the numbers. And it suits them perfectly. So KC will post the first in the second half. Just a reminder, winner of this game does move on to play Na'Vi.
Ooh. I don't know who makes it through this, if I'm honest. I really don't.
I've stopped making predictions in this region.
It's probably the fairest thing we've said all day. Is to get...
Huh?
Nah, man, that's... why they're winning? Why are they winning? Why are they winning with pistols? Michael, I don't understand anymore. Okay. Well, retake time, I guess. Cancel time, maybe save the weapons time. I don't know. What
maybe.
Do you do? It's
maybe.
weird. It's weird. It should
now they
be a
have
problem.
a judge posted up on the choke point.
Brilliant.
It's going to be a really awkward trade to find.
We've got a haunt, a paranoia, and a couple of smokes.
I mean, the paranoia does nothing to Woot here. He's still going to sit on this.
He's still a problem. Yeah, he's still a problem. Still got one. Still going to drop bodies. And Heretics given just a new lease of life here. I don't know how they've managed to pull this one off. But Shados going down swinging, but I think he knows he's going down nevertheless. Thrifty. As Boo sends him to his grave. And a thrifty conversion against all odds.
I mean, show me that pistol kill again. It looked like he wasn't even fully in the smoke. No, he was. Nah, yeah, he was, yeah. It looked like the shot comes through, like when he's still on the outside of the smoke. I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous.
One enemy.
Foul business.
Well,
Oh, how we lost this eco again.
Yeah.
Yeah, left asking the same question.
Right there with you. Oh, where are we now? Okay, Sheriff with Shados. That's a sentence I don't want to say again.
Enemy kill.
Oh, there he is! A little bit more of that. Again, he's so good at this, like any scoped weapon. He's so good with it. And if he gets that confidence beside him, it's a treat to watch. Now, obviously, this is classics and a Sheriff, but do remember the last round. So, this one probably not going to end the same
I was
way.
going to say,
I'm in at the start.
You're not
you know what I mean?
stacking
I'm in at
here,
the start. I'm in at the start.
Spike planted.
Still want to give credit to comeback.
Rian's the one to go forward and hunt here, just 2 points away from his ult. Again, a kill and falling here, we'll give it to him. Unless he finds both, but Sugetsu and Shados not necessarily traveling into his path. Even so here, I mean, it's so weird when round 2 gets flipped like that as well.
Yep.
In terms of the money. Shados on the deeper angle, Sugetsu shut down now.
It's farming
That's
time.
it, yeah.
Yep.
Woot to find a couple of extra points here. In zone flawless for Heretics to find 8.
Stay down. Where are
There's my eco farmer.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, okay, it was real. It looked like it was like the worst ever jump.
Nice eco, thanks, man.
No, he was just moving
Fine,
back
man.
on
If
his
you don't
side.
get ecoed.
We won't get ecoed. Clip it.
Why have we said that?
Clip it.
I'm writing that down. We won't get ecoed.
Locating targets.
Here we go, straight through middle. They've got weapons this time. Come back. What are we up to? Am I missing something there? He just looked like he wanted to die. Okay. This feels bizarre, but the Nightfall finds nothing. Shados then manages to catch one. The push up finds another. They have some sight, so he's a bit cautious, trying to spin on the dime, but it is a 3v2. Benji and Woot have sight, but they don't have spike, and they don't have it planted. They also don't know how close some of these players still are.
Trying to find something here in terms of KC making their way back towards site, but again, Woot and Benji left scratching their heads. And nobody from KC, I mean, rightfully so. Dosia's holding the retreat as well. They can set up a pinch here. Ton of time has passed now, but still plenty left to play with on the clock.
Poison's off.
Benji, a quick check onto the flank.
30 seconds
And
left.
a big question mark created now by the smoke on top. Maybe anticipate the flood back from heaven.
Maybe try and ply it as well, as you can see where they're walking through, but you can see why Benji's looking this way as well. Just not finding bodies yet. Trying to post up towards connector, leaving Woot very alone. Trying to catch a pixel on the cross out, maybe. Ah, he did see one. Nice shot towards Levin, but gonna need more than that. Gonna at least know where Dozier is. And then the last, maybe they can figure it out. But Dozier on the hunt for this, trying to corner them around. Sugetsu's found one, leaving just Woot alive. 2 kills already, got to get the job done. That's how you do it. Sugetsu takes that step and takes the kill. KC tying up the scoreline again.
Great freeze once more from KC, showing composure in some of these high-pressure situations. Able to win out initially, the push into site. I thought that came from Link, actually. I thought it was somebody following up, yeah.
On the left, actually, but...
Shados looking lethal here in this round for a 3K.
The gods are coming. Brandon, positively. Come on, eh?
There's nothing to smile about in my life.
Same. Same. But that's a
Took the words right out of my mouth. That is a man so far gone.
Welcome back to UK esports. Weber has been the talisman of that for most of his career. And that, I think, is his perfect phrase. Love it. Now, onto the game we go. 8 apiece, tied up. It is elimination. I can't stress it enough. I know this game has been a bit weird and wonderful.
Find you.
Still wait. He's going to be handled, but Levin now has to peel away. Lucky to not get punished.
There's no ping there, but I don't know if he actually spotted anything on the retreat.
It felt like he should have. Sure. It looked like it to us, but easier to say when we have X-ray.
Heretics, no harm, no foul initially.
Poison's off.
But now stacked up outside 8. No pressure towards mid just yet. And with the pings, I think Woot maybe going to invest his ult towards Link here. Maybe on the confirmation, but... Evan's got his hands full. Dig up 2!
Come on, that second. Outrageous to get that. Does Dozier get cleared with diligence here, or does he get to hold this?
Mr. 2K with the judge in hand.
And their attention is being split to another side. If they don't clear this correctly, Dozier is on for this, but Boo seems aware there could be someone rather nearby. So he wants to set up the boys for the site. Smoke's going in, ult on top. He's got to be careful now. There's 2 on this corner. Oh, you couldn't get away with it. How is he getting 2 there? It's just a mad game, apparently. Shados and Sugetsu once again in a scenario like this. Now Sugetsu, it won't be the first time we've seen him in this sort of position either. So let's see if that awareness is in effect. First challenger unawares, Boo punished. Now it's Benji on the case. Alone though, going to be spotted and actually behind the curve on this engagement. And the site gets taken. That's going to be Shados taking the space. Has a go for it, drops Benji. And now Woot needs this. Heretics needs this. He's got a little bit of stall here. Sugetsu's got to get a move on. He knows it as well. That's lovely from Woot. Cool and calm and collected.
Give it up, yeah.
That should be all she wrote on this one. Heretics maybe giving a little bit of hope for Weber.
What is that double from Levin? And then what is the double from Boo?
You tell me. You tell me.
That was ridiculous. But this is disgusting to catch the second kill here. But Boo lining this up. I mean, that's one of those where you're just like, you look at the kill feed, you're like, huh?
There was 2?
Huh?
There was 2? I mean, also, how many just key kills came in there? Like, Shados even finding that one was massive. Frustration mounting on the other side.
You're amazing, guys. Good job.
Aww.
Aww. Wholesome moment.
You said that about me. Time out for KC, and it's a stressful one. Because by hook or by crook, I mean, look, Heretics, it doesn't feel good to be watching that going, yeah, they'll be good next round. It is fine margins. It's weird picking up 2 kills here and there. It's not comfy. It's not confident yet. It's not settled down, but they're in a far better position now. Financially, they're sitting better. Ults, they're starting to sit better. On the other side, looking a bit rough with the finances. Not quite got so many ults to bank on here. So we're going to have to see them try and figure this out on the fly.
And it kind of comes at a crucial time as well for KC, because Heretics about to be on a fairly stacked ult cycle. So Woot being the only outlier to that. Who else is invested? It's just going to be a couple of pistols around Sugetsu's rifle, but Arvez will throw a Guardian in the mix. Again, on the brink of some ultimates, but not quite there.
Would have been nice to have in hand for this round,
yeah,
maybe.
and the problem being it might not even come I mean, Shados the one outside of that, for the buy round to follow this. Have to wait and see. On the other side, Bladestorm, Mortal Strike, and re-ends with the Nightfall. So plenty of tools for Heretics to capitalize on this advantage. And anticipating some aggression here.
Cover going out.
Again, Levin explores down mid, does have his ultimate as well, so he can actually get behind this B site execute from this position.
Happy to let this simmer for a second too, right? They're happy to let this sweat a little bit, but...
I think that's definitely the plan here. Contact comes on the outside of B, and they're set up to capitalize.
Silence starting to break a little here. That Prowler, the first bit of contact, 40 seconds now. What is the goer? Okay, clear towards connector. Now they dismantle the little stack on towards site. Sugetsu copping a boatload of damage. Unconfirmed, but now he's kind of tucked in the corner, and it's incredibly hard to even just stand, but Comeback's dead. But it's fine, apparently, because they've got the site, as Levin, Shados, and Dosia are pretty far off the mark here. Back in, though, maybe a chance to get a couple of bodies dropped, not to be. Shados! It's a headshot, but that's not enough. Dosia in a 1v3. Benji, lower HP, but it's going to be Rien's watching. Maybe watching this fall apart. Let's see what you got, Dosia. Can they find any more? Tuck below. Oh, it was a nice try. Yeah, you saw there being a little window of chance there, but for Heretics, it took quite a bit, but I guess they're happy with that.
Yeah, really solid setup. Like I said, I think the fact that Heretics are allowed to get so close to the choke point, now again, they don't necessarily want to gamble Levin's ultimate, but the investment here, it makes it so difficult for them to try and act upon that. Again, it's unfortunate that the hinder doesn't really...
Thank God for that. Damn.
Not going to get E-code. Not going to get E-code. Roll it back. All good.
I mean, if that's the confidence coming from your coaches,
the coaches are going through it, both sides. No one's happy yet.
Rien's on the stage desperately saying, guys, you're so good.
Guys,
Let's go. Let's get 10.
Okay, here we go. Buy back in place.
There.
Give us something to have some faith in. Either side, I don't care who. Levin and Boot divided. Near enough buy. And I'm actually seeing a bit of a creep down middle from Arvez, so yeah, going to shift in towards connector side.
I think now anticipating they probably figured out that KC have had some freedom towards mid. Is there anything beyond consideration here?
Don't miss me too nice.
This could be really awkward for Levin.
How is he still staying alive? He does get found in the end. Heretics do manage to pry these players out of position, but it's the double from Benji that catches me off guard, maybe assuming it was all through middle. There was more bodies behind it. No, there was still that split towards A. So now Shados and Dosia once again behind the curve, having to put this puzzle together.
30 seconds left.
Being kept basically standing and breathing by a smoke. As Benji waits. No one walking that right now, but they've already repositioned. Get themselves prepared. There's still an element of danger to this, Mike. That paranoia is not bad. It has divided them, but now they can rest for a second. 13 seconds. There ain't much time to rest. But Benji to get him across the line that round. The 2 kills were key then.
Slowly creeping closer and closer towards a 12th, and this one feels teed up. Like I said, the ult's going to come in the more awkward of the purchase. Benji.
Brilliant.
Super clean there, but Ken Levin may be leaning a little too heavily into this freedom that he's had in mid. He didn't even catch the ability situation there, whether or not he could have just completely got out. And as soon as you see him pop the recall, then it's like, whoa.
Where to, boss? Okay, Buy still not pretty. KC trying to put it together. I think they know they're on the ropes here. Trying to do what they can. Bulldogs are plenty. Bucky's out to play. Sheriff. This time a little bit more attention early on towards this A side. Heretics got bodies behind this. 5 on the side of the map. You're looking for Sugetsu. The Shados. Maybe a little help coming in from Levin. I think Shados has noted this, but they are close. They are very close here. I think they're deeper than expected to get to. Might be in for a horrible surprise here. And Comeback does land the knives. And now we go, but what a swing from Levin to try and keep this in touching distance. But a 3v2, Doja, he's not as much this time.
Got away with that TP, nobody even challenging it, but...
Caught by the Prowler, so good work from Rienz there to make sure. And catching both, should know both players' positions now. Dozier trying to get a little fast and loose with this one, but has to hold back.
Behind the park for the time being.
Slows it down. That's a Bulldog, and that looked on the money. That looked very close. Dozier, 6 bullets to play with, and a fair fight on the first. Can't quite get the second. And he's all alone here. No help coming in yet. He needs some assistance. Others trying to gap close here as they're on the hunt.
They're not going to have any clue about Arvez's reposition.
No. They can maybe make a guess. Oh, but it costs them their life. Now just Woot in the 1v2. Doja's down low, though. Creeps up close. What a shot. Massive impact from him. Being really hard to pin down.
Wow.
That is huge work.
Gets away with it. Well, a different TP, but able to get the hell out of dodge.
He's an impressive player, is Dozier. Starting to see that really individually shine. That's the impressive factor.
Well, the sort of thing I was saying, like a player that can stand on his own 2 feet, right? Certain situations here, just running rings around Heretics. A beautiful disengage here.
So well done.
Shados looking very happy with that one.
Not out of danger yet if you're Heretics as well.
Well, the defuse actually gave Arvez his ultimate as well here, so KC back in a decent position in terms of the ults. On the other side, Woot and Benji both have theirs.
This could be nice, or it could
on contact.
Now, yeah. Okay,
oh my god!
Oh, wait, it's Sugetsu getting the 3, okay, but then Benji gets 3 back! The site's now his! How have they come out of the coin flip on top?
That was a beautiful crunch by KC, but how did Benji get 3 there?
I couldn't tell you. I don't even know.
Did he hide behind the box or something?
Maybe. I'd love to see that back, but now it's 2 fights on 2 fronts, and Heretics are not sitting healthy.
Yeah, Boo's 38 HP.
Boo's got to win this fight, but it's Dozier on the other side. Does he even think about it? He does! Dozier is so good! And now Benji needs an ace here. Nothing short will do. He's trying to be smart about it, gonna go for the pit. No. He's trying, man. He's trying everything he can, every tool in the kit. That's a great idea, but it's not good enough. Dozier outdoes them again. A brilliant plan at the start. I can't believe Benji almost saved them.
Oh my god. Show me Benji POV. What a beautiful setup as well. And this time, a much quicker commitment. We were talking about Levin's ultimate previously in mid. This saw the crunch. I mean, Sugetsu goes forward and just absolutely farms.
He's just not effective.
Yeah, he's just not effective further back.
But he just plays in, and credit to Benji, man, to just go into that, right? You talk about confidence and being involved in this. God damn, he tried.
Just an insane round.
Oh, you can feel it. You can feel the tension. Starting to feel a bit real here, and Casey pulling out all the stops. This has been a masterclass, though, in the last couple of rounds from Dozier. His clutching capability, his ability to stand on his own 2 feet again.
Not even to say as well, I think he was sat on like 5 kills, maybe 3 rounds ago. I can't even remember, but certainly coming alive now when KC need him most. A few explosive rounds, maybe something to spur the entirety of KC on, because I don't want to say they're in control now, but certainly reduce the advantage that Heretics had established. Couple of key ultimates invested now. Do still have Woots, but missing potentially Rienz and Booz to feel a little more comfortable about this ult cycle.
Yeah, it's just scary when you know that 11's likely, right? Just knowing the buy that's coming in, 11 feels likely for KC. Momentum is shifting. They're not out of the woods either. No one is. They are depending on some mad outplays from Sugetsu, and then Dozier to clutch up, and then this and that to line up for them. But it's happening.
Yeah, they're going to hit the site again. Now Sugetsu going to have his hands full in a solo endeavor. Prowler sent in. Sugetsu tries to stall a little bit. Stun actually catches here.
Okay, Boo 1 step closer to ult. Be ready to go through the motions. Got to be perfect on this. Let's see what the site execution looks like. What is there left to play with here? Sugetsu trying to stand his ground. Is Arvez to bail him out here. Taking down comeback. Now the layering and the spacing. Not good enough to not get punished by Arvez. Holding the line. KC with a critical upswing. Bringing it back to 11 apiece.
Now, crucial thing being, Boo obviously gets his ultimate out of that. So now 2 massive tools to clear space, or potentially even isolate a kill here. Fortunately, Sugetsu just falls to the util on the way in, but now Arvez
Let's go!
happy to pick up the slack there.
But this has got to be what the timeout was for from Heretics,
Well,
right?
all I'm saying is look at the buy behind this if Heretics lose.
Be right back.
11 on off now, another curveball.
Yeah, new look on that. And he wants to stick around. He's holding that line. There was a bit of util thrown his way, but he's not rescinded back. He's still trying to check behind that smoke.
Maybe a second chance here. KC will leave him posted for the time being. Heretics creeping back onto the angle. Prowler going to reveal this and reveal that it's an op on the other side. It's a big info for Heretics to act upon here.
And you can't really cheat a player over. You can't bring players over yet because you just got contact on A as well. So you're trying to put together that puzzle.
Yeah, but the issue being Comeback and Benji don't actually take this space away, so they basically revert back to a blank slate here. Again,
Look at this deep angle.
Yeah, not necessarily a clear decision to make, but KC actually now winning out in terms of the information game.
I love that Levin checked behind that. It's a really risky play, but the fact it worked out, marvelous. But pretty where it's due. Heretics have been good at this initial scale-up point, and this is where it gets difficult. Where do you stand? You can't. Arvez goes down. Doja goes down. Come back. We don't need to die to that. But it's Shados in between. Maybe he can hold on to something here. He can't. Dealt with by Benji again, putting up big numbers when it matters, leaving Levin and Sugetsu in a big disadvantage.
Sugetsu has to go nuclear here if he tries to make a play.
Plants in.
Spike planted.
Don't see a world where this happens. When you look at Rienz's position with comeback, let alone that, Crossfire shouldn't be able to be dismantled. I don't think they have what it takes here.
Taking that back.
Sugetsu going to try.
This Crossfire should be good, man. It's getting a bit messy, but still Rienz can tuck in, leave that space for comeback just in case they commit on the corner. The layers should be here. The time is starting to go. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Come back. Gonna add the full stop to the sentence for Heretics to 12. But that was risky. Casey had the read.
Yeah, you can see the issue created by Boo's ultimate here. Even with just utility to complement that, Arvez has nowhere to go. Unfortunately, Dosia just trying to get into the thick of it to try and find something. Very, very close affair here on the decider.
Yeah. And I must point out, Benji is having a real resurgence of form. In these last couple of rounds, especially in my mind, he's sitting towards the top of the board, but right now, at 12-11, tournament life online. Heretics can close now or it goes OT.
11. Oh my God. Just a pixel either side. But again, big info for Heretics. Identify the operator very early on, and they're well equipped now to make a decision on the other side of the map.
And again, it's space to be taken. They need to try and find a way out of this. Sugetsu trying to stay alive. He's being smothered. He still comes out winning. Takes away the first, but falls to the second. Arthur's going to answer back on Boo because the damage was done. A 4v3, and it's not safe yet. They want to get that spike ferried over. Boo has to at least get back sight.
Chance not invested just yet. No paranoia, but Shadows has a little util left as well.
God, they need him alive, but they're taking their time through CT. This gets sketchy.
Well, they're trying to get in a position to capitalize, potentially.
He's got to go now. He has to invest now. The chance of getting another opportunity might dwindle.
Nobody
but
can get on the angle quick enough.
They can't get there quick enough. He was maybe worried they're going to just fall towards it, but now Heretics play the game right back to him. Levin and Shadows just make it Levin, last man alive. The panic earlier, the investment of the old feeling. He had no other option. May have just taken away theirs as Heretics standing on the verge of making it out of this absolute death run. 11 trying, but the time is going, Mike. This one might be all over. It absolutely is. 13-11. It went as far as this could have gone.
Both teams stretched very thin. Benji, a huge, huge deciding map for him. getting crucial in terms of some of these rounds in the second half as well. And Woot as well, worth his weight in gold.
Yeah, a couple of those players that we were looking at to have that impact, they did. Man, they did. Benji, what a time to find that form.
I mean, even KC making this so close, I feel like the opening engagements, the first bloods, heavily favour Heretics. So KC clinging to life here. A number of clutch situations are able to turn in their favour. But I'll come back to the same thing in terms of expectations here. Still positives to take away from KC from what's felt like a little turbulent here, but we've seen real positives.
No,
I mean,
Doja.
What a prospect.
Yeah, can't wait to see the evolution of that man. He looks incredible. And again, that clutch capability is there. Shados as an IGL, you saw the strength of it at the start of the series. Again, that development process is what we will be waiting for. However, today, it's Heretics to stay alive.
That being the key phrase is staying alive here. Still, obviously, some question marks, but overall, well, way more rounded in terms of the performances we've seen.
Yep.
See, come back again. These second halves are what are crucial in terms of getting him into a position, not just comfortable in terms of compositions, but in terms of this roster overall.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of seeing how they end up.
Some
really
big rounds from him, though.
Yes, absolutely. We are seeing that strength there. Again, just, I think job's not done, I think is the best way to put it with Heretics, and I think they know it too. That was the first really good sign in a couple of these players, having that resurgence of form. So again, one of those situations where we're waiting to see what they look like with a couple more games behind them, a couple more of these fixes throughout on the map pool. However, we will have a treat for you, as I do believe Rienz will be standing by with an interview.
We do. Rienz, congratulations. It was down to the wire all the way in this third map. I want to start off with map 2, map 3. What allowed you guys to play so confidently on these two maps after what we had just seen on Abyss?
I think, I mean, except comeback, we are really like experienced players. I think in EWC we had like similar starting, you know. So we knew that we have the strength of like coming back, you know. We are really strong mentally. So like we didn't care about the first map, and then we said, okay, guys, full confidence. Like nothing is done yet, you know. So yeah.
Full confidence, full send it on map 2 and 3 worked out in your favor. So let's talk about Abyss then. What do you think went wrong there? Because 13-2 was a pretty good showing from KC. Was it maybe like just warming up into the series?
I think we were not in-game mentally, like we didn't want to fight back. I think they just smashed us, to be honest, and we couldn't fight back, so well played to them, but you know, we did really bad. I think it was just mentally, to be honest, as a team, we were not in the game, so that's it.
So what are you going to do in the future to make sure that on that first map, you're already in the game?
I don't know, I think we'll just work on our like mental game, you know, we gotta start from the beginning, not losing the first map and then trying to come back, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, baby steps, but your next matchup is going to be Na'Vi. They also have had a mixed bag of results as well. How are you feeling about that one?
I mean, they're a strong team, to be honest, but I believe that was the starting point of our team, you know, like we're going to do a lower run, and we already started the train, I would say, you know, so I don't think they can stay in front of us, you know. I feel like we're gonna smash them.
Okay, I like it. Thank you so much, the confidence, and once again, congratulations on winning. Good luck with the lower bracket run. We're gonna be heading over to a quick little break, and we'll be back with our second matchup of today. We got TL against ULF. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Kickoff. Heretics have just made the first step in this lower bracket run against KC, knocking them out, and we are joined by none other than Woot. Welcome and congratulations on that series on map 1, 2, and 3. Do you want to kind of run us through what you're feeling right now, how that series was for you?
I am happy. At the same time, I'm thinking about tomorrow already because we have another game against Navi, which is we lost to them. And yeah, I'm just excited again to play tomorrow.
I want to ask you, so last year you said about you didn't want to play the duelist last year. And this year, obviously, with Comeback, you've been playing some double duelists, some initiator, Teo, KO, etc. If I had to make you choose, what would you pick to play?
To be honest, it's like when we were trialing after Minibu was gone, we tried like so many people, and the thing is, I tried myself in duelist as well, and I think I am better for a team, like better for my team in a flex role. That's why I stayed, but I want to go duelist this time, to be honest.
Okay.
But it's just like my comps are not good enough to play duelist right now because I wasn't like, you know, I wasn't playing for a long time, so I didn't have that many training. That's why.
Okay.
I want to, you know, give you an opportunity to give a message to the fans, because obviously it's been a bit of a rough kickoff for you guys, for Team Heretics, and this kind of start of the year. So give us a reason to believe in the lower bracket run for Team Heretics. What can they expect?
I mean, we did in so many tournaments that we were in the deep and then we came back. That's first reason, because I think we just, even if we lose every game, we are just blaming each other. It's just there, you know, like all we need to do, just take it. And also, I think Comeback is like really like insane player that he's just getting used to us so fast. So it's kind of better for future, for sure.
One final question, because we know you have a game tomorrow, we want to let you go, is your coach mentioned during the confession that you guys, rather than focusing specifically on some of the mistakes that you've seen on the maps, it's been more on individual play, on fundamentals, on comms and things like that. How have you approached that this week, and how are you looking to take it a step further to tomorrow?
I mean, I think it was, after we lost against Giants, we had a good talk, and then like after like, we had like 4 prac day, and then there was like some, you know, documents that ticking are like, did you do this? Yes. Did you do this? Yes. Like they were like basically like tracking everything that we do in game as a fundamentals. And that helped a lot, because they were just keep calling us out, you know, when we don't do it. So yeah, it's better for now.
Okay, so a checklist rather than a mental one, an actual physical one. That's good to know. Well, thank you so much for your time, and we're gonna let you go. You're free to go. You can just walk off.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck for your game tomorrow, and we are gonna have to head over to our next matchup. We have ULF against Team Liquid. ULF looked really strong against Pacific last time, Billy. I know you weren't here to defend your Pacific roster, so I'm gonna let you defend ULF.
I have to defend ULF now? I mean,
you don't want to?
These guys were predicting against ULF in their matchup against Pacific. So maybe should we call on Cairo? Should we? Cairo want to come?
No, please. He's gonna make fun of our height again.
No, I think to start with ULF then, I think that they put up a really good show. I think that we started to see that energy come back, a little bit more confidence, and I think that now they've been able to kind of warm up to the stage, given that this was a team that obviously came up through Ascension, has a couple of substitutes in the roster, so yeah, I think that they look good.
All right, Liquid is a team that's also now in this lower bracket, and would you have expected that this early on from them?
No, I expected a little bit more from Team Liquid, to be honest, but honestly, I keep saying it, like my expectations around this roster are a little bit lower than last year's. Losing players like Kiko and Trexai, in my opinion, is like a big deal. And I guess like the other thing that I was also thinking about was the way that this roster is constructed in terms of last year we had players like Trex and Patitek, who I believe are the kind of very vocal in-game players. They're going to be supporting Nats with the calls and giving a lot of information. They're like tenured players, very experienced players. And I feel like now with the roster, when I look at the team, I see that that's missing a little bit. Okay. So one thing that I'm looking at here is that like Nats hasn't had those vintage Nats performances yet. And maybe part of that is potentially because he's having to do more of that microing, more of that IGLing, focusing on the radar, focusing on managing his team. And that's kind of dipped his performance a little bit potentially.
Yeah, I think coming into this year, something that we kind of set the expectations for Team Liquid was that we did have lower expectations for the roster this year. And I have to agree with Minnie that, you know, we've been speculating a bit more about like what's going on with Team Liquid, looking at the performances. I have to agree, like Nats has taken a dip in performance, especially when we compare it to last year. We are waiting on seeing that vintage Nats performance. And again, it is the question of, well, who is doing that mid-rounding when you have your IGL that's over on the other side of the map, that's lurking, that's a Sentinel maybe, and then, yeah, how is he putting the puzzle pieces together? Because I imagine he's spending a lot of the time actually looking at the map to micromanage the rest of the pack.
Yeah, that then raises the question of, with the increased pressure on the performance of it as being the IGL, how does that then leave him as the Sentinel performance that we know he is very, very great at?
I mean, like we said, it's just one of those things where it's, you know, just more difficult, I guess. Like, to be like, that's the reason why we see IGLs often complaining about how hard it is to keep up the fragging. When you're an IGL that's a proper IGL and you have to focus on these details, your attention is always away from your crosshair. So I don't know if this is a true narrative, but it feels like something that I noticed is like, obviously in the past, Patitech Trex, once again, like, we're very vocal players. And it would be interesting to see if that is something that continues here. Because I think this team does need a bit of brilliance now and again. Like,
Yeah.
Nats is going to need to do that Nats stuff sometimes.
It needs some sort of mid-rounder, especially when we think about like the pack and who's calling in the pack, who's providing that information back to Nats so that he can make those calls in the mid-round, right? And I think as well, to give them their due diligence, like they do just need a bit of time to gel together. This is obviously a very new roster. And as well, when we're considering the experience of the previous players that were on the roster, when you're mentioning like Patitech Trex had both been on really great teams in the past, they've now kind of lost that core piece of the Team Liquid identity, I think, coming into this year with the pickups that they've been able to have coming into Team Liquid.
Yeah, also when we're talking about new additions to this roster, Wayne kind of comes at the forefront of that. Not able to join the team since day one of kickoff, but eventually, you know, he's here, he's joined the Berlin, like the coldest winter we have in 16 years, which is one way to welcome a player. But we also had a bit of a sit down with him to see how he's feeling ahead of his matchup. Wayne, welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to join me ahead of your matchup against ULF. Just want to have a bit of a conversation with you. What is Wayne about? How are you finding EMEA? So let's start there. How are you finding your time here in EMEA?
I think I'm having a great time actually. Like, even though I came to Berlin late because of like visa issues, like everyone's been really welcoming. And I think, yeah, we're in a pretty good like state right now.
Good to hear, and happy to hear that you're enjoying your time here as well. When it comes to your integration with Team Liquid, of course you didn't join like at the very start of kickoff, so you came in a little bit late. How has the integration been for you? What's been the main focus in terms of making sure you click with everyone else?
I think it's, for me, it's like just getting used to like the new like system we have, because like we had a boot camp before like kickoff, and like, yeah, like there was a period in between kickoff and the boot camp where I couldn't really play. So like now just really focusing on like just me getting used to like the system and like just overall just being with the team, you know? Yeah.
And when you're here in EMEA, unfortunately you're already in that lower bracket, so that puts a lot of pressure on you, but also on the rest of the team. How are you looking forward to this match? What are your expectations going up against ULF? Because, you know, they looked really good on their match earlier this week against Pacific. They were very aggressive. Is that something you're worried about?
Not really. I think I don't really like focus on like how well the enemy is doing. Like, I think we just have to like play our game, and because like right now we're all pretty confident, like my team and I. So yeah, I think we'll put on a good show today.
And what should we be looking out for from you specifically?
Hopefully from me you'll see like some hero plays. Hopefully.
I hope so too. Well, thank you so much for the time. Good luck with your matchup later today. And Desk, back to you. Hopefully seeing some hero plays from Wayne. I am personally looking forward to it, but also hearing just that the gelling with the team in general has been going pretty well for their side of things, which to me speaks greatly, because from the teams that we've speaking to that have been able to ramp up over the last couple of days here in kickoff, it always kind of comes down to, oh yeah, we're doing better together as a team outside of the server, not just on the server, Mini.
Yeah, and I think that that's something that ULF has been doing very well, apparently. ULF, I think when they came into Kickoff, it was like they didn't have that same energy they did at Ascension, when they were like popping off in and out of the server. And I feel like last week when I just sat here listening to them, they were just like screaming. It was almost like they had like agreement that they're just going to scream no matter what. And it was like they were having a lot of fun. So I do think that is a very important thing. If you're going to try to go for a massive lower bracket run here, like you have to keep that energy up.
I think that's one of the things that could like put ULF ahead of Team Liquid in this kind of conversation here, is that they do have those team vibes, and they've been like openly speaking about it last week as well, about how, not last week, earlier this week.
Yeah,
Weeks are crazy
like,
Kickoff. But yeah, like speaking about those team vibes, if they can keep that up and keep that energy moving forward, like Minnie says, they should be able to have a lower bracket run.
Yeah, for those of you at home that are wondering what exactly we're talking about, we had an interview with ULF at the post plant after their win, and they gave us a bit more of an insight in regards to how the dynamic is happening over there.
I mean, for myself, last 2 weeks I was just burnt out. I was just playing ranked, like I was just spamming it. My coach told me to just stop playing ranked, stop playing the game. After the game, I just went out, like I just went for walks, even though it's like minus 10 degrees.
Yeah, like that's really cool.
Yeah. And we were just chilling. I was more focused this time.
A little bit burnt out. That was the theme for the first 2 matches, and then that the difference between that and the ULF that we saw earlier this week, it was just night and day. They feel more confident. As you mentioned, they just look more happy. They were a lot more vocal. So all in all, whatever it is they're doing is working, Billy.
Yeah, I think as well, like it's warming up to the stage, like we mentioned. And something else that we need to consider is how many of these players realistically have left home to move to another country, to come and live here. That's a big part of it. And I think something else that they kind of spoke about in that post plant was going out, doing things together outside of the game rather than just being so focused on in-game. And I think to me, that really is a testament to the coaching staff being able to build that culture amongst the team.
Yeah, I think it's also just accepting the position they're in. They're a team that's come up from Ascension with 2 substitutes. Even if they didn't have their substitutes here, they shouldn't be putting all that pressure on themselves. It's almost accepting that you're the underdog. And then with the way they're playing right now, they could easily upset teams. Like Team Liquid today should be the favorite, but after watching ULF last week and it all clicking together with their hyper-aggressive gameplay, like this is a scary matchup for Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, my question then also, Billy, is we've seen ULF being able to show up so aggressively and so confidently on one of their match days. Do you think that's replicable today against Liquid? Because it is a different team. Liquid, banner does carry some weight.
Yeah, I think for us, like when we were looking at ULF, it was the question of can they just keep pushing on and pushing forward. And I think when you look at Team Liquid, they are a team that had notoriously had lower bracket runs. We think back to Kickoff last year, where they ended up going into that lower round 1 and making it all the way to Masters Bangkok. So with it being a different roster, like it's not to say that they'll do the same thing again, but like we keep saying, I think if ULF can keep up this energy, can keep up the kind of energy that they had on the stage, right? Being more loud and not so timid and just, being very aggressive, because that was quite a dominant win against Pacific.
It like shows both in and out of the server. Like the louder they are out of the server, like the kind of more aggressive and fiery they are in the game, it feels like. And last week was a complete turnaround. And like the question is like, was that just one series, or is that a genuine attitude change? And it seems like from what they're saying, it is an attitude change, especially when I look at Demo. Like as a duelist, he was not doing very well this Kickoff at all. But last week he was like really good. Like he's got huge boots to fill in terms of SOP as a duelist who is, I would say, like the spearhead of this team. But last week he was doing an incredible job, I think.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Demure for us was a highlight in the sense that those first couple of series, it was a little bit shaky. He even openly admitted in that post-ban as well to feeling shaky on the stage. So yeah, I think for me, he needs to be able to keep this performance up, because as great as it was, it's like you're going up against a different beast when we think of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and like this play style from this ULF team is, they play a lot of breach, which I'm not, the biggest fan of ever, but I think for a team like this, where they are a bit more of the underdogs, just playing the breach keeps it extremely simple. They can just go to sites and just stun and exec and just go in together. And like that is just what their win condition is essentially just being aggressive together.
Yeah, I think as well, whilst we're on the topic of Demure, I think if you were to actually look at his career history in Challengers, he's never really actually been part of like a long-term project. So I feel like playing on this VCC stage, being a substitute as part of this ULF roster, is a really good opportunity for him to put himself out there as a potential pickup for other teams in the future.
Yeah, we're talking about the attitude. We're talking about how all these players have really had that opportunity to shine and be loud and gel well together last week. I think the quote specifically from Audaz on that post plant, when we asked him about this matchup, he did not care. He was like, we got that. We're doing that lower bracket run.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. I think that that's the one thing I've really liked about both BBL and ULF. It's just like the amount of confidence and the bravado they provide. Like some of the things they say are like the kind of things that scare me as a coach when I'm coaching. Like if I hear a player being a bit cocky, I'm like, you need to humble really quickly. Like, but with these like new school Turkish players and teams, like it just feels right for them that they've got that different perspective.
Well, this is what we were asking for though. Like we were like, they need to get back to the confidence that they showed at Ascension. And I think if the 3 core players that were at Ascension can show up today, it makes the world of difference. And I think having that confidence is so good and is exactly what we asked for. The only thing is, like I mentioned before, Team Liquid in the lower bracket, that's a completely different beast to go up against. So I think now that ULF have their first win out of the way, that should hopefully spur them on to, you know, keep continuing to have that confidence.
So do we believe then that because they are going up against Liquid, and we touched upon them having their lower bracket run themselves, being able to go to Masters Bangkok, but it's a different roster now. So where are we lying in the predictions camp, or at least expectations camp?
I feel like Team Liquid should still be
the
win. Favorite.
Yes.
And they should be winning.
Okay.
There are some, you know, big red flags if they're unable to win today. But it's not like ULF are the team that we saw in the first 2 games. Like the first 2 games, I think ULF basically just rolled over and died. Like they weren't in the game at all. But in that last game, they were actually a real contender, I think. Like, again, like once they get to stage 1, I'm super, super excited. Right now, it's just about accepting the position they're in and just having some fun.
I think if there's one thing that ULF can take advantage of going up against Team Liquid today, it would be in the clutch situations. We actually have a statistic for Team Liquid. They're last in terms of clutches in Kickoff so far right now, which is absolutely diabolical. 9% clutch win rate this year in comparison to, I believe it was 15.8% last year. So really not where they're supposed to be at. And bear in mind, last year it was kind of like middle of the pack on their clutch win rates, but to go from that to being last in clutches, really not ideal.
Yeah, and I feel like clutch stats usually imply to me like how good are your individuals. Like I treat that really as an individual thing, and I think that it's kind of a little bit worrying on Team Liquid's side that things as simple as a clutch, you know, with the players they have, like that is so bad. Like that's a really
concerning,
bad stat.
yeah.
Like that is ludicrous.
Then how good really are their players?
Exactly.
That's
I mean, I guess that's
my
kind of what I
question for
mean.
you.
I kind of worded that badly, but I guess what I'm saying is like my expectation for the team has lowered a little bit. Like I think they do have some shining lights in players like Purple right now, but ultimately overall, I think that clutch stat kind of tells a bit of a story here.
Yeah, I agree. I think Purple, again, like you mentioned, has been the kind of shining light, which was maybe someone that we had quite high expectations of, I think, coming in the sense that we wanted him to bridge the gap between being so great in Tier 2 and coming into Tier 1. And I think he's definitely shown that in their series so far. But again, it just comes to when are we going to see a vintage Nats performance and not being in these kind of scenarios where they're having to clutch and then not winning them out.
Well, today's the day for both of these rosters to prove us right or wrong, whichever way they decide to go, because at the end of the day, this is the lower bracket. The last chance for both of these rosters to put up a performance here in VCT EMEA Kickoff until we head over to stage 1. So without further ado, I hope you guys are ready for our last best of 3 series F today. In this lower bracket, we got Liquid going up against ULF.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past, what made me. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Liquid. Keep calling. Take a risk even though it might hurt me. Put the fire in my chest, keeps burning. I'ma put it right aside. But it won't be falling.
Esports.
All right, Liquid against ULF, this lower bracket. We're going to see hopefully some Turkish firepower going up against the big brains from Team Liquid and see how that is going to play out. The map veto, our expectations, Billy, in terms of what we want to see.
I think it's very difficult from ULF's perspective because, of course, they've only been able to win out 2 maps so far in their time in VCT, and that was against Pacific last week, or even the start of this week. Sorry, I keep doing that. But looking at this map veto, they are going to select Split, which was a great map for them against Pacific last week, but I know that you're probably not a fan of their composition, Mini.
No, I think there's a Split pick makes... It's a difficult one because Team Liquid like Split. And so they've done this thing again, ULF have done this thing where they basically picked their opponent's best map into them, or one of their best maps into them, which is exactly what happened in the Heretic series. ULF find some confidence on a map, maybe from scrims or officials, and then it's almost like they need to only play that map. So it's a little bit worrying to me that they're picking this map into Team Liquid, albeit they were very strong in it last time.
Yeah, it was a 13-5 against Pacific, which I think is pretty impressive. Breeze is the map coming through from Liquid. This, however, did not really go in ULF's favor when they played it against Vitality.
I mean, it didn't go in Team Liquid's favor when they played it against Vitality either. So I think that's more of a, you know, it's clearly been a great map for Vitality in that sense. Team Liquid have been able to find a win on it other than that loss. So I think for me, it's just a question of will ULF change their composition since they last played the Breeze? And how have they kind of learned from that series, or did they even really take anything away from it because it was such a domination?
I think Breeze, to me, like the double duelist angle for ULF is a lot harder with their roster right now, and so going to a map like Breeze for Team Liquid where they have, you know, 3 players they can choose from on the duelist, and Breeze being an extremely strong duelist map in general, I think that just makes a lot of sense.
And then we end things, if we go all the way over there, with Pearl, which for Liquid against Vitality looks pretty strong, but then from the side of ULF, I don't really know what to expect there.
Yeah, we've not seen Pearl from ULF just yet, so it'll be intriguing to see what they do with that. I think for Team Liquid, though, they did play that series with a sub. Obviously, Kix was here when they played the Pearl, so I'd like to think that they changed the composition since then, because I wasn't a huge fan of their Pearl composition.
I wasn't a huge fan of Team Liquid on Pro in general, despite the map win against Vitality. I think there's a reason why in EMEA we have a bit of a meme that we're not very good at Pro, because I saw when I was watching that map closely, I wasn't very impressed with some of the strategies.
That's absolutely fair. So instead of focusing on Pearl, then let's focus on our first map, and that is going to be Split. In regards to compositions or changes that we're expecting, I mean, Liquid has been running the same composition entirety of Kickoff. We're sticking with
the
that.
entirety of last year, I believe. This is a comp that they love, and they're usually pretty good with it. They had a close game with Fnatic, but losing out. I think they'll continue to do the same kind of stuff. And on ULF's side, I don't see them changing anything here either. I think they're both going to be happy playing the compositions they want to play.
I think in terms of ULF's composition, I actually don't mind it for them. I think that because it's Fabian that's playing the Breach, I'm okay with that. He was a good Breach in Challengers and proved to be at Ascension as well. I think having this double initiator on ULF's side is hopefully going to be able to help set Demure up, because of course we kind of mentioned him being able to have a good performance earlier this week, and I'm hoping that that can continue through.
No Astra from Liquid. How are you feeling about that, Mini?
Yeah, no Astra. I do prefer the Astra a lot more on this map, and I think there is a really important agent on this map to disrupt ULF's composition. When you have a all-in composition with the Breach Star and Omen Paranoia, the Waylay diving in, I much prefer having the option to have that gravity well, much like I was saying in the last series.
Yeah, I think the Omen is interesting. I wonder if this has come from a coaching decision, if this is Wayne individually saying that he'd prefer to play the Omen, or again if it's Nats. Yeah,
I think it's most likely comfort at this point. If Team Liquid have played it historically, I think this is just Wayne's comfort, to be honest with you. Yeah, so I think for Team Liquid it's going to be, on this attack side, it's going to be looking out for this Breach and Waylay. Like the ULF composition on defense is looking to trap you in with the stuns and the saturate, and all Team Liquid need to do is make sure they don't get stunned and saturated. I think they should be fine on the attack side if they can do that.
Yeah, I think ULF are going to be looking to take a lot of control of the extremities here with this Waylay, with this Breach, with this Fade, set up trap plays in mid potentially, like you said, Mini. And yeah, I think it's a really aggressive composition, and starting on the defense will be key for them here.
Yeah, and aggression goes hand in hand with ULF, so I'm excited to see how that one plays out. They are going up against Liquid on Split, and we're ready to dive into the action with our casters for this series. We have Haza and Cairo.
Thank you guys. Yes, thoroughly looking forward to this one. A chance for Liquid to put things right after a bad day in the office against Fnatic. And for ULF, a chance now for them to build some of their own momentum after avoiding elimination against Pacific.
Yeah, it felt as if against Pacific, ULF really hit a eureka moment in terms of they realised exactly how they want to play, realised that, you know what, we should be sending it at them. We have the mechanical ability to do that, and I think Team Liquid are going to feel a lot of disrespect today.
Both of these teams still figuring out their identity in a sense. Kickoff is here for exactly that purpose. The one change in composition coming on the Liquid side, moving away from Astra for the first time since both Lohan and Yao-Tsin took charge as coaches here. We'll just have to see if that little bit of extra added comfort can add to an attack side which has looked decent for them so far in their last 2 times played.
Both teams have registered a win here. Although ULF has only played it once, Team Liquid played it twice and have registered a loss as well.
That was against Fnatic the other week, but again, an asterisk on that performance just in terms of the things that they got right. Still those fine margins, betraying them at times. A very slow start here. Body's queued up to challenge mid, but no one facing just yet until the orb drops.
Oh, it's as if this is when the brawl is going to ensue, and it's ULF again playing on their aggression, trying to play through, and it's just not worked out. Audaz caught out and Purple with the kill.
Yeah, a little lapse in communication there. Perhaps Audaz thinking mid had cleared up, but 2 players get into the cutout, and still crossing the minute mark, Liquid yet to really take expansive control.
And with the spike all the way towards B, and that's really going to find impact on the A side of the map. I mean, there's time to rotate, sure. And it looks as if that's where Team Liquid want to go.
Yeah, ULF should have heard that TP away from Camo. The question is, how much do they read into this at this point in time? They have no sort of proactivity of their own. Fabian holding a long, long line against a group of Liquid players, which should be able to take this A site, no problem.
With 20 seconds left, they are really leaving it really low in the time bank, and Fabian could do enough here. That stun is coming up in 3 seconds. This is not... I'm not convinced by this.
Yeah, huge opportunity here for ULF in retake. Couple key pieces available. Fabian still the stun, the reveal.
Oh, and straight out Demer. I don't know about that. At least there's a trade through the horn as Neki comes in to help out. So still only a 1-player deficit. Getting all the way down. Nobody's challenging with players low. This should be easy enough for Neki. On for an ace now. Up against Nats. The team captain. And Neki knows exactly where he is. Going for the full stick. Going all the way. Nats hasn't swung. And ULF get the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the writing was on the wall in a way. Liquid, low on HP. They used so much utility in that execution, right? There wasn't enough time to contact into the site. Wayne just had the paranoia. That was it. And now a step up from Neki, which we'd sort of been waiting to see throughout Kickoff so far. He was the 2nd highest fragger in that Ascension final. And it feels like when the team is playing well, he's playing well. If ULF now have a foundation, they can really move on from this.
Yeah, luxury player. Which is crazy to see.
It is.
Right, for your IGL, but you'll take it. Playing round the smoke. You can see the judge in hand. Sorry, not the judge, it's a Bulldog, apologies.
Might bite like one still here, though. We'll have to see. Fabian backpedaling, does get caught by Wayne, and stun, just good for the 1. So Liquid now make it a 3-on-3, and there are weapons to be collected here.
Yeah, Spectre and a Bulldog. This will make things very interesting against ULF. And is this going to be an experienced diff in the server? In terms of the 2nd round, as you can see, Wave looking to try and challenge Neki, but gives away one of those upgrades.
Big 1 versus 1 there, and look at this proactivity from Demer in the meantime. He's actually going to catch a really nice timing here, wrapping behind Liquid, or so you would think. At the very least, ULF know it's not A.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Neki and Audaz were posted towards B, but Neki, interested about the timing, maybe through Heaven.
Playing a very deep line here, knowing that they can spin the numbers to their advantage. Chance
30 seconds left.
Liquid to get on site. Uncontested. Does Audaz want to challenge this?
No, I don't think so. The audible's been heard, sorry. So we'll be looking to just hold on a passive angle, catching the spike in transition, and you can look towards heaven where Neki is positioned. He's starting to make his way on towards site, and that's really under pressure. It was going to be a contentious one, but at this point you can't help but feel it will be ULF to finish this out. It is confirmed. It's just how many get through to the next round? And the answer is only one.
It's another round where it comes down to only Neki and Nats, the captain on either side of the server. And plenty of damage dealt from the Liquid perspective. I think they'll be happy, all things considered, with how this one ended. Especially considering the fact that Nats was somewhat phased out of position at the end, unable to get the plant.
Spike down.
And familiar opponents for Purple, obviously playing against ULF in the Tier 2 system in the EMEA Challengers 3. Still missing two of those key players that we spoke about before. Dema being aggressive to take the B main space. This is something ULF will love to do, but Dema already pushed back, that space lost.
Yeah, not able to hold on to it. Ordaz has been involved in the last two first engagements. He was on the winning end on the previous round, and here, again, just looking to maybe get involved, but ULF have conceded the mid space for the second round in a row.
You can see Nats also starting to scale towards the A side using his own Viper wall, so with him finding perhaps timings to use, this is going to be a big part of this map, especially when you can see that split already starting to be explored by Team Liquid.
Just have to see, yeah, it is looking like the A execution here. ULF gambling that it might be a B finish. And as it stands, only Miniboo there. Just watching over this one. Finally, rotation starting to come through, and Ordaz again. First in the feed, and for a good reason.
Oh, Sturm trying to play a little bit too cheeky in the corner and caught out as well as Team Liquid completely route out that A site.
Chance to get the spike in. In terms of the utility, Wayne still holding onto that paranoia again. A big tool to dissuade this retake attempt. And that's out hanging in heaven.
Cover going out.
Yeah, looking to play upset, and unfortunately he's been upset himself. That Nightfall online. Okay, all systems go for ULF as they start to head towards the site. Wayne in main being an issue, and Dema now onto the spike. Wayne low after that last engagement, so you can't help but feel he's gonna stick it. That's a bonus conversion for ULF. What is going on in the Team Liquid camp?
At a Red Bull clutch, no less. I mean, I was thinking, surely we're not going to fall for the same act twice. Wayne calls his bluff, but Dema, with this renewed sense of confidence, does all he has to and connect with that spike defusal. I mean, these rounds have been close, if anything, but Liquid ruining their mistakes again.
The thing I love as well, the young guns shouting in the faces of Liquid as they continue to punish mistake after mistake. TP probably heard from the players just outside main, so they're paying their due diligence to try and clear it out.
Only a couple players that could have survived an outlaw shot. One of them is Nat. But now he's got to try and find a way back across this toxic screen. Dema's there to punish. Opening kill for ULF again. And as the pressure is put on mid, they try to fight back, but Liquid get another in their conversation.
Yeah, Camo needs to be careful though. He is the one with the spike and low, but Miniboo being able to find Ordaz opens up that B site.
It's an absolute brawl right now. ULF just trying to figure out where they need to set priority and what they want to fight for, because Liquid have moved into post again, and the numbers advantage is succinct this time, or so it was. Miniboo looks the wrong way, and it's another 3-on-3.
Yeah, and Dem are already on the hunt for the flank. That's going to be a potential win condition for ULF if he can get into place in time.
Looking at the utility here on the ULF side, though, there's not all too much to work with. Wayne still banking that paranoia again to try and counter a peek coming through. It's from the heavens first, and then the follow-up from Stern is clean. Camo ending it off with a 4K. And finally, getting Liquid on the board.
Yeah, at least able to deny 4 rounds in a row. But I think the big thing for ULF here is like how good they were at trying to challenge Nats' position on A. As we've seen a few times him scale up and allow Liquid into a post plan. I think that's the first post plant we've seen ULF actually like fail to get in and properly retake and pose an issue to Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think, like as you said, the improvement was being able to hunt down Nats there in A main, as he will reprise that role again here on round 5. But there's only a couple of rifles on the ULF side, and very immediately they make their presence known in middle.
I like this explosiveness from ULF, but they're so hesitant to hold on to the space, but they're going back again.
Re-clear in, Miniboo on the line, holds it down, Wayne, Camo, the rest lock it in. Liquid looking comfortable now at this stage in the round. Plenty of time to play with, Nats still lurking outside of A. And ULF doubling down on this mid control again.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid are anticipating some sort of peak. But not coming their way at all. So they'll rescue all the rifles away from the remaining 2.
Even dropping one on top of the double stack box there as well to make sure it can't be recovered. Nats just correcting the aim quickly enough. Stern,
come on.
Maybe, but at that kind of range, Nats is just about going to sneak it. So there you go. An in-zone flawless from Liquid. They make it back-to-back rounds now on the attack side.
Yeah, and in terms of team personalities, right, how we look at these teams, I've always viewed Team Liquid as a team that is very heavy on the prep side. They should know exactly how ULF want to play this map. And you can start to see that filtering into the calling from Nats to be a little bit more passive. Wait for ULF to try and take that space, and then if they re-engage, go further, hey, we wait and hold, or then we hit them with their own utility if you're Team Liquid. They've got 4 ultimates here, maybe even 5. We should expect some more success from the attack.
Emma bringing the op out for ULF here. The solo waylay in this composition, a trend which we have seen across VCT globally. You saw it on the stat there. Some of the lowest win percentages. But the teams that play it well, your 100 Thieves, your G2s of the world, have set that trend and really is going to go without support here on the other side of the map. It's Liquid pushing into the B site with the ults out. And it's Miniboo's that claims the first kill.
Yeah, very nicely done, but you can now see that they're waiting for the Waylay to get into position, and, well, nicely done by Stun.
It's one back, and the reveal just confirms that Camo's dropped into backside, but could really be anywhere now as that pit continues to make life a nuisance for ULF in this position. Investing in ult of their own from the Waylay. Ordaz up top, Nats searching for this one. And still, neither of them are better in this situation. Liquid doing it all. The wrap from Wayne into heaven. And as Stern finds 3, it's Nats to close it up in the end. Liquid still looking in control there in post.
Yeah, and this is the adjustments that we want to see. The post plan looking better, not taking any chances. And the ultimate's really pushing them along. Still though, a bit excessive in terms of winning that round. Maybe they felt it was an important one to lose because it will break the bye of the defense. With that being said, we will get our first timeout of the series.
Yeah, it's a frustrating start for ULF, I think, right? You win the pistol, anti-eco conversion, and then the bonus as well in very dramatic fashion, albeit. And Liquid have now found themselves a foothold back into this game. So in terms of what was working, I think, as we said, the isolation on A was looking quite nice. Mid has been an issue where they've sort of been few and far between. I think Liquid, for the most part, have been allowed that control. But then it's a case of setting those priorities, where exactly they're choosing to fight on the sites. Right now, especially towards B, that's been a bit of an issue.
But it has. A, the retakes, I mean, you're starting to see Team Liquid fall away from that, and I wonder right now is Lohan and Nats thinking about, hey, listen, let's try and go elsewhere, go away from the success, try and catch our opponents off guard. What adjustments are we going to see from ULF now? Because we've seen them try to go fast, be aggressive. We've seen them go for the retake. Where do we go from here?
Well, this is the change up from Liquid now. It just looks like a full pelt ascend. And ULF, in terms of what they want to do, it's going to be garage control, which will net information, but it's going to come in a little too late.
Cover going out.
I mean, Ordaz does have the ultimate to try and get out of the A site.
As it stands, Liquid slow in their scaling here, perhaps anticipating a change of setup from ULF.
Maybe worried about aggression.
Exactly. Just waiting for the smoke to clear, and when it does, Ordaz dropping deeper and deeper. Further conservative in his position, and again, caught in the smoke. Wayne the one to find him, and Liquid given plenty of breathing room here to set things up.
Yeah, I mean, able to get one. The numbers are even. Obviously, the firepower on the side of Liquid in terms of the buy. So what do we see from ULF here to prove an issue in this retake? They've been successful many times on A before.
Liquid have the tools this time as well. It was just a contact into the site, so little utility used, plenty in reserve. Wayne incredibly deep here and will catch Stern on the way back through. And so ULF just looking to see how much damage they can possibly do at this point. The money's been wrecked with the conclusion of the last couple of rounds, Cairo.
Yeah.
They're setting up for the next.
Yeah, and they're not wanting to give any more ultimate orbs, right? We've seen Team Liquid just use up their ultimate cycle to try and break the buy of the defense. Fabian maybe a little bit too eager to take that fight, but with the spike going and Dema going to that, Team Liquid are up to 4.
Happy to with the stun, I think. As you say, it's now 4 in a row. Liquid have the lead for themselves at this stage in the game. But ULF have ultimates, and this is their chance to bite back.
It is, and also they're bringing out Demos up as well for the first time on the defense, which will allow them to obviously have a way to gain information. Second, apparently. Kid on.
But here come Liquid. It's going to be another A-pop. I mean, it worked for them on the previous. This time, Fabian is there with a little bit more stopping power.
Yeah, waiting for the players to try and head up there as they go. And Fabian passes the test with flying colours, although he is low on health. But support and utility, that smoke, stopping any lines of sight to his position is going to be huge as he continues to be an issue. But Wayne will clear, and that sight now in Team Liquid's hands.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Fabian. Smoke bought him time, had the ult up, now he's gone. But ULF in a 3v2.
And now Liquid have to plant safe, which will not be good for the post plan.
That's his stuck in this corner as well. And Dema has all his movement to clear this out.
Yeah, and that's why he's going to swap out the operator and wait for the players to be in position to trade out. And that's probably most important from this corner. And exactly that will shoot Dema out the sky. So now it's up to the captain once again. And a 1 versus 2 clutch. He's stuck in the corner with absolutely no way out. And like that, ULF will come through, clear him out, and equal out the round count.
Yeah, it's a brilliant individual round from Fabian and the rest of ULF to clean things up. A little bit surprised that Dema didn't hit the refract, honestly, after he sent himself out of the cannon there. But this is the mechanical ability you know these players have.
Oh, yeah.
It just needs to find a little bit of consistency now.
Fabian, absolutely excellent as the players try to come in. I think if he gets even one there, it goes Team Liquid's way. And well, we go back again. An operator now on the attack for Miniboo.
Yeah, and he's anticipating this peek from Dema as well, so opportunity to punish, but the stun there as a safety net. The attacker unscoped, and Liquid just playing passively here at the start, waiting to react on any aggression from ULF. That's what you're expecting, perhaps, set pieces.
Wayne aggressive in his position, and you can see already ULF are lining up with the shoulder. Oh, gives it away. Stun though, and Dema getting a couple of kills of their own. So ULF now, they have the advantage in the round.
Yeah, it looked like Liquid were sitting tight for a reaction as soon as they poked for one. It's ULF getting the better of it, and then Stern giving away hap-handedly what was a 5 versus 3 advantage, just the one now.
Yeah, and Oda's now under extreme fire there. Going to use his ulti to try and support Dema, holding on from CT, but Team Liquid now look to point themselves towards A.
This is nice from ULF as well. They've pivoted into a 2-and-2 setup. Fabian to hold the line again, but Neki is here in support.
That means that Team Liquid do have the advantage when they hit any of the sites, but ULF have the advantage in positioning. Off angles that Team Liquid will have to try and clear out, but you can see a hesitancy there As it is going to be Camo to try and lead the line. He was low in health, but did not anticipate Fabian's position. Now the player's coming from main is known about by Neki, and he's calling for support, and he's got the ultimate to finish out the round. Purple's still alive somehow, but Fabian at least there to finish things off.
Neki looking a little frustrated, and you can tell why. I need to see a replay of Purpo there. He was getting tossed around like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah.
This was nice from Ulf, though. A little bit unfortunate to get caught there initially, but Wayne was the only one dueling, and as soon as they got that reaction, moving into the 2-2, they look comfortable to close this.
That's insane. Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit disconnected still on the Team Liquid side as they're trying to improve that micro, as it seems Team Liquid are ahead of the utility, and somehow Miniboot able to get two with a spray down.
Yeah, quick double, and Stern forced to vacate his pit in middle. That goes down, and so does he. The quickest round that you might see, I think, in this series between the two.
Yeah, quick and asterisks, because it looks as if these two are saving.
That's what I mean, right? Like, the round is done almost at the barrier drop, but Ulf will make us wait for the next 40 seconds or so, saving these guns.
It gives us a chance to talk about these two teams and obviously the expectations that we have for both. Team Liquid, obviously, we compare them from the roster that they had last year, right?
Sure.
The 25 roster that exceeded expectations. A lot will say, obviously. We saw Kiko really grow into his own role, which they lost this year, and then Team Liquid, I mean, I can't help but feel this was a downgrade from last year because of that. Even if you think of the initial roster that they brought out at the beginning of 25.
Sure, I think in many ways it almost always was going to be, right? It's difficult when you have such a high bar. There was no way they were going to meet immediately, at least. All of the international events which they attended last year, all three of them, first time in the organization's history that they've been able to qualify for all in 1 year. This round was Ulf trying to set things in motion early, and it actually looks like they're going to try their hand at a little bit more of the same here.
Who's next?
But it's
a deeper contact taken from Dema this time.
It looks to be a fake towards the A through the dimensional drift, and Ulf have completely bought it. They're rotating all the way over.
Yeah, Spike still in garage. Only 2 players there for the time being, but a rotation made, and that gets to a point where Ulf realized that this is just a fake.
Yeah, the scale is so slow from Liquid, and Oddaz left here with a way out. The paranoia good, still can't quite grab Wayne, and still somehow loses out that duel.
Yeah, I don't know, the rocket from Miniboo missing as well. Now actually Liquid are going to quickly double back towards A and go for the plant.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Favian still has control of mid, and there's players close to that A site.
Yeah, Camo does get one back in the meantime, fighting into screen. It is a 3-on-3 again in post-plant.
Yeah, topsy-turvy and Purple potentially with a chance to flank. Fabian with no idea. Oh, nearly gets a chance to bite the apple, but unfortunately doesn't work out. So Team Liquid full control of this post-plant as they'll try to get out of CT.
The plant is open here, but the paranoia is going to be enough from Wayne in the end. Stern left 1 versus 3. And with no real way back into this situation, he will cut his losses and look to save.
Yeah, I think this is a respectable decision, but did Team Liquid even allow him to get out? What? Oh, I thought for a second somehow his bullets had got a kill there, but no, it's the molly instead. So Team Liquid do find themselves up to 6.
Yeah, and by their standards, they've managed to find 6 on the attack.
Yes,
actually,
they have.
Cairo, your favourite phrase.
Thank you, mate.
Consistently, the last 2 times that they've played, it's whether they can find a real concrete advantage here or not. On what is Ulf's pick, important to reiterate, as much as they've stayed in the game,
yeah,
we'll just have to see if they can do any better. Just 2 of the rifle rounds picked up from them so far.
Find you.
That is true, but the big thing for me is that when you see Ulf come... It's a bit not like that. It's a bit messy. He stuns there, but he's got his knife out, mate. Come on, there's an execute going on. And yeah, this is a head scratcher to say the least, but we do settle on 3-on-3.
Yeah, Neki's Guardians come back out to play as well. Nat's isolated from this in male. Still, fights going on towards spawn. Wayne has the perfect gun for being hindered, but still can't find anything, and so Purpo goes 1v3. First target taken, 2 left to find. And with Ulf's renewed confidence, they play this as a pair. The question is, where to look? Purpo trying to dance around them. But Ulf holding a line and just giving him the time of day here.
I like this. They're letting Purple take the fight to them. Obviously a spike tap will try and bring them out of their position.
Oh, Purpo given half a chance there at finding the first engagement. Still searching for that second player. Now they're slightly split up. Dema solo by the pillar. 8 bullets left in the mag, and Purpo will delete the next. Tries to flick up and find Neki. Can't do it. Deadlock at the half.
Yeah, that we do end up at a deadlock, but the thing about Ulf is, Hazza, they are much better once they move onto the attack. Team Liquid need to be careful. It is a defender-sided map after all, historically, but we'll find out exactly what that scoreline looks like after the half.
Amateur. One enemy. Last player.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
A scrappy start for this one, I think it's fair to say. Miniboo's spray down there running past. A quick summary of the first half. Both teams with 6 rounds to their name. No more or less than each of them deserve, I think it's fair to say. But now Ulf with a chance to step on the front foot, moving over to the attack side.
Yeah, I think as well, once they move on to this attack side, we're going to see that explosiveness try and take Team Liquid off guard. And I think the big thing for Team Liquid is how does that preparation look like? They've not had a lot of time to do it, but they did get a glimpse at how Ulf wants to play.
Touched on it a little bit earlier as well. With Ulf playing this solo waylay, as you can see, Dema has been a little few and far between so far, but he is relying on that setup to get him in position.
Where are you?
Early util drop towards B and middle from the attack side before they end up moving towards A.
For a death ball heading towards Camel. TP still alive, and he'll have to opt to take it. Didn't quite take that fight cleanly, and look at this, Ulf already all the way up towards heaven, but Dema alone, no tradability. That allows Ulf the sight, but Team Liquid the advantage in numbers.
Yeah, that's the aspect of the waylay as well, right? If you isolate yourself like that, it just didn't feel like Dema gave himself a fair fight there.
Yeah, and Neki on an exploration mission all the way through in towards spawn, so he's going to take his time to try and join up with his teammates, but the timing is unbelievable. Oh, but he can't get the kill! Finally does get at least one, but it's not what he was looking for, and Team Liquid head towards the site, but lose to Fabian. So a 2 versus 2 with Wayne low. That's going to be massive in the pistol engagements, especially when Fabian is still alive! Another 4K for him as he wins out the pistol for Ulf.
Fabian really stepping up, so much so I feel like he might have, I don't know, had something roll under his chair there. But Neki, a little frustrated, I think, with the fact he wasn't able to find both. Fabian doing so much. I think it's interesting to see ULF have, I just like his hand warmers or something, have really committed to this breach where other Turkish teams like BBL and Larok had moved away from it, right? We know him to be such a flexible player. 5 different agents already shown in Kickoff. But he's right at the crux of the game plan with what it is that they are showing us here. Not really the utility, just the gunplay.
Team Liquid wanting to head towards A. They've seen something that they think is worth rotating over.
Toxins going up. Bring them down.
Spike's still sitting back in shop, so ULF playing a slow round here. I mean, look, they're up against 5 classics. There's little other way to posture it.
Yeah.
Got the spike.
Camo here can maybe TP out and they can play for a regroup, but this only looks to be going in one direction.
Yeah, and towards Miniboo. I mean, Stern's all the way up towards A, and he's actually pulling the spike back across to the side of the map, which I'm worried about. Has just seen Purple. Strength in numbers perhaps for Team Liquid here as they wait for the engagement to come through. Stern looking to try and fight, but doesn't win out. Neki now on towards where the spike plantable area is, but as the players start to make their way through, Team Liquid are starting to pick up the upgrades, but it does leave just Miniboo all alone on his classic as the players have all await his swing. It will go the way of the attack side.
Yeah, Camo the last player to go down there. The rotate from B. ULF get through the second round, no questions asked. And I mean, that's what this kickoff journey for them has got to be all about. Just gaining as much experience as possible against these VCT opponents, building up confidence within the core for when both Sop and Echo come back into the lineup.
Yeah,
you know, players like Dema and Stern as well, to put themselves in the shop window where you'd not seen them play anywhere near this level before.
Yeah, 100%. Mid is where the attack will start. And it seemed, oh, Dema wanted to go deep, but Neki's spam does connect on towards Nat, so mid has been won. But, I mean, this is going to be a B split. The players are waiting for the aggression of Wayne.
Has to be cautious in this smoke. Fabian clears him out. Miniboo comes through like a freight train and just runs him down. Double satchel out of the... Oh, had half a chance there to find Neki as well, but it does settle 2-on-2.
Yeah, and he's got control of heaven against his opposite number, Purple.
Tucks into the corner. Purple none the wiser. Neki turns up at just the right time, and with Fabian by his side, it's Camo to drop the breach player instead. Spike in no man's land. It's a TP stuck from Camo. What? No way he follows through on that. A Red Bull clutch. Calamity in the end. But such a bold play to make in that situation.
Yeah, you can see the smile on Neki's face as well, just as Camo does stick at the audacity to do it.
One enemy remains.
And I mean, ULF make a great attempt at this.
That's insane. Neki was just switching between the utility, didn't have the gun out in time. That's half the reason why it was so hard for him to readjust.
Time to jump. But now we head into our first ultimate cycle between the two. We've got Miniboo's Ray's ultimate, and then obviously the Nightfall from Neki, which can be a big execute ultimate. The Showstopper obviously good for the retake as well.
Honestly, it's one of those ones where whoever makes the least mistakes is the one coming out on top. It feels like in some of these situations, it's been really messy.
Yeah, Stern identified through A main. Is he a lurker, or is he the player that's going to scale up and allow ULF in towards a split right now? It doesn't seem to be the case, as ULF still ply away at mid. And here's the Showstopper as they look for a kill, but Miniboo doesn't identify the right target. So Neki gets the advantage, the entry kill.
It's another missed Showstopper from Miniboo, and this time it's in the corner where the molly dropped, so I don't know if he just assumed that someone was trying to tank it or not, but now ULF scaling towards B. 4 members strong, all against Wayne.
You can see already Demo going back, and it's actually good delay coming through from Wayne, and he TPs up and gives himself away. But Camo standing strong with no Euro TP away. He needs to try and fight this, but can't do it. So ULF 2 to the good now. Purple can't get one either. Neki, unbelievable so far on split. And we look towards Nats with just a Spectre.
There's not going to be much to look at though, because he is walking away from this one. ULF doing such a brilliant job at finding that opening pick and then grouping up together, taking the B site in full force, leaning into the strengths of their composition and being able to overwhelm Liquid there.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? But ULF, I was speaking about it, and kind of we touched on it in that last round there, right, about ULF and this Eureka moment and how they're developing as a roster, getting as much reps as possible. But it was something that, like, Demar was saying in that post plan. It felt as if the full time that we'd been playing in Kickoff, we were trying not to lose, whereas now we feel as if we're planning to destroy them, right? And you can see that in the way that they want to play, in terms of being aggressive, in terms of taking these fights. The fact that they have no respect for their opponents. You know, hey, listen, they feel as if they're the best in the server. I mean, you see it from BBL, kind of almost of that same crop of talent that's been coming up from Turkey in the past year or so.
Yeah, I mean, in many people's heads, mine included, I had ULF as that next bracket, I think. We weren't expecting them to come up in the fashion that they did, but it was that rapid development throughout the year as they joined the Turkish League only in Stage 2 in 2025. Against a Liquid side which is lined with experience on the international stage, from Nats to Miniboo. And now into the first timeout for them, the first of the second half as well. Chasing a 2-round gap. Camo has the ult. They've not quite got the money to make this look too scary. But Nat's making his thoughts known, and no better time than freeze time to do that.
That's it. I mean, he has been such a leader in the server. His speeches, we've all heard them. But really needs to start leading now, showing us what he's good for, grabbing those kills, holding those sights down. You can see right now it's really Neki and Fabian who's carrying ULF to the victory.
Yeah, they've stepped up to the plate. Risen to the occasion here with their lives on the line, of course. One of these teams will be going home at the end of the day. And as it stands, ULF putting themselves in a prime position on the map of their own choosing. Liquid could very quickly have 3 bodies here. There's a TP available if Camo wants to take it, and 2-3 other players hanging around.
Wayne is going to be so late to get here as well. Still, when I look at it, Hazza, it's still the advantage of ULF having those weapons.
See what they can try and set up here. It's a nice nade in the corner from Miniboo to flush out Demo, but just no gun power. No firepower to clear him out after the fact. So ULF set up pretty comfortably here in post-plant. And Liquid maybe just looking to drop to the spike when all is said and done.
Yeah, seems to be the case, or even try and grab a couple of exits here towards ramp. ULF are looking to try and explore, and they have given away a couple of kills back to Team Liquid. I mean, Spike will explode. It is ULF's round to get double digits, but yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I mean, look, plenty of damage dealt on the ULF side of things. Purpo walking away with the rifle as well. He'll be happy with that. But 10 for ULF, and just a 1-round loss so far on this attack side. Now we get to see what improvements Liquid have made coming from that timeout here.
I'm really looking at the retake as well, just because of that dimensional drift, because of that nightfall. But in terms of having to stick a landing after a timeout, there is no round more important than this for Team Liquid, because then ULF will be on 11 against an eco.
A chance to speak with the coaches as well. A point which they really hammered home in the off-season was they felt a lot of success came from their own strategic abilities, but a lack of autonomy at times when things got rough for the Liquid side, and so scouting around that Who's the one that steps up to the task here and makes the difference and keeps them in this map? Could it be Miniboot? Perhaps. Would it be someone else towards A main? Because that's where the spike is headed.
Big brawl. You can already see Camo setting up to escape, and well, Purple would be left all alone if that is the case, but they stand strong. An up-down setup, but it does trade out evenly.
Purple's still here, hanging from top ramp on the off angle, and that's just sliding into sight as well. But the spike is backpedaling because Neki is still hanging in male.
Thought for a minute that's where they would want to go towards B, but instead it's not. It's to buy a little gap, a little timing for the captain to move his way in towards heaven.
Purple dishing out damage, but still no kill picked up. Ulf getting ever closer to the site, which is stocked with Liquid players. Nat's the only one left now, though. 21 points of health, but still good for the tap. Ordaz was one bullet away, but can't find it by a whisker. And so it will head to a 2-on-2 where Liquid have a health advantage, and well, they have a player advantage now as well.
Yeah, but Neki has been so good. 21 and 12, can he get the clutch?
Smoke up in his face. Neki, Phantom in hand, looking for a spray down. Wayne and Miniboo crossing back in, finding the opportunity at a first, but Wayne will stamp it out. Liquid back in this one. Not the cleanest, but the round nonetheless.
Hey, honestly, it doesn't matter how you win the round, it's if you win the round for Team Liquid. Had to make sure that their economy didn't go into disarray. And you can see right now, Ulf might find themselves in the same position Team Liquid did in the last. A big swing round to come up now.
Spike plant.
This one is absolutely monumental in terms of who walks away with the result on this first map. Dema's got a judge out. You're expecting him to just go slinging in. It's actually Ordaz who TPs forward initially and is looking for that first engagement, wins it. Hinder landing onto Wayne, but no follow-up, no recourse now. Just the Omen on the B site as it stands. Dema, what are you doing? Out in the open, trying to recover a weapon. But Wayne gets the better of him.
Yeah. Can get away with things like that in Tier 1, not in VCT EMEA.
It's not Epic LAN anymore.
Yeah, it definitely is not. A long way from home for Dema. As we can see already, Ulf now trying to keep Team Liquid posted on the B site as the spike heads elsewhere.
Yeah, Camo can TP out of this if he needs to. He has the ult for retake, Purpo, the Nightfall as well. And that's exactly what he will do. Stops Ordaz from regrouping with the rest of the team, but Ulf will make their way through in passages here.
Yeah, and Neki is going to be so late to support this, so probably looking to hold down just that main position.
Liquid have these ults for the set retake. Should be favored to win from this position. Neki playing spoiler, late from main, still checking sewer for a potential flank, but now is when the penny drops, and Ulf should know that Liquid are trying to make their way back through. Camo, the furthest player up, looking for a little bit of support, trying to find the first of those engagements, drops the flash, but Stern drops Purpo instead. Numbers now for Ulf, going through the motions. Wayne with 3, but Ordaz goes one better. He takes his third, and he stands his ground. Ulf up to 11.
And with that, Team Liquid also don't get the value from their ultimates. It's a massive round to win for the attack, and one that Team Liquid will not be happy with whatsoever.
Be right back.
I mean, I don't know what Dema's doing here. Fair enough, mate. You're trying to and grab that rifle, but overall, it's all about the round win.
I mean, even he knows that a mistake was made there. Yeah, I think we saw some of that frustration really setting in some of the earlier matches for Ulf as well. But you've just got to find a way to reset yourself. Otherwise, it does end up getting the better of you in those situations.
Yeah, just to confirm, folks, we are going into a quick tech pause just now.
I don't know, are we? Something was dropped under the desk, maybe not anymore.
Yeah, well, oh no, screens there is, but not on the big screen, so Maybe we're just waiting for ready checks and to get back into game. Yeah, there is. Oh, yeah. No, it's a timeout.
Oh, okay. We've gone from dropping something under the table to hitting the big red button on the Liquid side. So
yeah.
That's what it's going to be.
And it's fair enough, because that last round was an important one, and it's one that has also affected the economy of the defense.
It has. I mean, it's really not a pretty picture right now if you're Liquid. It's around here and there for them on this defender's side so far, but this has been the pain point of their last two performances on Split. When you look at the KC game, the Fnatic game, especially, just 3 rounds picked up, if I'm not mistaken, on that half.
Yeah. Need to see exactly what Team Liquid are going to do here, because it could be desperation time, right? This is an elimination game. Folks need to realise that at home. Sure, Kickoff can be one of trials and tribulations, one where you think to yourself, listen, do you know what? We'll take our lessons from this and look towards Split 1. I mean, ULF have certainly done that from the first 2 games that they've played.
Yeah, and as we know, Liquid made 2 finals last year. One of them was in Kickoff. That was where they placed second. They ended up winning stage 2.
Yeah.
And at this point in time, you're just looking at putting one foot in front of the other. Maybe you lose a map here and there, but can you make the necessary improvements, or do those issues persist? It's more defender side woes for them right now. And in terms of solutions, well, they're not going to find anything all too early. ULF very reserved with how they've started this one.
Seems as if they've got an idea, or changed their idea, apologies, into where they're going to head. I mean, it's not as if Team Liquid don't have anything dangerous. You're looking towards that Stinger mini boot close range, a couple of rifles on Wayne and Nats. I mean, 2 of those players we've mentioned, mini boot and Nats, are on the B site, or close to it.
Demo diving in for info, baits out a lot of utility on the Liquid side, and then here come ULF, rolling thunder through. First 2 kills collected, but Nats with 3 of his own. Level footing as it stands, Spike can go in, the pit is not going to reach the site, but it's brought a big distraction, an ink cloud, which Nats is looking to use. Through main he'll go, but the counter pit has almost negated its effects fully.
Yeah, 100%. This has given a real foundation for this post plant for ULF.
To double up in backside, actually. I don't know if Stern wants to stay in the pit or is just waiting for it to drop here. The toxins should be running out.
Yeah, but Odaz is low.
Any moment now, and yeah, there you go. In the end, Stern catches Nats out in the open air. A 1 versus 2 for the rookie. Wayne to keep Liquid moving forward. But it's been a real change of the tides. And ULF are up to 12. 1 away from taking the first map, their map pick in this series.
And a massive map it is, because it's one that Team Liquid have always been good at. I mean, you think towards last year and how Nats was able to use the Viper to his advantage in many occasions, but so far, I feel as if Nats this year has looked so uncharacteristically unlike himself.
I mean, ULF have just been so prepared for everything Liquid have thrown, and I'm sure there's the one change in smokes, but this is the same composition they were running during the off-season. Here comes Stemmer again, just trying to clear around the corner, but as he recalls back to the support of his team, the job is done. Matt's still trying to keep things alive here. The beating heart for Liquid, but it's now starting to flatline, to falter.
Chris, look at this. Purple's only got a Sheriff, and the players are so ready for it.
Standing.
Wayne gets one back. A chance to right his wrongs in a 1v1, but it's Stammer's day today! 13-8! ULF continue the streak and take split from Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, ULF are really growing into this kickoff, and you can see the team spirit coming through when they are winning. It looks excellent, but it is only map 1.
It is. Liquid not looking much better there, but we head over to Ginny on the sidelines to catch up with Neki after that result.
Okay, before you run off, really quick question. That was a 23-15 game from you. Absolutely incredible. How are you going to stay calm, collected to make sure that this is only 1 map away from your lower bracket run?
Yeah, we're gonna do lower bracket plan. We are so happy to win this first game. We are excited to next games. After this, we're gonna do lower run, of course.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go and join the team. Good luck with that. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the second map of the series.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a cut the my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper likes me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชูดีกว่าว่าพวกProblems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิดด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world shark. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh.
You have been running Astra on split for a very long time now. What is the reason behind swapping it from? I think it's just a comfort pick for a win, honestly. It feels more comfortable on the edge, and we're trying to play more towards our play strengths than to replicate what we were doing last year. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much for that insight. Something we touched upon going into this one when we saw the Omen instead of the Astra was the comfort pick for Wayne. However, even with that comfort pick, unfortunately for Team Liquid, they were not able to close out this map. And ULF came out swinging.
Yeah, I think the highlight from ULF here was simply the firepower difference, in my opinion. I think that Team Liquid actually had a very good read on avoiding some of these breach stuns, and historically a very good split team. And so I'm a bit worried about Team Liquid. If you can't look good in a map where you're supposed to be pretty good on historically.
Yeah, I have to agree, Manny. I think one of the things I'd said to keep an eye on going into this matchup is that one of the things that ULF can take advantage of is the fact that Team Liquid are so poor in clutches right now, and that seemed to be the case. I think the only clutch that they ended up getting was that stupid one where Camo ended up TPing behind one of the ULF players on B site. So yeah, I think ULF really being able to come out strong and just being able to win those moments, which is crazy because when we think of Team Liquid's roster and the experience that they have in comparison to ULF's roster, you'd think that those would be the players to thrive in those moments rather than ULF due to the experience. So yeah, I think shout out for them for being able to pop off in those moments.
It also answers our question specifically before we headed into the series where we thought, okay, we've seen ULF come and just swing. Last time around against Pacific, they were really confident. They were really pretty much like just go all in. were they going to be able to replicate that? Was it a flash in a pan? This map, to me, was the answer to that question. Obviously, we still have at least one more map to go, but it's a good, solid start on what they are capable of.
Yeah, but I don't even think that it was ULF's aggression that was necessarily the win condition, really. Like, they were consistently just winning these rounds they shouldn't. Like, they were obviously playing well, but like the fact that they won, do you have the stat? It was like they won a ludicrous amount of clutches.
Yeah, they ended up winning like 5 clutches in comparison to like Team Liquid winning 1 clutch. It was just ridiculous.
I mean, we did highlight Liquid's inability to win most of the clutches with their stats being towards the bottom of the leaderboard. And you go up against a team like this, and it's a whole different beast to deal with. That made it a bit more difficult.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think that something that you had highlighted, Minnie, before we went into that was the aggression. And I do think Team Liquid were doing a good job in being able to avoid those kind of breach setups that you were kind of highlighting going into that. But yeah, I think it just mainly came down to a lot of the clutch situations that they found themselves in. Which, as Team Liquid, you're looking at thinking, why are you even in these situations in the first place?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, we're not going to have the answer for that right now. But I think for ULF's side of things, it's just the confidence that they had in this map. I want to see them replicate it. And even with the sideline afterwards with Neki coming hot off that win, he's like, yeah, we're going to make this lower bracket run. So they are so confident, not just in their ability for this game, but for every. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm just looking forward to next game. Like, to them, this is already done, which is
ruthless. Yeah, Neki won 3 out of the 5 clutches that they were in as well. And I think as well, when you look at Neki, something that we were interested in was that IGL head-to-head, because he's going up against someone that is so well-seasoned now. When we think of decorated players, you think of Nats, right? Such an experienced player on this stage. And look at the ACS coming out from Neki. 300 is quite a stark number to be putting up for someone that just arrived in Tier 1 this year.
Wasn't that you said the expectation that you had for one of the players was to be 300 ACS?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I expect that from my boy Neki, who I picked as my rookie of VCT EMEA. And there's nothing to do with the fact that Sop isn't here, because, you know.
You just outed yourself.
I mean, I'm just so excited for Sop, man. I'm so excited for this guy.
He's not here yet.
But now we're excited for Neki, because that was incredible.
No, it was very good. And I think that just goes back to that kind of thing where it's like, if he's able to drop bombs, like, why is Nats, you know, is he going to do one eventually? Like, this is the time where lower bracket, we're about to go out. It's like, back to the wall. This is where we expect a big performance from Nats.
And this is where we have seen big performances from Liquid historically as well when it comes to that lower bracket. They're no strangers to have their backs against a wall. So if anything, this is familiar territory for them. So they should be thriving.
I would say so, but I don't think so. In like, this is triple limb. This isn't the same as before. This is a lower bracket. This isn't the same as like.
They're in the trenches.
They have lost to some teams that they played against some teams that maybe they would usually not be in this position. So I think this is a very different kettle of fish right now. I'm very worried for Team Liquid.
All right, Breeze coming up next though, and that is where Liquid is going to be the starting off on the defense. When it comes to recollecting, getting back into the swing of things, forgetting map 1, what are we expecting from Liquid here?
I'm expecting a little bit of a Nat speech between those two maps. We know what he's like with those speeches, so I'm sure he's going to be on the stage or behind the scenes giving one of those out.
Literally right now.
Right now? He is.
That's his sponsor camera. Just.
Team Liquid here, I don't expect them to change composition. They're going to be running probably the double duelist approach, which suits their team, albeit it didn't work so well last map. But on Breeze especially, I think that they've had good results against decent teams here, so they should be looking okay here.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Breeze, like obviously they managed to get that win against KC. Vitality game, I'm not looking into it too deeply because both teams ended up losing to Vitality. I think we're expecting potentially a double duelist on both sides, which I think is going to be intriguing. But in saying that, because it had been so long since ULF has actually played Breeze, I think they've had time to switch things around should they want to, but it looks as though they're still leaning into the double duelist.
Double duelist, but I believe it's a different...
Yeah, they've moved away from the Jet
and the Neon.
And the Neon, yeah, so they've completely changed what duelist they're playing on this map, because previously it was the Yaru and the Jet.
It's a little bit more direct. You're going to get that Neon able to just wall up and just go in aggressively. I think that the Neon is, in a weird way, like a substitution for the Breach. Breach isn't very good on Breeze at all, but Neon kind of is able to do similar things. You just wall up and go. And that's the same style that they've been running with the Breach and what's been working so well for them at the end of this kickoff run.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because Team Liquid have also moved away from the Jet that they were running previously as well. They've decided to opt for a Neon and Yoru, so that's kind of exciting.
Yeah, for sure. Minibu, I think, especially if we hark back to 2024. I think his Neon was phenomenal back then. So Breeze is a map where people are still working out the theory on it, and I think Neon is becoming more and more popular.
I think as well, one of the main things here is that they've switched Purple over to that initiator because he was playing the Jet previously when they had played Breeze. So I think Camo be on the Yoru is
That was actually something in the
thing.
green room we were talking about. I was like, Camo's farming on the Yoru here, and maybe we just see it on the Breeze.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing Omen for Wayne instead of the Astra as well. So sticking with what they're comfortable with didn't necessarily work out on that first map, but if anything, this is their chance to equalize the score.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have to. Like, it's just, I'll be honest, like, I think losing Split there is not, in that fashion, isn't acceptable, and I'm just eyes on. I don't care about map theory, I don't care about any of that stuff. I just want them to shoot their gun, essentially.
I think as well, this is where you really test the resilience of this Team Liquid roster because of the lower bracket runs that they've been able to go on in the past. And when you've got ULF coming out swinging like that and that confidence, you need to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, because Valorant is a tactical shooter, so being able to shoot your gun absolutely is necessary. But whether or not Liquid is going to be able to do that as we're heading onto Breeze is a question that needs to be answered. But we're ready to head into our second map, Do or Die for Liquid here. Can they push it to that decider and hold on, or is this it? We'll find out with our casters, Haza and Cairo.
That is exactly what we're here to find out. A stoic expression on the face of Neki as Nats has spent the last 2 minutes trying to rally the troops as much as possible. Liquid need their own map pick if they're to stay in this competition. Otherwise, they will crash out in the lowers with just 1 win to their name. Are ULF the real deal? Or do Liquid have fight back in this one yet?
It's time to find out. Young Guns who are looking to show no respect, push what has been a champions team last year, right? That's the big thing, the big talking point here is where Team Liquid have been and where they are now.
Not just a champions team, but one which felt unlucky with their results in the end. Losing to DRX, PaperX, teams which made top 3, even top 1. To fight through middle to start. On the defender's side, Camo gets things going the way that Liquid would have hoped. 2, 3 kills from his Bandit.
Last player standing.
And with Ordaz left on the other side of the smoke, it might just be the Bandit clip of the week. And exactly how Liquid would have liked their first pistol to start.
Yeah, fantastic way. And Team Liquid already fixing a problem from Split, winning a pistol round. They didn't win a single one there. Now get things started off perfectly on this defense, taking ULF off guard. And that's what the Young Guns need to be aware of.
One enemy remaining.
Didn't quite catch the last one there, but that's what the Bandit is good for at close range. Deals a lot of damage.
Go, go, go.
And you can see 3 rifles brought up on the Liquid side. A lot of the conversations around this team was just about raising the bar professionally as well. And for what it's worth, the players look fairly relaxed, I think, in the downtime between maps. You expect them to bounce back. It's a word we've been throwing around so much, the expectations of this team.
That's what you were hoping for. ULF's expectations keep growing as well by the way that everything's been going. Very nice from Nats in the end. A flawless round of 4K for him. But yeah, maybe this is ULF maybe having a little bit of a stumble in these early few rounds, but they have been getting better and better is the point I was trying to make.
Sure, it is an in-zone flawless for Team Liquid through Nats. But as you say, with those lower expectations, almost, I guess, non-existent in a way for ULF, considering the double substitution, yeah, it does feel good for them. That's an interesting one. EMEA, the only region to have picked Waylay on Breeze. We spoke about it a bit in the previous map, the solo Waylay. We'd seen teams play it on Bind, Split, amongst a few. I think, yeah, Breeze doesn't really feel like a Waylay map, does it?
No, I guess in a way it does, in the fact that like you can see the Waylay dive deeper than that of a Jet. But I think the big thing for me is that it's actually not Demer on the Waylay, and he's picked up the Neon, which is something he's been a lot more comfortable on, right? You always think of him being that Jet, the Raze, the actually the Neon as well.
The other aspect to that, of course, is the Yoru on the side of Liquid, which just feels like the meta duelist to be playing right now, almost as that second initiator. So makes plenty of sense. even with a slight change up in the roles. Purpo back on Initiator. Hadn't seen him in that one since Focus 2022 would have been.
Throwback.
But with the first minute already taking place, Minibu still eyes on elbow, will be turned to try and deal with Neki here. Sorry, it's just a marshal, but not enough to marshal the situation itself. Ulf let loose onto the B site, but Wayne has it under wraps.
Very nicely done.
30
Stun though,
seconds left.
still in mid, and that spike in no man's land with little to no time to pick it up. Ulf need to get a move on here.
Stern wrapping around, but Purpo just thinking about it. Looks away for only a moment. Ordas here to potentially try and recover things. That is arriving late from main. Wayne is here as well.
10 seconds left.
And nothing has gotten past him so far with this Guardian. Stern trying to plant inside the orb. But Wayne, Wayne really should have had that one. No time left for Stern to win the round, but he'll wipe the slate clean.
Yeah, I mean, 3 rounds for Team Liquid, but still some individual errors coming out. Ulf maybe feeling a little hard done by there just in the end. But hey, listen, overall, it seems like Team Liquid are getting the better run of luck compared to Split.
I mean, I think it's due at this point in time with some of the luck they'd had in previous games, especially the start of that Fnatic match. But speak of individuals, I don't know how that's not hit, by the way.
Is that
no idea. Speaking of individuals, it's exactly what the desk were talking about. Just a little bit of shooting the gun, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Nats has his moment, Camo, Wayne as well. Exactly what the doctor ordered as far as Liquid are concerned.
And it seems as if this one could be a formality already. Still, Ordas does have the rifle, and both duelists here. And putting Wayne under pressure as that paranoia has gone away into the wind, but the shots of Wayne have not. Team Liquid up to 4.
First couple rifle rounds, and Wayne is looking brilliant in isolation. I think one of the first maps that we actually saw him level up his game was Breeze. And honestly, yeah, it must be said, right? It's always difficult switching regions, no less when you don't go into that first official with the team. So
Bro,
more than
they
anything,
cannot come to my side, bro. I'm telling you.
catching up for lost time and buffing out those stats at the same time. Minibu bringing out an operator now in full, as Ulf have another rifle round.
Yeah, and this looks like Group 1. Look at Demmer, he's already through double doors as well. He's making his way up, and right now the 2 players towards main are under pressure.
Let's just split the focus off this defense fully. Brilliant refract to just get back there. As cornered is Camo. I think he's able to get out in the end there. He is, and with Minibu finding another as well, it makes its way to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Minibu still with this operator is going to be a real issue, but Wayne are so good! A nice triple spray down. This Team Liquid Academy are really starting to find their form.
And so is Wayne. He's looking comfortable doing it, even just laying back in the chair as well as the timeouts queued up early here from Ulf. This is the Wayne that we were promised. The one who sat at the top of Ebot's specific scouting list for most of Ascension last year. A real big talent, but we also wanted to see him come out of his shell. So if he's, you know, let's go, and then why not?
Yeah, 100%. This is what we've been asking of Team Liquid, right? Because they played against that Vitality, and it was, you know, close. They looked decent enough. But then as we start to head on, we get further and further through the bracket. I think of that Fnatic match and how that was probably like the expectation like setback for a lot of talent, a lot of people watching them. Because right now, after that first map, I'm thinking, God, man, Team Liquid, are you going to crash out this early?
Yeah, I mean, that is ultimately the golden thread or the yellow thread in this situation, which connects the 2 teams on Breeze. Both of them played Vitality, both of them lost. The difference being it was by a margin of 7 rounds in which Liquid ended up sort of narrowly being defeated, whereas it was a little rougher for Ulf. But the first week troubles very much put behind them. Now the question asked, can they break the ice here on Breeze more than anything else, get a foot in the door, because as it stands, it's been very slow uptake from some of the same names that helped drive them here with a lead.
Yeah, And with ultimates in play, that's where you're expecting will be the tools to do it. But with the weapons, do you want to invest it?
That's the thing. It just doesn't feel like the round. Depends if they're able to find a pick here or so. Diving into the molly, it's well placed from Nats. The Hunter's Fury connecting with teammates there. Stern backhandedly struggling to clamber through as Camo is hindered in the ultimate, but eventually is able to collect information on where ULF are setting themselves up here.
Yeah, but you've got to look at the flank as well. Look at Miniboo right now.
Becky with only one for now, and as you say, Miniboo closing the net from main. Liquid looking to buy him time. It's an op here, so finds the first, but doesn't even need to reposition for the second because Wayne is here again. Another double. Liquid up to 6.
I don't like it, mate. I don't like it at all. Fabian, Neki and Audaz, right, using 3 ultimates on that execute, and understand that ULF have got the confidence and they're like, listen, we're not playing to lose anymore. I mean, you kind of are if you're going to use it, like your ultimates that way.
It's a conversation we have a lot about these more inexperienced teams, right?
Yeah.
Think of Gentlemates last year when they couldn't close out that string of maps where they got up to 12. Sorry to bring it up, Mates fans, but a lot of that came down to not cycling the ultimates correctly. Just thinking, oh yeah, you know what? Roll the dice. Oh, didn't win. Roll the dice. Oh, didn't win. Oh, I've lost the map. You know? There comes a point where you got to bank on something, and well, here they do have rifles.
That they do. This is the buy round, and Miniboo able to escape and identifying at least where Demer was.
Advanced positioning from ULF. Coming at this with quite the velocity, but the spike is still dropped back outside the boathouse.
Yeah, it's also advanced positioning from Wayne. Look at where he is, all the way deep in towards main, but the fights do go ULF's way, and Wayne is continuing on.
Neki's already spotted this out though, so diligently cleared by him, was just waiting for the support to come through. Defensive rotations have arrived, but ULF can't finish here yet. They need to go back and get the spike. It looks like A is where they'll end up heading, and it's for the better. Oh, not if Stern can't win that fight though.
Yeah, this is getting worried. I mean,
another big 1v1.
Yeah, ULF are allowing Team Liquid a chance here, but the fights have started to go the attack's way. They win out in the end, but I'm left scratching my head.
Yeah, it felt like a real deathmatch that round, but if the Turkish team has anything to say about that, it's going to be a round win, obviously.
Of course.
I just think, yeah, obviously, the spike dropped back, a little bit sloppy perhaps, but on the whole, the macro was quite nice. Neki identifying the threat, waiting for the support, winning the duels, Demer kind of doing his own thing, and Audaz contacting up a lot of space on A. It's starting to expose the weaknesses in this Liquid side.
Yeah, and after that last round, Liquid are finding themselves a bit of an expensive buy. They could find this really going the way of ULF on the attack, both sides with an operator, as Team Liquid now know.
Camo has to be careful here. How has that not been commed? Feel as if Demer should have been saying to his team that a player had perhaps slotted into the close positioning, but still gets one and gets out.
And I mean, Liquid will be buzzing with that. The fact that they gave nothing away, and now ULF look to re-clear the map, and they've got so much to do in this round.
They have, and Stern's position is duly noted. Wayne trying to cut him out. I believe that is Demer's ultimate, actually, and now Miniboo's to go looking through the tunnel. Demer the one leading the line as it stands, but fails to turn the head. Stern gets rewarded, and it has to be Camo. On backside B, Demer chasing him down, threading the needle in and around the site, but Neki dispenses of him, and so numbers in favor of ULF now.
Well, there is, but Purple's waiting for Nats to try and join up with him, and he's taking his time getting here.
The duo from 2021 trying to make things work in the current year. Called back into this lineup against the odds, and now it is only Nats to try and fend off this ULF offensive, which is looking for back-to-back rounds, and as you say, the time simply isn't there. Neki stepping up again, and ULF making it 2 from 2. Yeah, it's a nice uptick in form, apologies. The fact that they're starting to find weaknesses, starting to actually win their duels, because at the end of the day, that's the big thing about ULF. They have that mechanical firepower, even if it is 2 substitutions.
Nice!
And Dem are feeling it. That's what you need to see. That's what it's all about. Many an ULF player we've seen screaming and shouting on the stage, and with every passing round, Demmer feels like part of the furniture. That's going to be another in the books for him. That's going down early. Toxic screen lost. Still 2 rifles on this Liquid side. Yeah, they're going hunting as well. I don't know about this. Miniboo just on the Sheriff, a stun. Neki isn't a dead one. And as the pistols continue to drop, the rifles are still here. Camo gets 1. Spike drops deep in middle, but ULF don't care. They're winning every duel. Yeah, it feels as if Team Liquid are continuously picking a fight with a boxer and continuously getting knocked back at the moment. Okay, Purple with a nice shot there, but it is still 3-1. I was thinking maybe we could put the Rocky theme on for this one, Purple. Oh, he's got a long way to climb up. He does, he does.
Spike planted.
I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, it's a difficult task.
Unless he can find the eye of the tiger, the eye of the wolf in this situation, I suppose.
Yeah. That was so poor for you.
No, I mean, come on, the standards through the floor.
You're quoting Duran.
Situation.
Duran.
Eye of the wolf is not going to be winning regardless.
Oh, man.
Cairo, sometimes I wish I was invisible.
Invisible? Why invisible?
It's another song by Duran.
Oh.
All good.
Yeah.
But here we go. The Wolves are howling. ULF have their 3rd now. And Liquid are back to the drawing board. The money not looking too great for them here either.
No, it really isn't. We're starting to see things get troubling for the defence, and we knew that this could happen at any moment. This is not great. That's not going to fill you with confidence. And ULF getting more confident as every round goes by, and every round that they win.
Frustrating signs on the Liquid faces now. Things starting to go against them after what was a very promising start, but again, propped up by those individuals. Another one of them here, Wayne, but he's completely overran, and Demmer, like a lightning bolt, surges into the site. Miniboo does have an answer, and Purpo will try to find another of his own, but can't in the dark. Miniboo's still going here, running through the middle of the site. I don't know, ULF might have thought it was their teammate with those steps up close, but Fabian finds 3 in and amongst it. And another tough pill to swallow for Liquid.
Yeah, and that's forced to go and save all the way on the other side of the map. It feels like ULF went, boys, we're playing double duelist, just hit a site, and they are hitting it with all the might that they've got in their arsenal. Yeah, within 2 rounds are ULF, and this is looking excellent. The fact that we've only seen, what, 2 ultimates there in that last round. They've learned from their mistakes where they threw it in on the eco. Fabian still keeps his in his back pocket.
And I think, honestly, this then brings up what I was talking about at the start of the round, the individualistic nature of this current Liquid team that I think we're seeing. That synergy maybe not as built up as you'd expect it to be, because Cairo, they were talking about with the scouting, yeah, we want to get players that can be self-sufficient, but that also comes with things like plan creation. Maybe this team, people have argued, is less vocal than the previous one, and that comes with a whole host of issues itself.
Yeah, and I think that is the big question, right? And a big conversation point within the entire Valorant scene about Nats in his position, right? And the fact that he is actually being forced to really call now, like having to take that mantle. Before he had vocal players like Patitech, etc., right, to help him out, but now he has to be the one really leading the line this year.
Yeah, and you know, what kind of cost could that have on his individual performance? And you can see it here, the numbers somewhat speak for themselves. A slight change in role as well, right? We've also seen him pick up the Astra, the Killjoy, agents, which he hadn't previously played much of at all, right? He was always the Sentinel on the side. But it does sort of raise an eyebrow, right? Is this version of Liquid going to find success in its current state? And I have to say, with 4 rounds now in a row, the timeout called, you're looking for answers in these last couple rounds to see if they can give themselves a real advantage heading into that second half.
Yeah, I mean, not making the most of 6 rounds in a row does feel a little bit tough, a little bit of a tough position to be in. But we are going to see Demos Op being brought out. A much slower start from how ULF had played in the previous, waiting to see what the defense want to do. And so far, the defense haven't really done much.
Oh, Nats. A dangerous game here with Dema. Spike is here. Rotation quickly called though. Supply lines arriving with player numbers, but Nats goes down solo and still Liquid left waiting for a moment. When those individual players drop, then what is there left behind right now? ULF just cutting straight through them, one by one. It's almost flawless.
That was their best.
And with barely a mark on the record since those first 6 rounds, we might just be heading to another even half.
Yeah, within 1 round, ULF go. And again, it's the mechanical, it's how everybody plays off one another. It feels, again, that eureka moment coming through. The fact that we're seeing that micro being played off of every single individual showing up when needed. And think about, I go back and think about that timeout that ULF took, right? That's where everything changed.
Yeah. They've since had opportunities to reconnect with the coaching staff. Another A play here. It's Groundhog Day on Breeze. Nats at the very least hoping it's not an exact repeat of what we've just seen, and it won't be. He does find the opening kill.
And Wayne also TPing over, and with the spike in no man's land, this is going to be difficult for ULF to get back.
Back in a flash.
Fabian actually just dives on in, knows exactly where Nats is, and the refract is perfect as well. Stuck in the corner without support, does eventually get cleared out, and the rest of Liquid arrive on the scene to make sure a 7th can be secured. It's Camo to nail that one on. So at the very least, 2-round advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Team Liquid do get to go in with an advantage after 6 rounds in a row is going to at least be a little bit of a saving grace, but it feels like they should have done so much better over that first half.
Absolutely, and plenty of Liquid fans in the house today that have sort of bested the Berlin weather and descended upon the arena, hoping for a better result from this team, as last year, of course, was a great one for them. Let's go and have a chat. Oh, very soon we will go and talk with one of their fans, but yeah, we need to see much better from them in this second half. Let's go and have a chat with Matt, who is a big Team Liquid fan.
Matt, the casters Laura introduced you. You're a very big Team Liquid fan. I think that's a great way to introduce you. You were here cheering the entire time. Decent start from Team Liquid, lost the lead a little. How are we feeling?
I mean, first map was a bit unlucky. Now, honestly, 7-5 half, not the best. I think after that 6-0 start, could have converted more, but we roll with it. Now, just take them up home.
Do we believe?
I believe, 100%. I mean, the boys know they have to do it. And we know we have to do it, so I think just win it now.
All right, I think we need to make sure that the players on stage can hear you. So, any chance for Liquid?
Let's go Liquid! Let's go Liquid! Let's go Liquid! Let's go Liquid!
We're going to be heading back to casters. Thank you so much. I'm sure that energized them. Let's start the second round of this half.
The Ultras out in full force, backing the boys, even on a cold night in Berlin. But no, it's great to see the support here. And that's exactly what Liquid are going to need to try and channel if they want to keep themselves in it, Cairo, because they've left themselves with a little bit of breathing room here. First pistol round for the series picked up at the start of this map, looking for another now to just sweeten that deal.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're able to win the first pistol round on the second map, they need to double it up, right? Equal out the pistol rounds that they've been losing out against ULF. Or win out, I guess, this time. So, yeah, big round to come up here. Make sure to extend that gap even further.
And as the statistics suggest, this is a more attacker-sided map in general, right? We've seen the switch towards the Neon here as well for Liquid, so that should mostly be catered towards their attack side plans.
So slow so far on the uptake, Team Liquid. And ULF really haven't been giving them fights, as Favian does try to escape back towards tunnel. He will get found out.
Bandit strikes again, that's all the difference right now. Dema, one of his own, also dealing further damage. But all the while, it leaves Ordaz unsupported on B, who's just going to tuck into the corner and buy as much time as he can.
Oh, stun, the timing, very, very good for him. And makes them pay, but unfortunately, Nicky can't. ULF still a player down, and Team Liquid perhaps looking to reconsider the options, but Stun still towards that A side.
Yeah, and holding the cross here as well, finds Mini Boot. Great start, and gets no better for him, unfortunately.
Does do a bit of damage though at the same time, and Demer obviously we know can rotate very quickly towards B if needed.
30 seconds
and he's starting to explore that option.
A little bit of mid-rounding for the information. Nice shot from Dema. Leaves Ordaz in a 1 versus 2. 20 seconds left. Where are Liquid off to? Looks like the B site. They're walking into trouble here.
Yeah, and he's got the perfect off angle. Do Team Liquid clear on the answer? No, the spike on the ground. All Ordaz had to do was win the fight, but it does not go his way. Team Liquid get their second pistol round win.
It comes right down to the wire in the end. But the gun goes empty for Ordaz, and with that, Liquid find both pistol rounds on Breeze. Saw the Sheriff initially bought up by Neki. Purpo using that to his advantage at the end, and you can see how frustrated the coaches are with how this one has started.
Yeah, I mean, understandably so, right? Heading back towards the site that you knew the Astra was at. Or you would assume the Astra's at, apologies. But right now, ULF just looking to deathball like they normally do. A shooting gallery, one which Team Liquid are happy to play. And almost with a flawless round. Nice shots from Stun on the Bandit.
That makes a little bit of difference here. Still 3 rifles on the Liquid side, which they can bring to the second round arsenal. Or third round, I should say. The bonus now. And opportunity, a real one for them to kick on, because I think, look, it's one thing to win the first 6 rounds in the first half. If you can reset and do the same again, leaves ULF with little to say for themselves here.
Yeah, so all rifles against what was nearly the bonus buy for Team Liquid. Or the anti-eco buy, apologies. Only one missing purple on that Sheriff. And they wait to see if ULF will take the fight to them. And already we're seeing that space being taken by the defense in the A main position. But not really elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, it's nice. Fabian can dash out of this corner with the light speed if he is required. Dema can drop, well, I was going to say could drop the stun in there. Doesn't have the stun. Liquid contacting this with just 2 players. I mean, it's the weak arm of the push. A great opportunity for ULF to cause an issue.
But right now, that spam not really connecting from Team Liquid, and they're scared of A main. So right now, ULF realise, hey, listen, they can come from mid. We need to be careful. And as they do try to cross, a couple bullets connect from the spam. So ULF now aware of this.
And they're grouping up to fight it.
Yeah, right now it's all about the position of Stun, just on the off angles. The players try to entry through. But Team Liquid, they found a gap all the way towards top mid.
2 players in the corner here. Dema dealing a bit of damage. Do they expect Fabian? Or does he go overlooked? Good for the first. Nothing further. And so only Neki to shoulder the burden of this A-hold. He has a recon in pocket and a screen to try and play around from Nats, but the spike will go in.
Spike
As his
planted.
hands are busy, the stun is all she wrote in the end. Oh, Stern stepping up to make it a 2-on-2. Still Nats close by after planting, but Wayne lining them up and connecting onto both.
In double digits found, Team Liquid converting the bonus round will really push a massive gap for ULF to try and get over. Remember, they weren't able to even out the round count in that first half. So even if we did see ULF come back into this, we need to see a big performance from the defense.
It's another bonus round converted from Liquid as well. I mean, the streaks that they've been able to start these halves with have made all of the difference in that momentum swing and keeping themselves on the right side of the round history. ULF back to pistols, and I guess this is really a test of their mettle. Do they have what it takes, the tenacity to dig in here and find a way back into the game? You're staring at the stark possibility of an 11th Liquid round, and what goes beyond that? Pearl, historically not a good Liquid map, but one that we've not seen this ULF team play.
Yeah, what do they have in store for us as we head towards it? If we do head towards there. Right now, Team Liquid Academy, or Team Liquid, sorry.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
The muscle memory kicked in.
Yeah, oh my God, man. I'm heading towards A, where only Neki lies in wait. Oh my God.
Site cleared out though. Liquid able to set up here. And how does the post plant look? A couple of players already into backside, moving up towards orange. Crossfire held on double doors, and well, Stern is going to get one. There's a flank happening in the meantime. Whoa, what a shot from Ordaz. That makes things interesting now.
Yeah, but it's only an outlaw, and right now, Team Liquid Academy have control of everything that they could want.
Yeah, win another one back.
Last player standing.
Liquid just not letting anything get past. Ordaz needs to come up with something impossible at this point in time. Liquid have their 11th as expected, but now we look towards ULF again to see what they can do to keep this one alive.
Yeah, I mean, we're really starting to see Team Liquid take control. This was a map that never went well for ULF when they played it against Vitality, as we all know. And it looks like it could be the same case here as we head onto it against Team Liquid. The fact that when it comes down to the, I guess like even, I think of Breeze is like such an angel-heavy map, and so uncharacteristic that we're seeing ULF lose out these duels. I mean, look at Ordaz and Neki, they're on single digits.
I think at the same time, it's been out of the map pool for so long and so heavily reworked now that I guess just in terms of the practice time that the teams will have had on it is different, right? You look at even Turkey and then you compare it to Pearl, for example. Pearl was sort of in and out of the map pool since stage 2 is when it left last year. So towards their ascension push, at the very least, there was some playtime there, whereas Breeze is completely different. And as you say, while there was promise in their attack side, the fact that it took so long for them to get started now really puts them on the back foot. Heading into this second half where Liquid are starting to rise to the bar, to the occasion, to the level that you really demand of them.
I mean, you think towards yesterday and watching Vitality play this map, they showed you, right, this is what aggression looks like on the defense, whereas I feel as if for ULF, they don't know what the measure of like aggression really is on this map, and that's why they're struggling with the double duelist. And it looks as if Liquid have an idea of showing aggression here.
Comp also, in the ways that it is different, takes that space, challenges it in its own unique way. Here it's the hinder dropped into the main choke as Fabian's trying to reroute his position. Ordaz has a lot of work to do and can only walk away with one, which won't be enough as it stands. Overrun in position. Liquid continuing to light up the feed. With 12 rounds calling their name.
Spike planted.
Oof. More likely than not calling to save.
Yeah, you would expect that to be the case. After timeout, Team Liquid come out on top.
You've got to be thinking Team Liquid now on map point. Why would you even risk any of your investments from this round? You have some good ultimates in the next. The fact there's the operator in play as well. Things to consider right now for ULF and ones that they've already made a decision on. Yeah, I mean, with Liquid in previous weeks, what we were saying was that they were doing the right things, but maybe the execution wasn't there. Yeah. Now you're getting both of them on this second half of Breeze. It's looking much more efficient with the utility usage. The players themselves carrying the weight.
Yeah. And I think as well, like the thing for Liquid is they'll gain confidence in their map that they can do this, right? Because after that first half, I was thinking to myself, right, oh, you had a great start, but you're really letting this slip. Like, is that going to be the personality, the view that we're going to have of this team, that they can't finish out maps? Almost similar to how we were speaking about Gentlemates previously, right? Not as bad as that. Not as bad.
Okay, well, yeah, digging a bit of a hole there. I do agree with you, though.
Yeah.
Of course. But last chance for ULF on this round. Couple ults to try and play around with. Nothing put on the table early. Another B hold, which they must surmount to.
Oh, that's just out. Oh my god, it's so clinical, surgical, perhaps, as Team Liquid look to remove ULF from Breeze and send us all the way to Peril, keeping themselves with just a man advantage. That could quickly slip as the players of ULF are starting to get into position.
Yeah, Dema wrapping behind. It sort of lives and dies on him finding success here. Has the first, has the second! Dema still going, ult in play. ULF might still be breathing here.
Yeah, the pulse could still be going, but the swing round, Team Liquid looking to get this done. It's up to Neki, but a jump up will beat his execution. Team Liquid will send us to map 3.
Yeah, and you know what? I have to say that looked much better. Nats getting the better of that pre-game speech, carrying the momentum from the end of the first half into the second. And with that, we will see if they can close it out on Pearl after this.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
You give me up all night. 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 You give me up all night, all night. You keep me up lose you. What did I do? What did I? What did I? I try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Kickoff, where Team Liquid has equalized the playing field and managed to push us all the way to the decider. Breeze was their map. They looked comfortable on it. They looked confident on it. And this is exactly what we wanted to see from them, Billy.
Yeah, I think it was nice to see the compositional changes come out as well. I think something that we were kind of highlighting, especially throughout today, was Wayne being a key performer, and obviously his agent has kind of changed across the first two maps. We were expecting more of an Astra, but seeing him on this Omen has clearly been great for the team in terms of comfortability, like the coach has spoken about.
Yeah, and I said this map for me was not really about the theory, it's just whether Team Liquid are going to start shooting their gun, and they did.
Yeah, respectfully. I mean, 335 ACS for Camo.
Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah.
Not bad. Higher than 300.
Yeah, higher than 300. Exactly. And that's the number that you were looking for today. So they're like exceeding expectations, which is a great place to be, because this is what we needed from Team Liquid, for them to at least have, you know, some fight in this game. Because it would be very unfortunate to go out as an O2 in the lower bracket.
It feels crazy that you're saying that about Team Liquid, because
I
like,
know, right? But like, this is the timeline that we live in.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm glad that they were able to bounce back on that second map, because it would have been really unfortunate for them to have finished their kickoff journey so early, when we consider that this is a champs team that ULF were playing up against. Let's not forget, ULF came from Ascension into VCT, and they're managing to go toe-to-toe with a team that went to champs, albeit a different roster, but yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I think Haz and Kyra said it best. It's like they're playing against, they're a champs team who are now playing against an Ascension team who've got 2 subs. So like, that second map is the kind of performance that you expect through the whole series, and you hope that that's the case for map 3, to be honest with you.
Yep, absolutely. But Wayne was one of the players that we highlighted coming into this map in regards to what we're expecting from him. He did say we're going to see some hero plays from him individually, and I feel like he did live up to that promise.
Wayne's World, I love that title so much. Yeah, I think it does just come back to moving from that Astra onto the Omen.
Yeah. A little mistake there in the lower third, but it's all good. Wayne's World is good enough for me to ignore it. Yeah, no, it was beautiful. Honestly, those shots, the Guardian clip at the start there, it was just see, honestly, like, he's a player that...
They cannot come to my side, bro, I'm telling you.
No access to Wayne's side or something?
Yeah, no access to Wayne's side.
Yeah, like a player who came over from APAC, tier 2 player, like, I didn't expect him to immediately just be popping off, and so I like to see that, you know, he's having his moments, you know.
Yeah, he's flourishing in this roster, and that's what we need to see from them. And also coming back to the conversation from kickoff, him not being here from the start, there being 3 different brackets, it does make things a little bit more peculiar, but to see him stepping up to the plate in this game specifically when he really needs to is a good sign for Liquid. And moving forward, this is what we want to see. Also want to say, like, ULF, obviously that first map, phenomenal. They really put forward a performance. What went wrong here?
What went wrong here for ULF? Honestly, I think that Breeze is a map in which they just don't look that comfortable on, which is surprising because it's a map where you can play very direct and fast. I think that Dimmer especially didn't feel like he was able to spearhead that space on the Neon very well. Yeah, I think it's just like they seem much more comfortable on the maps where, ironically, a breach is in play, despite the fact that hesitations around how nerfed that agent is right now. So yeah, it feels like the breach maps are the ones where maybe they feel more comfortable in that death ball, and Dimmer especially on the duelist thrives a little bit more usually.
I think as well on this Breeze, it was very difficult for them to build up any sort of momentum, right? To actually be able to get themselves into the game. I think we saw glimmers of hope from Demure throughout the map when he was opping on attack in particular. I think like we saw some moments where he was trying to get activated, but I think that's just been one of the issues today for Demure, is that he's just not been able to get activated. Whereas in the last series that they played, we were praising him in the pre-show.
Yeah, I think that coming to kickoff, he, was struggling a little bit. And then last week, it looked like there was like a complete switch in his attitude and his kind of performance. But today is going back to that initial kind of lower performances. And if they want to win, if they want to go on a lower bracket one or even win today, he needs to be putting up better numbers, in my opinion.
Yeah, comparing Demure as well to Camo specifically from the side of Team Liquid is something that we want to do just to highlight a little bit of that discrepancy from map 1 to map 2.
Yeah, I think for Camo, he's having a really great performance so far. The consistency is definitely there. We've obviously seen him play Yoru across these first 2 maps. A bit of a composition change for Team Liquid, considering that it was Purple and Miniboo that were playing the double duelist on Breeze previously. I think for us now, it's just a question of, do they carry this through into the Peril? Because this is another map where Team Liquid do lean into that double duelist composition, but we don't see Camo on the duelist. So interested to see if they continue to lean into that.
Yeah, I think that one thing to note there is that like he's on the Yoru, and I think Yoru is just the strongest duelist still, and the teams that are being very successful in those upper brackets of EMEA right now are the ones that have very strong Yoru players just playing every single map. I think going forward for Team Liquid, after seeing how good Camo has been on that Yoru, I just keep him on it as much as humanly possible.
And that's absolutely fair. And if I remember correctly, off the top of my head, Corrode is next.
Pearl is next.
Pearl. Close enough.
All good.
We're testing my memory here. A bit of a goldfish every now and then. But Pearl, then. Yoru and Pearl, that we want to see still?
Absolutely, and I hope it is Camo.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Miniboo can still be a good Yoru, but I think in terms of what angle do they go, I believe it was the Waylay that they were playing on Pearl previously, I believe. So yeah, I think in terms of Miniboo's agent pool, he'd still be able to play the Waylay so that Camo could go on to the Yoru. So it completely makes sense.
All right, so looking at compositions in general for ULF then as well when it comes to Pearl, what are our expectations here?
It's very difficult because, as I said before, the Breach seems to be their most comfortable style, and Pearl is a map where Breach isn't very popular and hasn't been for years. So I really will try and run. Double duelist is probable, I'd say, but so far the double duelists haven't looked amazing for them.
Yeah, I think when it comes to ULF, it is a question of do they lean into that double duelist, right? I think that Fabian, in my opinion, has looked better or more comfortable on the Breach rather than the Waylay performances that we've seen so far. I guess for me, I just want to see them come out swinging in the way that they did the first map and be able to bounce back on this Pearl. I think in terms of what agents they're going to play, I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Yeah, and just like that, a snap of the finger, and we have agents select ready. I mean, there's a Brimstone from side of Liquid, and the double duelist too.
Yeah, but my eyes are drawn straight to ULF here with the Chamber. We're going to see double Initiator, so Fabian's going to be on some comfort there. But Stern on the Chamber is very interesting. Another player, substitute player who hasn't quite had one of those pop-off games yet, and this is, it's do or die. Like, he's on Chamber. This is the time to step up and do something.
Definitely. I think as well, when I'm looking at Team Liquid's side, they haven't changed anything, right? They're running the same composition that they ran when Kick subbed in. It was him playing the Brimstone. I don't like this composition. I think when they move over onto that attack, they're going to really struggle to isolate Stern on the Chamber, especially when you're considering that B long space where he's going to be propped up with an operator.
I hope ULF have done their homework here, because I really didn't like the way Team Liquid played their defense last time. It's extremely passive, and they give up a lot of control, especially in the center of the map. So if ULF have done their homework, they'll know there's a lot of gaps to abuse against Team Liquid here.
13-0 Liquid, easy. Thank you so much, Matt, for the prediction. I guess I'll ask you two then on the desk here with me predictions in regards to, because again, do or die. This is it. You win this map, you continue, and you stay alive in this lower bracket. You lose this, you are done until stage 1.
I genuinely think that ULF have the potential to cause an upset here.
Of course, I just think that if Team Liquid lose, then it's kind of embarrassing, I'm not gonna lie.
I think that's fair. An expectation?
They have to win this game. They should win this map.
Well, you heard it here, Billy. They have to win this map. Do you I'm assuming you do agree.
Yeah, of course. I think if you're Team Liquid, you're putting this roster together, you see these names, you see the fact that you're going up against an ULF esports that don't have their full roster, that will have their
came
full
from
roster.
Ascension.
They came from Ascension, they'll have their full roster back together by the time it comes to stage 1. Where does that leave Team Liquid if they lose this series?
That is a great question. And with their backs against the walls for both of these rosters, one more time here in Kickoff, one of these teams will be able to head onto the server as the other continues their lower bracket run. Liquid against ULF with our casters, Haza and Cairo.
Yeah, should is a fun word because it means that something doesn't always happen. And this ULF team have shown us in spells what the potential looks like. As have Liquid. That last map just lingers on your mind. Is there a way that they can dig back into that well of talent and provide another result? Because this is a funny one, Cairo. That win against Vitality on Pearl the other week, the first win on Pearl the organization has ever picked up.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't strike you with a lot of hope when you consider that, but maybe it's an upwards trajectory. But the one thing that you have to consider is that ULF have not played this map yet. They've not shown what they can do, and that's the worrying part, because Team Liquid are so good at prep.
Exactly. I mean, I say it in jest. Redguard didn't want to play it for however many years. I think his first official on it was like last year or something. And the Vitality result is promising, as is Miniboo finding this opening pick on the defender's side. ULF heading A, and they are going to be able to get the plant down in the open behind these nanos.
Yeah.
That's a huge reveal.
And it's even better from the rest of Team Liquid as they get those pistols firing. They've not lost a pistol round since Split, and that will be flawless.
Yeah, an in-zone flawless, and exactly the kind of way you want to find liftoff here. Huge opportunity. I mean, not only did they win both of the pistol rounds in the previous, you have to remember, they converted both of the bonus rounds as well, so I think we'll be keeping a key eye on to see how this one develops.
Good job, nice.
If it's going to be as clean as the flawless that we've just seen. A reminder for those watching at home, the winner of this up against a GX side tomorrow, which of course will have plenty to work on themselves.
A main completely been given up by Team Liquid, not wanting to challenge that at all. And as Manny was talking about on the desk, that mid portion of the map completely given up, only really Nats to hold it down, and has ULF only really dedicated the chamber to that part of the map. The rest of the pack are looking to hunt for these ultimate orbs.
Really nice area of the map for Stern to try and work as well. Has the TP, of course, to be looking for these engagements, but actually Liquid back off completely. Just trying to fight through B. Miniboo, another opening pick, gets out of dodge, healthy, and good enough to find the second.
And it is just still waiting on Stun moving here, but all he's done is really break the turret. It's sure shifted the focus, but at the same time, Miniboo actually being left all alone. And it is a little bit expensive all in because of Oddaz, but at the same time, now we look at Stun.
Last player standing.
We don't get a look at him for very long. Liquid cleaning up in the end, 3 of the players surviving, majority of the weapons. Couple Guardians, a Marshall, not too much to write home about, but still an opportunity nonetheless for them to keep this snowball rolling.
I like the ideas that ULF are putting forward though, in terms of like how they're using the pack to distract while Stun gets played in. We'll see if this continues on though, and see if ULF want to explore that mid portion further. 4 players on A for Team Liquid as they look to try and challenge this.
Yeah, you can see the TP from Stern is set up on B this time. Takes a chunk of damage from Nats, and I don't know, must have spotted the head there. I thought for a second he'd caught Stern through the wall, but whichever way you flip it, it's a huge kill.
Purple with no way out, has to win his duel and cannot. So with that, we're equal, and maybe one better through Neki.
Yeah, I have to say, Miniboo, well, it looks a little dodgy from his perspective there, just not expecting that second player to be walking down B when you often see that solo Sentinel, the chamber, hunting for an early pick. Now a lot of pressure put onto Nats in this position. choked out from either side, has to try and find a way to fight, and looks like he is just going to back up for good.
Yeah, I mean, information known because of the owl drone. Trying to play forward here. Still does get one. Marshall in hand. Needs to hit the head and cannot. Can't even connect a bullet. So Spike down. But look at Wayne. Able to escape into the site, but won't be able to escape with his life. Camel gone as well. As ULF get their first of peril.
Neki always good for a round. Huge 3K from him here. All started with that slow walk up B behind Stern, interrupting the play patterns. Here it is. Oh my god. You can barely see the pixel on the top of his head there. Stern a little frustrated perhaps with how that one worked out, but in the end, the captain puts them back on track.
Yeah, and the ULF boys getting fired up once again. Same challenge in A main through the fade, but this time not through the C's. It looks as if ULF are the ones to win out this util duel.
Yeah, at the very least, they've created a foundation here. A main control. Oh, no, Miniboo's not been spotted, actually. He's just going to pass Stern by. Neither of them any the wiser. Put a trademark at his feet. Hello, and goodbye to Miniboo.
Oh, no. What's
doubling
going
down on this. Liquid getting aggressive through multiple avenues on the map, and ULF come out on top.
Yeah, the utility questionable from Team Liquid. Can have that talk later on as the round continues, and ULF look to, I thought for a minute, really go through art, but that's not the case. You can already see the players through B main looking to scale. Neki being so far up might catch Nats off guard though.
He still has the alarm bot on the Nano to try and play off of here. No shocks left for Neki.
He's all alone.
Knife goes over the top. In fact, it's just a flash, so Nats undetected for the time being. Finds his first. Chance of the second, waiting for that underhand flash. And instead, he just eats the wall and all find the site.
Very nicely done. ULF playing with the numbers that they have, and Team Liquid, I think the towel has already been thrown in. As you can see, Purple running away. Camel with a Bulldog though.
Yeah, wants to recover that up. That has to be #1 priority here for Liquid to try and save face. The difference is this time from the last map is ULF get in early. So a couple of real important rounds for them now, doubled up. Liquid just about in there financially. Should maybe buy around what they've got here, but it's still not going to be the full picture.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be a challenge, but it won't be like what you would normally expect on a rifle round. But the thing that will probably kind of tip the scales in ULF's favour is they're first to the ultimate cycle, right? In terms of, you can see that Neki has that Hunter's Fury as well. There is a lockdown one away from Nats, but that's insane.
Don't see that every day.
Yeah, I think the more worrying thing was the A main, like with the Prowler, and the fact that there was nobody identified on box.
I think while we're on this sort of topic as the operator is kept with Miniboo as well, it's interesting that he's the one who's using it, because obviously in this composition, you have the Waylay who with a refract is really good at taking the space, getting on a line and then having that safety net of sort of dropping back. I guess at the same time, rotation speed on the Yoru is really great to just be such an omnipresent issue.
Yeah.
It's just about, like the players that you've got, because Liquid do have like 3 duelist mains on the team.
Yeah, they do. They do. And I mean, players who are comfortable with the op, and it's difficult to try and set up sometimes.
Not every duelist player is an op player, right?
Yeah, I mean, in my head, I don't really think of Miniboo as an operator player. I always think of his rifle work, especially on that Neon during that meta.
I think that's another reason why we saw the Heretics team be so successful when he was part of it, because he's such a selfless entry fragger that you were always expecting him to go in, get his one, and then the rest of the team played off that. Maybe, you know, a bit of a system issue, perhaps, trying to work someone in like Comeback, who is an op player by trade, absolutely, but doesn't fit in the same way, or at least not right now from what we've seen, as they stay alive in the lower bracket from the result earlier today. Are just investigating a slight issue here, which is stopping us from getting back in game, but we'll keep you updated with anything we have on that, of course. And there it goes.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But hey, listen, that's sometimes the way it goes. But you know something funny that I've been kind of looking in? Was speaking about difficulties. Do you know what's really difficult?
No, Kyra, what is really difficult?
Saying ULF twice, you ever tried it?
No, I'm not falling for that. See, this is the problem with you, man. This guy's been going around the green room all day trying to farm people for content.
Man, it's what?
It's for your little TikTok videos and
Just
stuff,
play it.
man.
I just wanted you...
I don't know, why don't you say Purpo burglar alarm for us?
Purple burglar alarm. How about you say...
it was the colour of the player.
Yeah. See, how about you say ULF twice then?
If one of the players does it, then I'll do it. No, I'm not buying into your games. Not yet. We'll see how long this tech pause goes for, and of course we'll let you know how that one goes.
Yeah. But yeah, I think like as well, ULF, you know, these young guns in terms of like how they've come in here, right? And we look at this game, this Team Liquid game, the fact that they've got to map 3. How do they start to measure in your expectations as coming into this league? Because for me, like obviously, Kickoff is a bit of a one-off. It's basically them getting acclimatized to the league, and I feel as if like so far, I think they look pretty goddamn good.
Yeah, I mean, they look about as good as you expect them to, right, with 2 subs. Like, yeah. It's what Minnie mentioned on the desk there as well, that this Liquid team has championship-worthy expectations to qualify to those big events, at least by the end of the year. That's sort of the goal that you set, right?
Okay.
Whereas ULF here, it's like, you know, one step at a time. Look at players like Stern and Dema, for example, right? They don't know how much longer they're necessarily going to get. So for them, this is a completely different opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I necessarily buy into the Team Liquid like championship / like internationals, because I look at this roster, right? And you think of like what has every player been able to achieve, right? And I think of like obviously Miniboo, Nats and Camo. They're the ones who have been able to achieve the highest, right? Being able to attend champions events, etc. I think my biggest question marks for me is more on like Wayne and Purple and what they were able to come in. But the real problem that I have with this roster is how much they're forcing the fact that forcing the 3 pickup duelists. It reminds me so much of that Giant X roster at the start of 2025 when they like had all these duelists, didn't know how all the pieces worked together, and then they switched up, got players that were actually comfortable in their roles. Like for instance, right, if you don't have Camo on a fade, I don't think there's or you have someone who's actually accustomed to that role, you don't have a player getting misidentified behind box on that A main that cost Purple his life, right? That's the point that I want to try and make here.
Yeah, I think at the same time, the roles maybe do fit a little better than people are willing to admit on this Liquid team, because Camo at the very least had a huge reveal on the first round. If we want to go for that, he has had impacting spells, but I do agree it has been constructed in a certain way. And to sort of flip that back to the ULF side then here as well, and for the tech pause that we're currently experiencing, a client issue, so hopefully the restart should have that one fixed soon. This has to be so tough, right? Because you've just won 2 rounds in a row. Yeah. You don't want to say it, but this is a break in play, a chance for them to have built up momentum. You can kind of see from the faces of the players on the stage there, Dema, Stern, some of the ones who, like I said, this is a huge opportunity for them. When it all hangs in the balance, you just got to keep yourself as focused as possible right now.
Well, I mean, they experienced it the other day though, right? Like they were able to bounce back, laugh with each other, right? So I don't think it's necessarily as much of a problem as you think.
Yeah, that is true. We did have that pause, right? You were there down on the stage, lapping it up, enjoying it. Everybody knows you, so it was, you know, not a problem.
Minnie was threatening to bite my ankles. Sorry, bite my legs.
He was.
I swear that man, he needs to be kept at arm's length.
Well, that was your suggestion. Yeah. Unfortunately, we can keep that conversation at arm's length as well. We can shelve it for now because it looks as if we should be heading back in game, receiving some ready checks from the players, and the timer has begun to count back down again. So what can ULF do here? They found 2 rounds in a row. Liquid not with the best of weapons to try and respond, but this is a test in itself with the amount of time between the 2 rounds that we've seen played.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this, right? The fact that Team Liquid don't have the best buy, but we're able to save a couple of those big weapons from the round previous. But it's the ultimates that hang everything in the balance. The fact that if Nats can get a lockdown online, that would be a real opportunity to try and make something work here, but Miniboo doing his own work and gets rid of Dema.
Op has no problems this time connecting onto a first target.
There.
And Liquid, at the very least, are going to have numbers here. If ULF want to play Divide and Conquer, it's a risky game because, as I said, that Yoru is able to reposition neatly, already in connector. He can make his way between the map. Even just seeing the deep alarm bot from Nats, looks like Liquid really want to play on the sites where possible. Purpo has the coverage on B with his own Vandal.
I like this from Stun, though. Under the veil of Team Liquid, totally unknown.
Is this Op and Stern again, just seemingly avoiding each other?
Yeah, but look at the space he's able to take. Camel needs to be where Odas comes in at the perfect time, can't make it work.
Oh,
no! What's going on?
Team kill from Neki, and then Camo will close it up. So Liquid find the lead, just only one casualty in all of that.
Mate, EMEA, Peril, what is going on with these rounds? Come on, we need to be having a chat. Can Mini do a telestrator?
I don't know. We might need a few more than just one telestrator here, mate. It's interesting, actually. I mean, it kind of reminds me of a conversation from Sliggy's stream the other day. He was talking about how, like, he feels it's the same with Abyss to Pearl, right? Like, just because the overall level is maybe struggling, like teams scrimming each other, then there isn't that improvement, I suppose. So it's a wider conversation to have, sure, if you want to open that can of worms, but
here.
For this round, Stern has an op this time.
Yeah, and he's not necessarily looking like he was before. It's more about getting him on an angle and seeing if he can hold the space as he takes his time to do so. ULF looking to work other areas of the map, but it's a very slow roll overall.
As you say, Pearl has been a map which EMEA has had difficulties with for a long time, and with the amount of raw talent, firepower, double duelists we're seeing, who knows? It seems to be Pacific's thing more than anything else, the region, not the team. And as ULF are now making their way towards A with that roster behind them, it's actually Purpo who strikes first. Stern gone on an extremity again.
Yeah, but look at Neki and look at the space he's able to buy. It looks as if ULF want to go back towards A after faking.
And Liquid haven't rotated on this, though. They're still committed to this site.
That seems to be the case as the operator of Miniboot looks to hold on from backside. You can see Nats holding on to that lockdown. A nice shot from Miniboot will allow for the ultimate to come online, be used, but Nats and Team Liquid still stay ahead. That spike denied in terms of going down, and there's not a whole lot of time left to get it down. ULF need to get a move on, and they're going to try and attempt it, but a utility good, and it's denied the round.
Oh, but it's so close, Gyro. There was half a second in it there, and if Camo hadn't managed to get himself around the corner, then ULF would have won it out through the jewels. A missed shot in the mix from Miniboot allowed for Fabian to take backside. I mean, the rotation here from ULF, not the worst, but Liquid just committing to their game plan.
Yeah, literally. It's a very nice one. The fact that you can see like that much delay coming through, no wonder ULF are going to go straight for a timeout. Just reset the players.
I think it makes perfect sense. I was talking about it earlier. You win 2 rounds in a row, long tech pause, or long enough, right, to defocus you maybe just a little bit, and then you lose the following 2 rounds afterwards. During that time, they can't talk with the coaches. Just get back in contact with them and try and put yourself in the right headspace, I think, because that's what a lot of this is about. Players that don't have experience on the VCT stage, perhaps. As you say, they're building themselves up as they're going through this tournament, but it's still a long process, right? It's a year-long competition. It's not just decided by this one kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big aspect to it, is the fact that you have chances to develop yourselves, you have chances to really learn from your mistakes, and I mean, ULF have already benefited from that.
Yeah, and they'll be hoping that that continues, you know, whether it ends up being a Clash tournament or something else for them to continue getting those reps, but I think always, as a young player in the league, you never know when that next opportunity comes, so into the bye round, there are plenty of ults on the ULF side. Liquid using a couple of theirs in the previous. But still, this attack struggling to deal with Miniboo's op. It pops up here and there. This time, it's on the other side of the map. And Demo, without a buy, will have to use the Neon ultimate as they look to send it in, but nobody wants anything to do with this. Would rather just leave it alone, vacate. And you look at Liquid, they could go a step further.
I mean, no reason to give him what he wants, right? Still stuck on a classic, but ULF have ults of their own, and it's a scary prospect if they get into post with both Null Command and Cosmic Divide here.
Yeah, I thought for a minute Team Liquid were going to go for a flank, but that's not the case. So Null Command in, and that's going to delay this retake even further because they can't use the utility that they want to. Miniboo's operator, excellent in shutting down Fabian. He needs to be brought back up, and you can see Demo looking to try and play Protector, but there's nobody to protect the rest. So it's up to Neki and Fabian. Time ticking away. Smokes down. Fabian able to hit the shots that he needs to, as well as Neki.
No way!
So just like that, the snap of a finger, ULF have won the round.
That's it. I can't believe it. It's another huge moment from Neki. Fabian with his own part to play. But ULF get it through just about. You can see what the idea was there, the call to play deep into Secret with the ultimate. Demo the whole time is literally left on a classic because Liquid aren't willing to give him a fight. He ends up being good cannon fodder as the core is restabilized and Fabian can retain that control. But ultimately, it just has to be a little bit better in terms of the coordination from Liquid on their retake, I think.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I mean, disconnected. Yeah, the fact that like you're able to show individual brilliance, allow a chance for that to happen, that's exactly what ULF will throw when given the opportunity. We can see Cosmic Divide, and right now it looks like ULF are happy to identify an issue and trying to continuously exploit that, as once again they hit the A site with full brunt and Spike gets planted very open.
Yeah, Liquid with a chance to flood here though, plenty of numbers in place.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but what is going on? Finally, Demo at least confirms the advantage, but Purple diving in. Oh, well, Sheriff against the Phantom. It'll be Demo to come out on top.
Yeah, just hits the refract key there on his keyboard and ends up making a mess of it. Close in the end, but way closer than it really should have been. ULF getting himself in a post plant, Liquid flooding back through after the spike went down, and I think more than anything, you've just got to credit Demo again, how selfless he was trying to make these rounds happen. Talk of players like Neki as well, who perform at their best when the rest of the team are. Demo's just doing his job, doing his role, and that is serving ULF best right now.
Yeah, another big swing round in terms of the damage done to either team. The economy not in a comfortable state. But it is in fact ULF who probably has the better of the buys, considering they have full heavy shields. But operators in play for both teams.
And Miniboo's is soon to be tested. Demo again trying to wreak havoc against the organization of which he previously represented their academy. Took home the first stage in Northeast last year as a substitute there. Miniboo has been detected, and that's where ULF want to go and just send it straight down his throat.
Yeah, the utility stopping anybody from getting a real swing out, but you can see Wayne looking to dance with the idea, but Demo going deep gets punished for that. So advantage Team Liquid.
And a very passive post plant here as well. ULF have to fight on site with where the spike's gone down.
Oh, but Stun's going to be identified through the alarm bot, and he needs to get a move on to support the rest, because it's essentially an advantage for Team Liquid to come back in 3 versus 4. Fabian spray down is unbelievable. So he even stands up and looks to go one further. Now a 1 versus 1. A Chamber versus Knives.
Unreal.
And it's the Chamber of Stun that comes out on top.
I don't know how ULF have managed to get away with that, but again, they go all guns blazing into the fire, and it's Liquid that get burned. Bit of a messy start, but then as I say, when the spike was planted and with all that's going down, no post-plant tools, you just have to commit to the fight. It's an insane dart from Neki. And Stern wraps it up.
And you can see, though, as the team play off one another, it's like, listen, if you die, I'm dying with you. Like, you know what I mean? Live by the sword, die by the sword. Necky straight in for the trades. And I love that about ULF.
And that's exactly the brand of Valorant that's been winning games for teams so far at this stage in the season.
Yes.
What was it that the Vitality coaches were talking about after that first map that they played yesterday against GX? How could you go from losing the way they did against BBL to smashing GX 13-0? Going back to the basics, the fundamentals, seeing what works for them, right?
Yeah,
and moving from that point forwards, and I think that's what ULF have achieved here.
And I think there was a really big conversation point run about Toronto last year about what's more important, macro versus micro, right? And you think about G2, right? The one that many, and I guess is one of the coaches you spoke about, Pal, they were really saying that like they really admire the brand of Valorant that G2 want to play, but in the end it was actually Paper X who came out on top at that event in Toronto. So is it micro or is it macro that wins maps?
Yeah, like you say, a micro-heavy team.
Come into the unknown.
Tends to do better on the international stages, but when it comes to domestics, I guess G2, doing their own thing. It's
but is that a regional thing?
I don't know, man. Could be here all day. There's a game of Valorant going on, and right now, ULF look to be taking things by the scruff of the neck. Liquid left with bits and pieces out of the timeout here. Nats has a Bucky. He's playing back halls on B. Sole defender as ULF are grouping to re-hit the site, which they just found success on.
Yeah, stun being called over as well. So it seems like a decision has been made for the attack. Team Liquid once again trying to do this bunker down strategy that we saw in Split, nearly get a success on round 2.
It's Nats versus everyone here. He has been highlighted. His utility will have no further effects, and Dema makes it look easy in the end. ULF this time playing on site, but with a much better plant to facilitate it. Fabian from up high. Liquid with a last gasp attempt at causing some issues, and Camo's got off to a good start.
Yeah, the only Guardian, only really long-range weapon that you can consider there.
Stun from the corner has a TP as well. Dema not quite caught by the hinder just yet, but let off the leash. Stun finding two. Liquid a couple back of their own, but Dema wrapping it up in the end. And ULF continuing off that timeout again in this first half. Keep on building.
Keeping that momentum on their side. Many had spoken about how he wasn't impressed by Team Liquid's defense. It seems to be that continues on right now after a couple of spells here and there of 2 rounds. I mean, if you don't win that pistol and that anti-eco, right now you're looking at an 8-2 half for ULF.
Yeah, and it's crazy too, because you were talking on the last map about how the timeout got them their foot in the door, right? Those 5 rounds in the first half. They've managed to replicate the same effect here, but to even a greater extent, potentially. Just depends how many more of these rounds they can recuperate. Liquid now with a full buy. Having gutted out mid, it looks like ULF want to split the B site this time.
Yeah, and with 4 ultimates behind them. Very easily, a shoulder being seen. Mini boot, at least able to take Stun offline.
First bloods have been so important, and Liquid now have that. Bodies on site. Minibu the next. Purpo following it up. With the snap of their fingers, it ends with an in-zone flawless for Liquid.
Yeah, fantastically done, and simply done actually, realistically. Just holding smokes, not moving position, and it felt as if they weren't really challenged. This is a big kill from Minibu to just try and teeter on the edge of being in the open. That's what you want your duelists to do.
Yeah.
Nice utility from the Fade.
It's also the round which Liquid have been setting up for from their own timeout, so you have to give credit where it's due. A simple read against ULF's repeated hits of the B site, and looks like they've got it spot on here as well, because at the very least it's an early A pop.
Yeah. Well, one of the 5 ultimates that was available this round will be used very, very quickly, and more mollies to be thrown into the mix. Camo getting a kill just before that smoke blooms is going to give Liquid once again an advantage to try and work from, they will. It looks good. Demar getting caught by his own team's ultimate, but is able still to come away with the kill.
Yeah, ULF trailing by 1 in this position. Stern has his ult and is just looking for an overpeak.
Looking for Camo, but immediately head taken off. So up to the tour de force of Stern. He tries to work the angles. It's going to be a difficult one. And now identified in a main through the Prowler. Time ticking away. And with a bucket or an operator, it's not the best of weaponry you could want.
Liquid have the contact set up here as well. Needs to clear close, knows Camo's there. Just waiting for the swing.
So probably going to be a 6-6 half unless something epic was to come through from Stun. He does get the first, but not the second. So we end up all even going into half-time.
Yeah, some great defensive fade utility there from Camo on the site hold. C's had everyone deafened, the reveal. Exactly what the doctor ordered, but can Liquid ball it over the line, or will ULF keep this story going? We'll find out after this.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So with each team taking their own map pick, things couldn't be closer heading into the final half of this series. One of them going home in the lower bracket, and someone who's going to hope that he won't, so he can keep that kickoff run going, is Dema.
Yeah, I feel as if since the last game, he's really upped his game. But overall, like, you compare Dema to Sop, and it feels quite unfair. Not had the best of starts in kickoff Dema. But for me, he's always struck me, as I said before, as this neon jet, raised type of player, right? Sure. He's on his comfort. He needs to be shown as his best if he wants to try and put himself in the shop window for future splits.
Exactly, right? He's just a hard entry player more than anything else, the picture that we're trying to paint. And now on the defender side, how can you tailor that to your advantage? Liquid heading over to the attack and taking A main beyond this smoke, which they're going to invest some utility to do so. In fact, when Camo's Prowler hits nothing, they kind of start to realize, okay, there's nothing here, and ULF the same in middle.
Yeah, they're starting to reset their shape. It's ULF, I thought for a minute we're going to go even go into the back lines of Team Liquid, and right now, ULF happy to give everything up.
Yeah, it looked like for a moment Dema wanted to fight from backside, but he's given it up. Now a double up in secret, as Liquid have ambitions of their own to fight this one forward, perhaps. No, it's to Art where they go, and Ordaz under the microscope now.
Yeah, good for a headshot or two as the players come his way. He can't connect a whole bunch, so we look towards the rest. Fabian, another player who's pretty good on these pistol rounds, and well, unfortunately, Camo looks to put Liquid even further in front. Player to the good, and still that spike not being worked at. His time is beginning to tick away, and that's perhaps may have already won this round. This is 2-1 with both players in main, and Neki only a frenzy in hand. He needs to get up close and personal, but that puts this distance away from the spike, which is about to detonate and allow Liquid the pistol round.
Another pistol round for Liquid. By my count, that's now 4 in a row over the last 2 maps, so definitely giving themselves the best odds at the start of these. Really like the reaction for them to fight into the art space, made it difficult with Ordaz being the casualty, no smokes to make that defuse any easier. And so lead restored.
Amazing call from Domi here. Very
Or should I say, Liquid in front for the first time in a while. And it just sounds there like Miniboo was the one involved with making that decision.
Yeah. Liquid this time, though. Very quiet in their approach. Could be troubled waters they're walking into, though.
Yeah, there are sort of 3-4 players here on the offside. If you count Stern, he now has the information. So just having a look at them. Okay, Purpo, sure.
Fair enough.
Yeah. You know what, mate? Every now and then you get one like that.
Spike planted.
So Liquid should have this round, no questions asked. And I think it comes back to just that little bit that was mentioned there by the coaches, by Lohan. Yeah, that it sounds like Miniboo is finding his part in being a very vocal duelist. You know how important he was to Heretics.
Yeah, and I think that with this in-zone flawless, right, Team Liquid are going to have to rely on their duelists to be these entries, to be in this position, like Purple being able to get a ridiculous kill, right, but at the same time, yeah, it's just very nicely played.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he was blinded by the flash of Miniboo there as well. So while we don't know much about what the calling structure looks like, maybe not calling the flashes, just kidding. But no, he is absolutely leading the line right now in the server. One thing which ULF are without, other than moments, is someone putting up big numbers.
That is it, and I mean, you look towards that first map, right? Think of Audaz, oh, stun, Dema, nice mid-engagement. And that Spike looked for a minute like he was going to head towards B, but instead, no, they back off.
Where are you?
This would be a huge round for ULF as well, denying Liquid the bonus where they've already won a couple of them in this series. Just tracking the ultimates. Camo has his, of course, but no claws to use it right now. And ULF playing with a lot of discipline, not giving a way back into this Liquid side, which currently are looking for anything to grab onto.
Concealment.
Trying to find anything here. Camo, who's been pretty good individually, will not be able to find himself a kill here. And Natsu finds himself all alone in a 1 versus 4. He's been good for a clutch here or there over the years, but right now feels like a tough ask. So ULF straight back in it.
It does. You know, the history's there for Nats, but seeing him on Killjoy on Pearl in 2026, it's like just a shock to the system of the old Valorant viewer. But in terms of this round, I have to say, impressed with ULF just doing their thing, right? Player for player, pound for pound, good in these 1v1s. Taking some engagements together there. And now a chance to really move forwards and actually level up the score, stop Liquid from finding a commanding lead.
Yeah, I love how towards the start of this map I was like, oh, I don't know if I like this triple duelist forcing players off roles, but Camo, 15 kills, 10 assists, shows you how comfortable he is. And how comfortable Team Liquid could get as they head towards the space site, which is only stocked with 1 player.
Yeah, it is just Neki, and he doesn't really have a way to fall away from this position either. He is committed to this. Nightfall not going to hit him or Stern.
I mean, able to stay alive, almost gets away with a kill, but Team Liquid will flood the kill feed in the end. And ULF, I mean, a bit disconnected. Stern's still in towards that lane. Oda's nowhere near, probably trying to support through stars. So Team Liquid looking to head to 9.
Unless either of these ULF players can do anything about it. Stern without a TP, 10 toes down, trying to take anything that he can. But Audaz left in his wake and just forced to save up what he can. I mean, ULF have money here still to buy around. They are in a decent position themselves. It was Liquid, honestly, on the receiving end of this one that could have been in a bit more of a troubled position. But a huge round for them to find nonetheless. It's that 2-round gap restored.
So Oda is able to rescue a rifle into the next one, which Dema will be thankful for, considering he's the one with the lowest economy there. In fact, we're going to even see an operator on stun, so it's not the worst position for the defense. Considering most of the rounds so far have been won by Team Liquid.
I feel like I've seen that same replay like 3 or 4 times so far in this series. The spray battle just strafing. Protected bullets, don't know what those are. But it won't matter with Stern's op here. Teed up by a Fabian flash. Looking for something, gets on the line, but Liquid should know this.
Yeah, but there's a player up close and personal right in the pocket. It is Purple. He's able to net himself the kill. And there's more utility sent Ulf's way. Forced back. Team Liquid firmly with mid control.
All doubling down though. The flash doesn't get the best coverage from that corner. Fabian dropping back, but Dema holding the line. Nobody getting in the alley just yet. And now the support of Neki arriving.
Yeah, now all of Ulf's forces forced to look towards mid, but scared perhaps of any other escalations from parts of the map, especially the extremities.
Oh, this looks like great mid-rounding. If they can isolate Nats in A main here.
Well, he's already seen the leg, doesn't anticipate the KO. So Fabian will put Ulf in an advantage, but look at this, the pack is elsewhere.
Yeah, it's exactly what Ulf needed to do. Get a little bit of info on the map after having all 4 focused on mid.
Oh, nice grab, Will.
Late rotation towards this B site though. Neki has his first.
Yeah, the player's so delayed, trying to get out.
Awesome.
And it's a brilliant round to come out from Ulf.
Really well constructed from front to back. Those first couple of fights in middle, a little bit touch and go with Stern's op. You could see what the plan was, but then that instant reaction to pressure Nats on the extremity, give themselves a bit of control if maybe Liquid wanted to head through art. And settling themselves in this B crossfire, which ends up claiming the round. So just one in it now, and Liquid letting loose their final timeout.
Yeah, need to sit down and talk about things before Ulf get the momentum at their backs. And with that, we are towards the latter stages of the game, right? The latter stages of an elimination series. Whoever loses this is out.
Feels crazy to say, right? With it being the 1 and 2 game as things stand. Liquid that win over a KC team, which were close against Heretics earlier. Ulf, theirs on a Pacific side, which we almost expected to see the 2 Ascension rosters, or I guess Ascension organizations, in the lowers perhaps, just in terms of how things were for them. But yeah, I mean, they've gone from stage by stage, they're looking better and better. I mean, this is still such a big challenge to beat this Liquid team, even as worn down as they look right now.
Yeah, I think like to beat a team like Team Liquid, the fact that like you have players that we've mentioned, right, who have been all the way to champs, it feels like Liquid got the best of the rest that was left out. It's not anything, any criticism of any player, right, but it feels as if like this would be a massive result for the Ascension team, especially considering the 2 subs that they have.
I mean, Nats knows what it's like to face a rebuild. It's one of the reasons why he stayed in this team so long and continues to deliver here. Not gonna get away with it in the end, and Liquid quickly pivoting, and Ordaz hooked in by the stunned player, couldn't finish it off, and Neki's no better.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. Ulf will try and play this way, aggressive, in your face, trading off one another, but there can also be ways to manipulate that. That's exactly what Team Liquid have done.
Setting up for this one, Dema again, just the one, and so Fabian has to be the sole Ulf player to find 2 kills here if he wants to clutch this out. Util belt empty, no time for the knife. Knows about Camo's position and has to extrapolate from that where Wayne may be playing from. Still has the molly available, he can play to the clock. Fabian has to cut Camo out of position and does so. Extracted to perfection. Wayne still with seconds to buy, but Fabian maybe knows he can get half. It's a half too far in the end. Wayne to take them to 10. Liquid closing in now.
Yeah, double digits found, but at what cost? Because all 4 players lost there in the end. 2 Ulf's 5, and I actually don't hate if they were to try and force in here, which looks like it is going to be the case. Ultimates in play for both teams.
Nice, Wayne. Let's go, Wayne.
You talk about players like Wayne, he's coming to a brand new environment. I don't think it's fair to cobble him in with the rest, right? He has had a much better series today. And like I was saying, it's just about putting those pieces together over time. The Nats conversation. Kiko coming out of the team saying that he's a guy driven by routine and he is going to get the results that he wants in the end. One step at a time. Liquid overrunning mid-control right now. And again, it's only Dema in this link position.
Hunter's Fury straight in as a reaction to the utility, but at the same time, Team Liquid have beat the utilities. They look to try and work their way through mid, but into Fabian's crosshair they go. So a double up, 2 players to the good, go to the defense, and a real chance to try and claw back around.
It was a really nice combination there to start, but Camo finds Fabian on the overextension. ULF still have Stern in main, and he is yet to receive contact, so understanding the possibility of a B pivot is very likely. You've also seen Ordaz now move over into long, so control on either limit for ULF as it stands.
Looks like Team Liquid going...
Where do they go?
Yeah, a bit confusing.
I think they're just saving. Yeah.
Has to be.
Done here.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, ULF have all of the control. There's not too much that you can do from this position in the end. And
yeah, there's a few players on low creds like Camel, 50, Miniboo on 100. And I mean, what? All it was expended there for ULF was the Hunter's Fury?
Yeah. And that's what I was saying, right? It looked like a simple play on the surface, the stun in from Dema to do a little bit of damage. If that had landed, maybe even an extra kill, but actually it's Fabian, the one who does the heavy lifting. And now, as I was saying earlier, where we didn't have ULF players fragging out and actually starting to go positive, I'm seeing, you know, 3 players now with 13 plus kills.
Frustration.
And actually, it's Liquid slowing down the pace a little bit.
Yeah, frustration from the coaches, and there's no way to interject from them anymore. It's all left to what's on the server. And ULF 1 round away from equaling things out once again.
I mean, if ULF can see that things are heading in the right direction, no reason to give a break in play. Do not interrupt your opponent if they're making a mistake, or in this case, trending downwards.
Spike has been left to the B side though.
And you can see Liquid are setting up to split this through middle again. It's been a changing of the guard though. It's Fabian this time in double doors, and with a judge no less. He's made himself known very early.
Yeah, I mean, really under the collar there, under the pressure. Oh, Neki! Brilliant shots, but in the end, still the player count equal. So it's up to Liquid to try and... Oh, the side! But Ordaz takes heads. So Purple's stuck in a corner to try and clutch up a 1 versus 3. And all the players are there to capitalise. 10-10 is the score.
Dazzling from Ordaz once again. And Liquid cannot allow themselves to be blinded by the lights right now. ULF have brought this back to even footing again. Each of the players having their moments. Ordaz is like a turret here on a swivel. Things slowly creeping in the right direction for them. Now we've got to look at the ults.
We do. That's the most important part.
Huge cycle.
Who comes out on top, as it seems like ULF want to stop Team Liquid coming anywhere near the B side, or the A side, sorry.
Yeah.
After continuous errors on the B side for Team Liquid.
I mean, it's a mixed buy for Liquid. They're going to want a scrap here.
Oh, but do they really want a scrap? Because it's ULF you're up against, and it's ULF who come out on top. Camo and Wayne, yes, sure you have ultimates, but do you have what it takes to fire back? It seems to be the case. Is Wayne's Sheriff, is that exactly where he needs to?
And now a chance for the round to breathe. Wayne with 2 under his belt. He has the ult, the molly. If he can get to post plant here, there is a serious chance of winning this round. Rifle in his hands, but Stern is that first player that he has to cross in middle, and position Scuba is dead late.
Teleport's ready.
He's already seen the crosshair, or the barrel, sorry. He's already won the round. and ULF will take the advantage towards the latter stage of the second half of the final map of this series, an elimination series.
The change up from ULF this time is they're actually playing behind this same main smoke that Audaz has been placing for the last, 5 rounds or so. It's been a consistent part of their default on the defender's side. And Liquid didn't quite look prepared for it, at least Purpo dived in and follow-up difficult. ULF wanting to challenge mid here with all 5 members.
Yeah, and those ultimates we spoke about still in play, but ULF so far in front into enemy lines, and Stern immediately punished for that.
TP was there. They're actually still hold up in middle here, ULF. I think we're going to wait for that smoke, though, before they go back in.
Bring them down.
Well, the reclear will come through. You can see already, Neki looking for more information. Has seen one and the second, I think. Just Camo there. But leg seen.
This is the thing that scaling has been pretty difficult for Liquid on the whole. They've been trying to play through middle a lot. And all for having these hero moments in tight spaces. 2 players towards B, and it looks like that's the direction Liquid are heading for the moment, at least making themselves known in Connector.
Yeah, they get through mid, but remember they had problems last time trying to get out of there, and Neki may be a little bit too eager to take those fights.
That's now the call being made, heading towards A foot race all through spawn. And Demo, most importantly, in A main, detected by the ult.
Yeah, that's massive, but the operator looks to try and get onto the angle, but immediately taken out. This could be flawless by Team Liquid, and it certainly seems to be the case. So Audaz, with plenty of economy at his back, will attempt a 1 versus 5.
Don't hold your breath. It is not gonna happen. Miniboo gets a quad kill. Exactly what Liquid need for a bit of a lift here. And in-zone flawless as we head right to the end of regulation.
Yeah, a straight answer back. But there was ultimates invested in that last one.
Fortunately for ULF, they still have ults. One thing they don't have, money. Not in infinite supply, that's for certain. Still an op available for Stern here, but if they don't win now, that final round could be costly, and to lose in a fashion like that against a Liquid side, which they've given a damn good go, would be absolute heartbreak. Back to middle again. The trap on the ULF side is set in art.
Players of Liquid are going elsewhere. Need to be careful though if they do go this way. To look to just destroy the trap, and already Neki confirming players' positions, but deep go Team Liquid. And yeah, with Spike lost, but they're still moving in towards the operator. We're able at least to find Fabian, but Stern can't quite connect the shots. So we'll look towards ULF's main control on A.
And on B as well, Neki routing this one out at the same time, so if they head towards the other side of the map here, Liquid, there could be problems. The biggest downfall for ULF right now is overcommitting to fights, which they've been unable to win. It's gonna take another huge moment to win them this one, though, I think.
Yeah, it looks as if Liquid already looking to identify Neki. Worried about the positions that ULF could have maybe taken up. With that lockdown looking to pop, Neki can't quite wrestle the crosshair back. Wrestle the spray, Demo certainly can. Some clean shots from him. So back to 2v2.
Yeah, and all of these players are split up from one another. Liquid may be looking to fight towards spawn.
Nice cosmic divide, stops that backside being a problem for them, but Wayne holding on from lane, seeing if he can pop out and prove an issue too. Oh, a nice stun. Audaz caught, so it's a 1 versus 1. Wayne does not have a lot of health.
Miss Molly.
And it's not going to be good at all. It's Demo sends ULF to map and series point.
Such a key round, and it's Demo again that will take ULF 2-12. A 1v1 against the new boy Wayne. I have to say, it felt like if there were any errors made in this round, it was on the ULF side. Really trying to get into the fights here nice and early, but Once again, you're seeing the value they're getting from this main control. It's ridiculous. Still that frustration for the coaches. Frustration for the fans who have come here to watch Team Liquid go for that lower bracket run. And you can see ULF have all the ultimates that they need. They have the better of the cycle at this moment in time. And it's going to be straight away Miniboo popping his. Yeah, this is the catalyst for Liquid. This is the one that could get things going. He has cleared a path out to the A site in its entirety. Think how many times ULF struggled to retake here. That's what they might just be up against. If they can see this one home before an overtime.
You say that, but ULF have all they need for the retake, right? I'm thinking of the overdrive of Dema, and I'm also thinking of the null command of Fabian, which has just been taken offline. A massive kill by Naz, and an even bigger second. It's now Team Liquid have a chance. They have some life in the game, but not before ULF try the retake, and it's not worked out. It's gone Liquid's way. We're going all the way to overtime.
It is nothing less than this game deserves. Everyone left on the edge of their seat to find out how it will conclude. But Liquid, of course, making sure it goes the distance. It was a 14-12 win against Vitality here, their first as an organization. And some similar issues there for ULF on that same A retake that I was talking about. Didn't really get a chance to pop Fabian's ult as he went solo searching in art to find Nats. Missed shot from Stern. Couple of fine margins, but it makes all the difference.
Just a reminder of who they have to face in that next game tomorrow as well.
GX are going to be loving this because the longer the game goes, the less time either of these teams have to prep for the next one.
Do you even try and prep? Purple straight away will get the first kill. There goes Stern. The defense with the advantage so far.
It's not the first time Stern has lost his life on B, but Liquid should be acutely aware that this is a position that Neki likes to follow up late. Now tasked with rejoining the rest of his team, spike in hand. As ULF have gutted out the middle of the map here.
Yeah, and found great space to move through. Wayne, though, does mark the escape in towards spawn. You can see Purple just watching anybody trying to get in towards lane.
Yeah, it's a great TP set up from Miniboo as well. He'll be ready to join the rest of the team as he's holding on to B, where ULF are scaling with intent.
Yeah, they are. Miniboo's operator on the lane. Where is Demo gone? He needs to try and find Miniboo, but Neki does instead. So it's a 2 versus 3. And Spike looking to go down. Demo going further.
Yeah, ULF against the odds again. This is how they like to play.
And Demo tries to bust out at the wrong time. That's well aware. You can't try and take him off guard. It's Neki now. Has to show us his best.
Oh my god.
Round the side, the
No
players don't know. There he is. A perfect play.
Has the ult.
And a 1 versus 1 to try and play up against Wayne. But it's the controller player instead that will win out against ULF's leader.
I mean, in what world do you expect to find Wayne up there when you reposition? In Wayne's world, I suppose, because that's the one where Liquid get up to 13 rounds. A dramatic fashion again. Neki always good for that kind of play, but as you said, takes a moment for them to get rid of Miniboo.
And I mean,
so close.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne very correctly identifying the flank player. You can see Lohan. It looks as if on the ULF side they're enjoying it, but on the Team Liquid side they're going through their paces, man.
It's like we've won, but at what cost, you know?
Lohan being put through it, poor guy.
One more round, one opportunity here for Liquid to take it in the first of the OTs. Heading towards the A site again. It's served them well up until this point. Fabian all hands on deck, but Miniboo will cut him loose. Ordash still hanging around here, needs to win that next duel, but he's going to lose it at the hands of Wayne. It's now a 5 versus 3. ULF, what have you got left?
Yeah, the player's so late to rotate, but at least Stern gets to hit fire onto Miniboo.
Real opportunity here now. Liquid continuing to play that time. Wayne has the molly, he's just used it. Camo in the back lines, and still ULF struggling to get in. No smoke, no cover, no hope in hell or so you'd feel. The wall goes up, that's a bit of a distraction. Dema sliding in to be the problem, but it must rely on Stern. Liquid trying to solve all their problems here. But up against Stern, it's no problem at all. They may have washed away the blood, but we're yet to see if this Liquid side has sealed the wound. It was a long night in the office, but they stay alive in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they limp across the lower bracket into a much more dangerous opponent in Giant X. Sure, Giant X may have looked like a much different team against Vitality, but I'm sure they're going to be ready to play against a Team Liquid side that really struggled today.
Just the emotions on the face of the Liquid players look like they've just ran a marathon, knowing how close they were from elimination here. ULF on the other side can be proud of their performance. The fact that they were able to take this team so far, despite the limitations they faced, the troubles along the way. We'll see them again in stage one, albeit a very different look to the roster, I imagine. But plenty of positives to take home from the performance tonight.
Yeah, I mean, for Stern and Dema, that's the players that will be missing from stage one, from this stage into stage one. But I mean, we now look towards the victors, Team Liquid, able to keep themselves alive. And what does that next series look like for them? No, a chance to really prep for it, which is going to be really difficult for the roster.
It's a story which we've seen from a few of the former champs teams over the last few days, that the best will always find a way to win. Think of Fnatic against Na'Vi, Heretics moments ago, or quite a while ago now, against KC. They get the result that is required of them in the end, and that is enough to stay alive in this lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. All that really matters is staying alive here. And for Team Liquid, they have done that. They've at least managed to do that. Will they do it against Giant X? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, that's what we're just waiting to find out. And we'll hear how the players themselves are feeling about this. We're going to head over to an interview with Nats, who's standing by.
Thank you, Haza and Cairo. You guys putting in a shift. Nats, you have also put in a shift with the rest of the team. 3 maps, it's 11 p.m. It's done and dusted. You're making this lower bracket run. How is it, and how is the team capable of having so much stamina to continue for 3 maps back to back to back?
I don't know. I mean, we just played the game. We have a match tomorrow also, so let's see how much energy is left for tomorrow's match. But, I mean, for the first official, I don't think it's a big deal overall to play 3 maps like that.
Okay, that's good to know, because we're looking forward to tomorrow. I will let you go very soon, I promise you that. But I want to dissect today a little bit further, because obviously that first map didn't go your way. You guys are able to come back on that second map. You're now close this one out, even though it was down to the wire and you had to go to OT. From your side of things, we know you really like to give your speeches, so what did that look like today?
I think we're still trying to find our strengths on the server right now from what to play. So we are all still on that path, I would say, right now on the server. So I think it's more about that. We're just trying to play game by game and see what we are capable of.
All right, when it comes to the strengths then, have you identified any in particular today? Because we noticed as well that when we're looking at the comfort that's coming out, we see Wayne on the Omen instead of the Astra, the coach hinting at it as well. Is that something you're playing more towards?
I mean, something definitely been changed, even the composition-wise. I cannot unfortunately say, but as everyone see already, something did change.
Tomorrow, though, you're going up against GX, and that is an opponent that is now also in that lower bracket, which is crazy because, you know, you GX teams that have last year historically done really well. It's another giant that you're going to have to slay. How are we feeling about it?
Well, nothing really. I mean, we played many times against them. They played many times against us. It's just a normal game, I think. Every team is strong right now in the kickoff.
Okay, so nonchalant. Just another day in the office. Yeah, I mean, the fans here screamed easy 2-0. Do you agree?
Let's find out.
All right, we're going to find that out tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time for the interview. I appreciate it. We are done here for today. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. So make sure you tune in, and we'll leave you with the Razor end of day highlights.
Thank you.
Bye.
come on.
One enemy remaining.
Bro, they cannot come to my side, bro. I'm telling you.
One.
Nice way, good job.
One enemy. One.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see